He kind of like spun her around in a way because she didn't want to go with him, and he like grabbed her and put her in a headlock.
She reported fuzzy feeling like her whole life was flashing before her eyes.
Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Okay. Are you saying anything?
No.
This is Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rowlands. Thank you so much for being with us. We are standing by in Washington State this morning, where testimony resumes next hour for two parents accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter. We are taking a close look at the police body camera footage of the arrest. Now, we couldn't air the video live because of the minors involved, but we have made some edits to most of the video. So we are also welcoming our viewers from our YouTube channel this morning, where we will be answering your questions live on air throughout the day. So make sure you take some time and write to us. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are both charged with second-degree attempted murder after prosecutors say they tried to choke 17-year-old Fatima Ali to death during an altercation outside of a bus stop last year. Fatima took the stand last week, where she told jurors she had run away from home earlier that day because she did not want to go on a months-long trip to Iraq. While we wait for court to resume there in Washington, let's take a closer look now at that body camera footage of responding officers arriving on scene and eventually arresting Ihsan Ali.
Did you see it? Yeah, I saw the whole thing. That's the suspect or victim? That's the guy that was hitting the ground. Hey, God bless you. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
He did. He was trying to kill her.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back now. You guys step back. Was there any other person?
And my mom, she's right after her.
Stay back. Stay back.
I need to call.
Stay back. Stay back. Please. Right up there, I'm surviving.
Hey, stand back.
I got the mail. Sick.
Dad, you don't have no business.
He's detained by the bus stop. He's going to be the primary aggressor.
He's trying to her.
What do you need?
I know him.
I know. It's the runaway?
Yep.
Okay, that's why I figured.
Well, runaway somewhere. That's sister.
In the office.
Maybe just witnesses, whoever saw whatever. I think that guy in the backpack saw some stuff.
All right, cool.
So
you good here?
Yep. Right up there, yeah.
My sisters.
There's somebody in the office.
If you can cross-reference my runaway call, the suspect aggressor is going to be PRP.
So they're in there.
Let me get my gloves on.
Another person.
I'm going to get him up to my car.
Well, here, let me.
Make sure you got nothing on him.
I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing, man.
Oh, I got one inbound.
Hand me down.
That's Mom.
I know. I'm with her.
Think so? Hey, get up. Okay, we're gonna walk to my car over here, okay? Hang on tight. Okay. So just right. So you're detained right now, okay? You understand that? Okay. Stay right there. I'm gonna pat you down for weapons, okay? You got any weapons on you? No. That's what you said. Stop it for a sec. Hey, thank you, man. Dad disapproves of them being together. So he's been hunting them down all day. Apparently he was already told not to come to this school, not to be here, and he still showed up here, saw them out front, and started to fight with both of them.
The dad and the...
Dad? Yeah, he's primary aggressor. Good.
So now I see some runaways, but it looks like it's going to be your dad.
Thank you. Let me get a statement from him. Oh, yeah, perfect.
I want to speak with my daughter.
You're not speaking to anyone at the moment.
Just I want to speak with my daughter.
You will not speak to your daughter.
Why? This is my daughter over here. I want to let her to go take her mom to home.
Okay, well, we're investigating a criminal investigation right now.
Just let me to tell her to take her mom, not like that. Just like I tell her to go home, she will go home.
I ran out of statement forms. Do you have any? I'm not going to come and have them fill out.
Who is this?
That's Mom and sister. Mom, sister, and Dad have been tracking runaway.
Okay, okay, so I had it right. That's what I'm about to try. Who are these people? Witnesses?
They came and saw suspect Dad beaten, trying to get involved, and so this guy tackled Dad and had him detained for me when I got here.
Oh, nice.
The moment I got here. So.
Where's the dad at?
Dad's in the back of my car.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. He's detained. Not under arrest yet, but the more sounds of it, he's going to be the primary aggressor.
It happened out right here?
Yeah. Yep.
We need eyes on.
Yeah. If somebody does, yeah. And so boyfriend should be with her too.
Okay, I'll let her know.
Perfect. I mean, you were there too. Do you mind? I got a clipboard too, if that helps. Let me get a clipboard.
Let me speak with her. I won't let her go home.
Here's a clipboard. If
Right now. I don't know if something's out here. I don't know if I'll relay it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble.
okay, so again, you're not under arrest at the moment, but I'm gonna read you your rights, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to your lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
I want to speak with my wife. Let her go. Let her
Do
go.
you understand these rights I've explained to you?
Zahraa!
It's a yes or a no, okay?
Zahraa, تعال هنا.
So everything's audio, video recorded, okay?
Okay.
So do you understand these rights I've explained to you?
حنين زهراء اخذ السيارة منها وديتها يبوقوها.
I need a yes or a no, okay? Or I'm going to assume you
اخذ
don't want to...
السيارة منها يبوقوها السيارة يبوقوها.
Coming up, more officers arrive on the scene as they try to de-escalate the fight between 17-year-old Fatima Ali and her parents. We'll be right back.
Brian Kohberger accepted a plea offer.
A shocking turn of events.
How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Convicted killer Brian Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students.
He is the boogeyman.
And come face to face with the families of his victims.
I pray that we have justice.
The sentencing of Brian Kohberger. Live coverage begins Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
Throughout this time, are his arms still on her neck?
Yes, ma'am.
During this time, could you see Fatima?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And how did Fatima appear to you?
Her face was looking like pale, and her eyes were starting to roll back.
Her eyes were rolling back?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say they're rolling back, what do you mean by that?
They were rolling back in the...
Do you want to take a break?
Emotional testimony last week as victim Fatima Ali's boyfriend described seeing his girlfriend get attacked by her father outside of a bus stop last year. Both Ihsan Ali and his wife Zahraa are now charged with second-degree attempted murder after prosecutors say they tried to choke their 17-year-old daughter to death after she had run away from home earlier that day. While we wait for testimony to resume next hour, we are looking back at body camera footage of Ihsan Ali's arrest following the fight. Take a listen.
Wasn't he just right there? Did he pull up his car? I saw somebody just...
Can you check in with her now that Belle's not around her? Just make sure she's getting everything that's appropriate.
Okay.
Because you got their statement.
Suspects in there, though.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Never mind. Just let it be there. You gotta figure out. So this is the runaway you've been looking for?
Yeah. Well, apparently Dad's been looking for it, too. So,
sounds like Dad restrained her, but maybe went a little too far.
Yeah. Yeah. Essentially grabbing her from the back and dragging her by her throat. And then
Is that what they said?
Yeah. They pretty much said he's the aggressor. Stop. And then Dad started to try to fight. And I made it pretty much clear to Dad earlier. I said, do not go to this school. Mom has it. Oh, appreciate it. Adult male, someone appeared, very good, slightly bald, and that's slightly clear. And then I think the last part again, it's I don't want to like you detain. It was essentially the guy cuffed, right?
I'm going to school too.
Okay. Over there?
Yeah. You want to ride?
No, I'm going to head that way too.
Okay. I think names for some of the kids' witnesses that witnessed it.
So the one with the one in the gray backpack, he said he saw everything. That was the first.
Yeah, 3 of them saw everything.
What did they say?
Essentially that they were at the bus stop. The dad came up, started, and he grabbed her.
How did he grab her?
Like on the shoulder. Just like this.
Okay.
He was grabbing a hold of her.
Okay.
And then so he put her in a chokehold, and at some point he punched her away from her.
Okay.
Into the pavement, and then popped back up, and the dad they said that he had her in a chokehold, and then a bunch of people piled on trying to get him off of her. They fell on the ground. He still had her in a chokehold.
Okay.
And her face was, I guess, in the dirt.
Yeah.
And then so they had to like roll him off of her to get like to her.
Yeah.
And then I guess that's when the adult
came in and intervened.
Help. And then the mom got a hold of her daughter and was grabbing her. So,
Okay.
whole melee.
Okay. What's up, dude?
That's all good?
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty quick.
Yeah, what happened?
Pretty dynamic. So immediately when suspect's in my car, aggessor's dad. But the moment I got here, I rolled him over. I'm like, dude, I know you. Yeah. So I was dealing with, well, today. So I was dealing with So today he calls in. She went missing again. We ended up entering her. Yeah, they're mom and sister. Yeah. So I entered her in as a runaway. Yeah. And I said, Dad, whatever you do, don't start a commotion. Do not come to school. She doesn't go to the school. Yeah. And he's like, well, I need to. It's like, well, they're not. Yeah. And so at some point, I guess they do link up, and Dad comes to the school and sees them walking through the parking lot. Oh. Start running after her and taps her on the shoulder, says, you need to come home with me because he disapproves. And then runs up behind her and puts her in a chokehold and starts dragging her to take her home, which is a little excessive. The face, he goes down on the ground. And so they're... Oh, they're gonna... Yeah, I know. Well, they have a restraining order. Yeah. With mom. And so... that's when you're... So... Yeah. Well, and they kept going to the house. It's like, my daughter's in the house, and they're like, no, there's not. Yeah. And they weren't... You wouldn't believe. And I just told Dad, I said, do not go to the school. Do not... He just wouldn't... He wouldn't take it. So you guys get into a simple assault, or is there enough for assault too with the choke, or... So Beltran's with assault for DV. Well, I guess, and then I guess two counts. I guess one. Maybe enough.
What are we gonna do with the kid? Because they're all worked up still.
Yeah. I don't. She's 17. She doesn't want to go home to the parents, but they're the legal guardian. Yeah. There's no...
Yeah, but is she going to start choking her to get her home?
Yeah. There's no...
It might be... Well, I think older sisters kind of catalyst a lot of the aggression or physical aggression in the house. I know Mott does like safe place for teenagers that are over 15. If she doesn't feel safe going home, I think older sister says older sister hit her with a broom. Allegedly.
Oh, really?
This summertime. Because she's like the dissonant with the family, older sister. So.
Okay.
Do you have any information you can share with them to maybe try to calm them down, or is it just whatever you say going to take them out more?
I can try.
They're upset that Dad's going to jail, or?
Well, they want to be with him, and they want to go be with her, and they're worried about him getting taken away.
I can go see. Yeah, I mean, they weren't.
I wouldn't tell them that much.
They were really reluctant when I was at their house. They just didn't want anything.
Get them out of here because they're gonna go crazy.
Did you saw both of them?
He saw. Dad's very volatile.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a disturbance if he's here in the. See his mom and dad show up.
No, maybe just calm them down too. Maybe we can just get him out of the immediate area.
Yeah, there's a CSO right there down the street. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Santa Fe, New Mexico, trial attorney John Day. John, thank you so much for being with us. Nice to see you again as we review this case before court actually starts live there in the state of Washington. So the state has been presenting this body camera footage of the attack, of the aftermath, of the chaos and the aftermath. We heard an eyewitness there talking about the situation and what had transpired. What's your takeaway from this?
Well, thanks for having me. This is really compelling video that the jury is getting to digest the concept of a father and mother charged with an attempted second-degree murder. The prosecution claims it's an honor killing. And the video shows us not only the earlier video that we've seen, the cell camera video, but the fact that there's a father committing violence against the daughter, and the jury is digesting this. And what the prosecution needs to do, if they want to get to that second-degree attempted murder charge, is convince the jury that this wasn't just an assault, this wasn't just a parental intervention that went wrong, that this was something more, that this was actual violence against their daughter that almost led to her death. And we've got all the medical testimony that the jury has heard about the physical damage to her. So the prosecution is going to hope that this video is sitting with the jury, and the jury is saying this is not a normal dysfunctional family situation. This is something much worse.
Yeah, you have to wonder, because from the testimony that we have heard so far, you can easily assess in your head that this is parental intervention that did go wrong. You then see the video, you see how aggressive the father is being. Even you heard the officer say he came up to her, he put her in a chokehold because she wasn't listening to go home. And the officer says, yeah, it was a little bit aggressive. It is aggressive.
Right, and even when he's sitting handcuffed in the police car, he's still trying to control the situation. He's not responding to the officer. He's trying to bark commands at his wife. The jury gets a sense, certainly, of the level of aggression. And for the prosecution, they've got to sustain that, because otherwise the jury during deliberations might say, you know, this was violent, this was an assault, this was an attack, but was it attempted murder? And that's the threshold the prosecution has to cross.
Absolutely, John. Thank you so much. Coming up, responding officers began talking to Fatima Ali's mother and sister. We'll be right back with more body camera footage. That's coming up next. watching Court TV. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rollins. Thanks for being with us. We are standing by in Washington, where testimony is set to resume next hour in a trial for a mother and father accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are facing several charges, including attempted murder, after multiple witnesses say that Ihsan Ali strangled his daughter near her high school to the point that her eyes were rolling in the back of her head. Court documents also reveal that Zahraa Ali had been banned from the school's campus for allegedly trying to grab the girl's boyfriend. While we wait for court to resume, we've been taking a look back at body-worn camera footage of the incident. Let's pick it up right where we left off.
When your husband assaults a high school student, he asked he's going to be...
He didn't assault no one! This is my daughter! No, he didn't! I have proof! I was recording everything! No! No! Kicked me in the face. He pushed my mom and my dad. He grabbed it with another person to the ground. He didn't do everything. A lot of students were already. I'm recording right now. I'll show you later. I want to talk to my dad right now.
Okay, well that's not happening the way you're acting. You need to calm down. That's gonna happen. Take a deep breath. Get 5 minutes, and maybe we'll let talk to you. But I can't have you screaming out in the school parking lot. That's unacceptable.
You know this people?
I do. I know them very well.
Hey, so is there, because I was with you this morning, right? Is there anything I could help answer at the moment?
Okay. You left because you said you would look for them. We went out also to look for them out in the street.
That. So why didn't you call us?
Wait, what do you mean not to call? We just found them. Just us.
I get that, but the moment you...
I was at Safeway. We're trying to find on the street. We were like two separate.
So instead of getting out and running out, call us, right? So that's, I was
talking.
Okay.
I was calling.
Okay. So is there anything I can help you out with in the moment?
I want to talk to my sister.
Well, you can't. We can't have you do that right now. Okay.
Which one is it? This one or is it that one? Which one is it? Is it this one or is it that one? Which one is it? You can't help me right here. Like, this is not fair. Like, which one is it? Is it this one or is it that?
What are you asking?
Like, do I talk to my dad or can I talk to my sister? It has to be one of them. You're not letting me anything.
Okay, we just gave you our word that you can talk to your dad, but you need to calm down for a second. Okay?
My husband wants you to.
Right here. Can you remain calm? Do you want to talk to your husband real quick? One at a time? One at a time. Here. Come on, Zahraa.
Where is she going?
She's going to talk to Dad. Hang on.
One at a time. You guys don't get to both talk to them at the same time.
You said you have video?
Yes.
Can I see it?
You are being warned that if you attempt to go over there, you will be arrested. Okay? I'm recording your recording. It's clear as day. We will let you talk to him, but we're letting you talk one at a time. You don't get to have a group conversation with your mom and you at the same time. Do you understand? So if you chill and relax, you'll get to go talk to your dad next. Do you understand? Okay, you're nodding your head yes. Okay, so wait right here.
And sis, I never got your name this morning.
Haneen.
What's that?
Haneen.
Hey, Haneen, you mentioned you have video recording?
Everyone has video.
Well, we've seen their recording, okay? But what your statement is, it's contradicting what they're saying. So for me to do a thorough investigation, I need to see that.
Okay.
So can I see that? Okay. Can you go?
He was choking me. This dude.
But that's the point. He's already detained. Do you have anything that goes back?
Because I arrived in that scene.
I know, but you said you had. I just.
That's him right there.
Okay.
He punched me right there. See, he's trying to he punched me because he threw my phone. I was holding it like this and he threw it right there.
Let's see.
And that's why it got cut off right here. See? I was recording because I could see, and he was right there. I was trying to, he threw my phone. That's why I cut, and then that's when he was trying to get to me. See how she's holding him? Yeah.
No, but you said that.
I told you, I just got onto the scene. Did you not get a recording from everyone else? I don't know.
We did. And I just, like I said, yours contradicts what they're saying, so I want to hear your side, right? We've gotten their statements, their recordings. Okay?
See, this person, I don't know why she's being, like, why she's in the scene, and why is he choking?
Yeah.
They're choking. This is not a crime either. They're choking. That's like murder. They're choking him down. When I just showed the first video of the guy.
They're detaining him. Okay? He had a right to be detained. Okay?
What do I do now? What do I do?
What do you mean by that?
What do I do now? What do you want me to do? What do I do? It's my sister and my mom and my dad. And what do I do? So what's gonna happen?
So your mom,
my siblings.
your mom's not involved, and you're not, other than being here and seeing it, right? So
my siblings, my siblings, my little brother, my dad.
Okay. Well, you guys will be fine.
No.
Okay.
It's not fine. How is this fine? How is this fine? How can you say that? How can you say that? How can you say that? How do you? I know there's a lot going on. The best thing we can do right now is let us do our investigation, and then we can give you more information about what's going to happen with your sister and what's going to happen with your dad. Okay? So what we need from you is to just kind of try and relax as much as possible. Give us a good statement. In a little while, you'll be able to talk to your dad. So right now, we kind of have to play the waiting game, right?
Before we head to break, we would like to welcome our viewers who are joining us from our YouTube channel today. We are going to be monitoring that page live throughout the day today, so please join the chat. Send us your questions to have answered live on air. That's youtube.com/CourtTV. We'll be right back with more after this quick break.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV. This week.
Previewing this week's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, we're getting you ready for the day's testimony in the attempted honor killing trial.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
Washington, where testimony is set to resume at the top of the hour in the attempted murder trial for husband and wife Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. The couple is accused of attempting to murder their 17-year-old daughter back in October of last year. During the incident, their daughter's boyfriend and a bystander intervened, and the bystander detained Ihsan until law enforcement arrived. We have been breaking down police body camera video of the incident and the aftermath. Let's pick it up right where we left off.
I don't think they have anything this back. No, we've had other stuff we haven't seen. I mean, did you want to talk to Dad? Are you going to be okay? Like we said, we gave you our word, so.
My sister is calling me.
Okay, well, he's gonna go to somewhere else.
Oh, he's gonna be gone.
Well, we're still doing an investigation. He's not gonna be far. Did you want to speak to him?
مش بنت بالشارع وخنق
They're all going to hit the ground running. I'd like to get them the hell out of here.
Yeah.
So, we're muted for a tactical conversation.
I'm still on.
So, you okay with Corey out here with you?
Hey, what's up, bud? I was just gonna call you. What is it? Okay, so he got punched, right? So she got choked. So assault, second DV, and then assault for. Okay. Do we know? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm going to take Dad away because Mom and sister are not doing so well. So let's get them out of the area for a minute. Okay, I was wondering that too. She shouldn't be here. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Okay. Okay. We'll probably need a tape statement then from her. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so. Cool. Yeah, we'll do that later. Cool. I'm gonna take Dad away so he's not here when. They're still in the parking lot. Once Dad leaves, we're gonna tell them to leave. So we're gonna have it. All right. But no, I'm good, man. I can take it. Yeah, if you could help with that. Okay. All right, man. Appreciate it. Bye. All right. Yeah, can you go ahead and take him to that church? Okay. Right up there, Adam Senpai. Will you note us PC, assault to DV, then 1 count of that, and then 1 count assault for assault second, DV, and then it's gonna be 1 count assault for. And so once they take it, let's get him out of here. Yeah.
As soon as we're done, let's get him out of here so we can focus on just that down there.
Yeah.
So is he good to go now? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get them out.
I think they're insisting on waiting for the daughter.
Huh?
They're insisting on waiting for the daughter.
Well, they're going to that. Oh, the other daughter. Where's the other daughter at?
The one inside. Assad's been placed under arrest.
Oh, well, victim's going down.
So they're insisting on wanting to see her. I don't know if we're going to get them to leave.
No, so landlord doesn't want them.
Well, we're not going to get them to leave unless we make them.
Well, no, they need to leave. Did they... Where's their car at? They should be a sedan.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, Chrysler. Oh, they got the Pilot. They drove the Pilot. Okay, well, we can't have you see her right now, okay? So you need to leave. Hey, so... Okay, I'm going to make this clear, right? So...
I didn't talk with her.
I'll have her give you a call.
Yeah, I didn't talk with her.
Okay. So, hey, do you remember we talked about that you cannot be on Thurston Timberline property? Okay. You're a little bit more settled down than Mom, okay? So I need you to take her home. Understood? You need to go home. So she can't be here technically. There's a trespass, right? It's not through city yet, but so Timberline wants her trespass, right? So remember that? There's a restraint, anti-harassment, right?
Yeah, but the whole family's here because...
Understand. But technically, I'm going to give you some grace, right? But you need to take her home, okay? If you guys don't go home, we're going to arrest her too, okay? But we're not going to do that right now. There's too much going on.
What about my sister?
She's going to the hospital to get checked up on.
Hospital?
Yes.
Which one?
St. Pete's, but we can't have you go there yet. You need to go home.
Call me. I need updates.
Yeah.
My phone number.
Okay. Yeah. But you need to get your mom home. Okay?
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
What's your phone number?
360.
360. 854.
1557.
What?
557.
1557. Okay. I need it. So is that something you can...
If she go to the hospital, I need updates.
Okay. But I need you...
Mom, she will get...
Okay. You need to get Mom home.
I will get home.
Right. I'll give you my word. I'll give you my word. Yeah. Okay. So if you can convince Mom, okay?
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay,
Hold on. Just 1 minute. When?
She'll be able to call you in a little bit, but right now, you guys need to go home, okay?
Where are they going? Or is it that one?
Still with us, trial attorney John Day. Okay, John, we've gotten some questions in on our YouTube feed. Many people are wondering this, and this is one of the questions. If the attempted murder was for an honor killing, why can't the correct terminology be used so that the jury actually understands completely what was happening? Now, John, the judge had made a ruling here that certain terminology cannot be used in this case, saying that it would be too prejudicial, so you can't use the phrase honor killing. Can you kind of talk about how that works in a court system? When you try a case, there's certain words, there's certain things that actually can't be said. Here, the judge said that was too prejudicial, which I think a lot of people are having trouble with.
Right, Kelly. Well, honor killing is not a term that's included in the statutes, the jury instructions. It's a loaded term, and while we may know, culturally or socially or know about the concept of honor killing in various societies, things like that, it's not something that the prosecution has to prove. And the judge here making the right call, saying if we use those terms, it elevates that loaded expression to something that the jury doesn't necessarily need to consider and could be so prejudicial. So keeping that out of the jury's view, keeping the words honor killing out of the case, it's a way to protect the defendant's rights to a fair trial. And it also keeps that really loaded expression out of the courtroom when it doesn't have to be in there in the first place.
And John, what about this one? This was another question. What do you think this case will say, someone wrote in, about understanding how someone's cultural background can influence a victim's experience with the court system? Obviously, we are here in the United States. We are governed by the laws of the United States. We're not governed by the laws of another country. So here, when you're in the United States, you have to follow our laws. But some people are wondering, you bring all these different cultures here. How does that work with the court system? I know we only have about 30 seconds.
Right, great question. You know what? This concept goes back to Romeo and Juliet. It's a Shakespearean concept. Parents unhappy with the daughter's boyfriend. It turns to violence. Luckily, in this case, no one gets killed. But the courts don't recognize the cultural differences. They just recognize the concept of an attempted murder and assault.
Yeah, exactly. All right, John, thank you so much for your excellent insight. Now, coming up, we'll get you into that Washington courtroom where testimony resumes at any minute in the attempted honor killing trial. We're coming right back.
Or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
He grabbed her from the front, spun around, and then put a chokehold on her.
Her face was looking like pale, and her eyes were starting to roll back.
I looked and they had fell to the ground, and he had Ali in a chokehold, and she was trying to get away from him, but she was like losing consciousness.
That was a look back at eyewitnesses describing the chaotic scene that unfolded between a 17-year-old and her parents who were on trial for attempted murder, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. This all happened back in October of last year. Thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae along with Kelly Craft. We are standing by this afternoon, and we're thankful to have you watching us both on air and online on our YouTube page while we are waiting for that testimony to get back underway in Washington State for the Ali trial.
Both parents are charged with second-degree attempted murder after prosecutors say they tried to kill their teenage daughter after she had run away from home earlier that day.
Now, there's a lot of video of this incident, and it captures the altercation that occurred when these parents spotted their daughter outside of a bus stop that led to a fight, and several people joined in, boyfriend and several bystanders.
While we wait for court to begin, let's get you caught up on all the biggest moments from court that took place just yesterday.
Back in October 2024, did you review scans that was done on a patient by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes, I did.
What, if any, diagnosis were you able to provide after reviewing the scans?
It was clear that the patient had paratracheal air or subcutaneous air around her trachea that extended down towards her superior mediastinum, and I said as much. I also confirmed the radiologist read about this. I also confirmed that there wasn't any vascular injury, which is what we worry often with strangulation injuries. And I specifically said that the amount of air in her neck was not a large amount.
Can strangulation cause air to be present in the left tracheal space?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can strangulation cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Absolutely.
In this case, you saw the air, you said, let's take a look and see what happens.
Yes, watchful waiting.
All right, and so there was no indication of any, well, by the next morning it had resolved, right?
By x-ray it had, yes.
Okay, which was at 8:39 in the morning, something to that effect?
I'm not sure. I'm
okay,
sorry.
But sometime the next morning it had already resolved?
Yes.
Which means all the air was gone from inside there?
On chest x-ray, you're looking for dramatic worsening, which I did not see. Chest x-rays are much harder to find minute amounts of air, so a CT scan would be more appropriate for that. I cannot say if it all resolved based on the chest x-ray, but I would say that it was better.
At what point of your investigation do you recall you became aware of Fatima Ali?
Well, when I spoke with Haneen and Zahraa, they had mentioned their daughter.
Do you recall during the course of your conversation with Zahraa Ali whether she made any statements about Isaiah specifically?
Yes.
And what did she say about Isaiah as it related to her daughter?
She stated to me that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind and that he was a danger to her.
During the course of your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she indicate to you whether she had observed Isaiah punching her husband?
She did.
Did she indicate what that looked like?
She made gestures with one of her arms in a punching motion, or like a rapid punching motion.
During the course of your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she ever ask you about the health or welfare of Fatima?
She did not.
Did she ask you about Fatima at all?
She asked to speak with her.
And just speak with her?
Yes.
Did you take statements from anyone at the scene, or did someone else do that?
I did not. Officer Chavez did.
Okay. What did you do next?
About this time is when somebody was beginning to enter the scene.
And what do you mean by that, enter the scene?
With where we were, things were right there off of Mullen. There was a woman that was walking in from the parking lot of the Timberline High School.
And how did that woman appear to you?
She appeared to be upset.
Did she make contact with you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe that contact, please?
So initially, I was trying to get her to wait where she was, and ultimately I had to stop her from entering and going past me, and then she was yelling.
Okay. Do you recall what she was yelling?
Initially, she was saying things to the effect of my husband, or something to the effect of this is my husband.
And you said initially, was there something else she was yelling, or that you can recall?
It eventually would change from that to, I think it was something similar to leave him alone. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. This is my husband. That's fine, but right now he's being detained for a criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay? Okay, that's for us to determine. That's for us. Stop. 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 This is my husband! No! No!
Kelly, that was body camera footage that just took this jury to the scene to understand the chaos. And now that you're caught up on everything that happened yesterday for day 5, let's go in live. Things have just started up inside of that courtroom for day 6.
Also indicate that I did receive supplemental instructions today from Mr. Kading on behalf of Mr. Ali, and I am going to be incorporating those into the draft instructions as well, recognizing that there could still be additional instructions that come from any party. This at least will give us a packet of instructions to work from. Go ahead and please have Dr. Gilbert come into the courtroom, and if you'll please bring in the jury.
While we wait for the jury to come back in, let's bring in our guest who is standing by, watching along with us from Los Angeles, California. We have criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, we've had some questions from our viewers who are watching along on YouTube. One of them being, are the defendants currently in jail? Yes, they are behind bars, and when they come in each day, they are handcuffed and then unhandcuffed before the jury comes in. Your thoughts on seeing that body camera footage, Marie? A very emotional reaction from this mother.
It was heart-wrenching to see the daughter trying to pull out her phone to say, you know, look, they were attacking my parents. And then when apparently what she pulled up didn't substantiate what she was saying. And then when the little girl, the daughter, was saying, what about my brothers and my sisters? They have 6 kids. At the end of the day, where are those 6 kids? So to see the wife, though, saying, my husband, that's my husband, leave me alone, it really connects her with him in a way that's really not good for her case, because it really shows that she pulled up with him, she's for him, she's worried about him. I didn't hear her saying, Fatima, my daughter, where is she? Is she all right? She wasn't saying that. So in the legalistic terms, she didn't make those statements in a vacuum. Everyone heard it, right? And it's not helping her disconnect from her husband. And I would think her attorney was like, oh my God, she looks like she's pulling up for him no matter what. That's my man, regardless. It's not a good look for her.
Marie, another question that we got from some of our viewers is, why hasn't the state charged the older sister with attempted murder? We're taking a look at that video. I mean, it'd be hard to prove that intent, maybe. I mean, what are your thoughts on that question?
like you said, Kelly, there is no video showing her involvement, and there are no witnesses on scene saying, and then the sister jumped on top of Fatima too and was trying to, stop people from helping. The sister was just there, broken apart, seeing the family and what was going on. They don't have enough evidence from people who were on scene to say that she was directly involved in what her dad or her mom are accused of doing.
Absolutely. And police on scene said she was free to leave, and even said the mom was free to leave, which it looks like initially was the case, but those charges then came after that. Marie, stand by. We're understanding the jury is inside, ready to hear testimony from the next doctor on the stand. Let's go in together.
Just a reminder, if you could talk a little bit slower for the court reporter and also the interpreters. When we left off yesterday, we were talking about strangulation in general. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified that the medical definition of strangulation is, in essence, when external pressure is applied to the neck such that the airflow and also blood flow are compromised?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you some questions about the different ways that blood flow can be compromised. Can you, what is the jugular vein?
In our neck, there are two jugular veins. A vein is a thin-walled blood vessel that takes blood from an area of the body back to the heart and the lungs. So the jugular veins are on the outside of the neck, bringing the blood down from the brain after the oxygen has been used. So it's deoxygenated blood coming down from the brain, going back into the heart to go to the lungs and get oxygen again. There's two jugular veins, one on each side of the neck.
Okay, and for the record, when you were explaining the location of the jugular veins, you were pointing to the opposite sides of your neck.
Opposite sides and outside. The jugular vein is on the outside of all the structures on the neck.
Okay. And you started talking about sort of the blood flow when it comes to the jugular veins. Can you sort of explain to the jury the relationship between sort of the heart and the lungs when it comes to blood flow?
Yes. So the heart has 4 chambers, and 2 of those chambers will send blood to the lungs, where all of the air sacs get the oxygen, and that oxygen goes across the thin membranes into the blood. The blood then goes back from the lungs to the other 2 chambers of the heart, where the heart pumps oxygenated blood everywhere into our body. It's a closed circuit, and it works constantly without us even thinking about it.
Okay. And what is the what is the function of the jugular veins?
The jugular veins bring all of the blood that's in the head back down to the heart. There are many veins inside the head and the brain, and they all condense together to give the blood to the jugular vein. So there's just 2 jugular veins bringing all the blood from the head down through the neck and back to the heart.
Okay. And you testified that the jugular veins are responsible for bringing the blood from the head down to your heart. What kind of blood is being sort of, trying to figure out a way to smartly ask the question. What kind of blood is sort of being taken out of the brain through the jugular veins?
Blood does many functions in our body. It brings oxygen and it brings nutrients to every cell in our body. The jugular veins are bringing the used blood, deoxygenated, so the oxygen has been taken out of it, and all the nutrients that the brain cells need have been used. So this is blood that's been used that needs to be regenerated with oxygen and nutrients by the heart and the lungs.
Okay. And with regards to deoxygenated blood, what is deoxygenated blood?
Again, that's the blood where the oxygen has already been taken out and utilized by whichever part of the body we're talking about. And in this case, all the brain cells have taken the oxygen out of the blood, and there's no legitimate amount of oxygen left, so it has to go back to the heart and the lungs.
Okay. And with regards to the deoxygenated blood, you indicated that it travels back into the heart from the jugular veins. With the deoxygenated blood itself, is it just simply blood that no longer contains oxygen, or is it also blood that sort of contains all the other materials in the brain that should not be there?
So, correct. The deoxygenated blood has carbon dioxide in it because that's what our cells produce as they metabolize the nutrients. The oxygen is used and the carbon dioxide is the byproduct. All of the nutrients, the blood sugar, and all of the other nutrients and vitamins that the brain cells need have been taken out of the blood. So again, this used blood is coming back to be regenerated by the heart and the lungs with all the nutrients it needs to then go back to the brain again.
We have some breaking news out of Florida and the other trial that we are following. The state has just rested their case in the penalty phase for Shelby Neely.
The father of two pleaded guilty to brutally killing his in-laws and their 3 dogs. This was back in 2018 after they became suspicious that he had killed their daughter, Jamie, who Neely was married to.
The defense is now expected to present their opening statement. They reserved that at the beginning of this, so they'll do it with their own case, and they will call several witnesses. We'll continue to keep you updated on that trial throughout the day. We'll be back, though, with more from the case of Washington against Ali and Ali after this quick break.
Bryan Kohberger accepted a plea offer.
A shocking turn of events.
Have you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Convicted killer Bryan Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students.
He is the boogeyman.
And come face to face with the families of his victims.
And I pray that we have justice.
The sentencing of Bryan Kohberger. Live coverage begins Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Where inside the school?
Office.
Did you tell them anything when you got there?
Yes.
And what did you say when you walked in?
He was trying to kill me.
You have shared with the police and with others that you felt like your mom wasn't trying to hurt you. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Your mom is just there holding you as you regain consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. That was the victim in this case, Fatima, in her own words, telling the jury earlier in this trial that she believed that her father, Ihsan Ali, was trying to kill her, but also saying that her mother, Zahraa Ali, who's also charged, was not trying to hurt her.
Now, prosecutors, though, have charged both parents. They've charged them with second-degree attempted murder after that altercation broke out between the family that happened last October.
And the victim told the jurors that she had run away from home earlier that day because she didn't want to go along with a months-long trip to Iraq that her parents had planned. They eventually spotted her at a bus stop, prompting this fight.
Let's head back now into the courtroom. The jury is hearing from Dr. Joyce Gilbert. She's a pediatrician who treated the victim, Fatima Ali.
Okay. And when somebody is, when strangulation occurs, could the jugular veins be compromised?
Yes.
And how can it be compromised?
A vein is a thin-walled vessel, so it's easy to compress a vein and stop the flow of the blood coming out of the head and down the neck and into the heart. So simple compression will stop that blood, and then it will build up in the head.
Okay. And if external pressure does apply to the jugular veins, where there's compression to the jugular veins, which part of the body is mostly impacted?
The head and the neck region.
Okay. I know this may sound like a silly question, but you indicated the head would be one of the parts of the body that would be mostly impacted. Would it be impacted in a positive way or a negative way?
A negative way.
Okay. And why is that?
The blockage of blood coming out of the head causes a backup of pressure in the head, so the blood has no other way to get out except those jugular veins. So when pressure is placed on the jugular veins, that buildup of blood has nowhere to go, and it builds up in the face, in the brain, in all structures of the head.
Okay. And you testify, Dr. Gilbert, that when there is pressure applied to the jugular veins, there's a buildup of the blood in the brain. The buildup of the blood you're referring to, would it be the deoxygenated blood?
Correct.
Okay. And when there is that buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain, what are some physical symptoms that can manifest?
There's a higher blood pressure in the brain. There is accumulation of the byproducts that should be coming out of the brain, all of the carbon dioxide and the used up chemicals from the brain cells. All of that is being trapped inside the brain and inside the head without the ability to be cleansed and recirculated.
Okay. And when that happens, if a person has a buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain, what are some symptoms that they may experience?
Many symptoms. They may get confusion. Their brain cells aren't going to think and react appropriately. They will get a headache because that increased pressure will cause pain in their brain. They may not be able to talk clearly or make sense out of what's going on. They get fuzzy. Eventually, they will lose consciousness because of that pressure on the jugular vein.
Okay. And why would the buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain cause a headache?
Again, the deoxygenated blood, not enough oxygen for each of the cells to do their job, and the pressure of having that extra blood not going anywhere is what causes the headache.
Okay. And why would it cause dizziness?
Dizziness comes from, again, the center part of the brain, the brainstem area, gets dysfunctional, and the brainstem controls almost everything that goes on in our body, our heart rate and our blood pressure and our consciousness and so many things, hearing, speaking. So all of those things are impacted or affected with that buildup of pressure and deoxygenated blood.
Okay. And why would it cause dizziness?
Again, the dizziness comes from the dysfunction in the brain, that balance that comes from our brainstem area is impacted by the buildup of the blood and the lack of oxygen.
Okay. And you, Dr. Gilbert, when you testified about the different causes of the buildup of the deoxygenated blood and the impact from that, you used the word brainstem several times. What is brainstem?
So our brain has sections of it, hemispheres up here, but it all condenses into something we call the brainstem. And the brainstem is connecting the brain to the spinal cord, and it is giving all the information from the brain to the rest of the body. So the brainstem is like the powerhouse of the brain. And when we have strangulation, we're impacting blood flow coming out of the head and blood flow going into the head. And the biggest, it impacts everything in the head, but one of the biggest areas is that brainstem. That's that computer that runs the show. So alertness, awakeness, thinking possibilities, heart rate, blood pressure, the things that we don't think about our body doing are all controlled by the brainstem. And all of that control is dysfunctional or lost when we have pressure on the neck, causing that obstruction of blood flow.
Okay. And if I'm under...
And Dr. Gilbert, while she has been testifying, has been often using her hands to demonstrate for the jury what she is verbally explaining to them in her head and neck region.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Dr. Gilbert, based on what you just described as the function of the brainstem, is it fair to say that in order for any person's brainstem to function properly, that they need, in essence, they need deoxygenated blood to be removed from the brain?
Correct.
And then also oxygenated blood to be traveling to the brain?
Correct.
Okay. And if the brain...
Listening to Dr. Gilbert testify there. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have more coverage of this case out of Washington State when we return. And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, in for Ted Rollins, along with Julia Janae.
That's right, and we want to welcome in not only our viewers on air, but also our online viewers who are watching on our YouTube page. And you may have noticed that today we are simulcasting. This is due to the court restrictions and to keep things that are being said inside of the courtroom that the public can't hear out. But don't worry, it's for this trial only, and you won't miss a moment of this trial that we're monitoring. And we're also monitoring that YouTube page to answer your questions right here. We're all watching together day 6 of the attempted murder trial for these 2 parents who are accused of trying to kill their daughter.
Witnesses say that after finding their daughter Fatima walking with her boyfriend, that Mr. Ali punched the boyfriend and placed his daughter in a chokehold until she lost consciousness. Now, he and his wife, Zahraa, both face attempted murder charges. Let's get you back inside that courtroom now, right where we left off, with more from Dr. Joyce Gilbert.
And if the brainstem if the brainstem is in essence dysfunctioning due to the buildup of the deoxygenated blood, can it also cause vision problems?
Yes.
And how does it cause vision problems?
Well, again, the brainstem is right near the vision center, so that buildup of pressure causes dysfunction of the vision cells as well as the lack of oxygen. Makes it difficult for somebody. They describe blurry vision and eventually loss of vision with obstruction in the neck.
Okay. And you testified about blurry vision and then eventually loss of vision. With regards to the loss of vision, would it be temporary or permanent?
It's most of the time temporary. There are situations where somebody has survived a severe strangulation episode with lasting effects on their vision.
Okay. And what about if the brainstem is impacted due to the buildup of the deoxygenated blood, can it also cause hearing issues?
Yes.
Okay, and how does it cause hearing issues?
Again, in a similar fashion, the hearing part of the brain and the brainstem function for our ears to hear and make sense out of sound. And when that is impacted by pressure on the neck, then our hearing becomes diminished and sometimes to the point of complete loss of hearing during the episode.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified about the sort of when the brainstem is impacted, its function becomes impaired. Besides sort of the brainstem being impacted and impaired, can the buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain also cause other complications?
Yes.
Okay, and what are some of those complications?
Again, every aspect of the brain is impacted by this backup of blood with the pressure and the lack of oxygen and the lack of nutrients. So our cortex, our thinking part of the brain is impacted. Our motor centers are impacted. Our ability to move in a concerted effort and make a point of what we want to do is impacted. And again, eventually, everything is impacted to the point of unconsciousness.
Okay. Dr. Gilbert, have you heard of the term cerebral hypoxia?
Yes.
And what is that?
Cerebral means brain. Hypoxia means lack of oxygen. So cerebral hypoxia is lack of oxygen to brain cells.
Okay. And is there also a relationship between muscle tone loss and jugular vein compression?
Yes.
And what is that? And how does jugular vein compression cause muscle tone loss?
Again, with the deoxygenated blood, so lack of oxygen, lack of nutrients, the muscle control center is in the center, the temporal part of our brain, and so we lose control over our ability to move any of our muscles in our body, arms, legs, all of the motor skills are diminished or lost with the pressure on the neck.
Okay. And what is, have you heard of the term asphyxia?
Yes.
And what is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is a term to describe lack of oxygen to a certain area of the body. It just means the oxygen isn't getting to where it needs to be.
Okay. And you testified about the effect on the brain from the buildup of deoxygenated blood. Is the magnitude of the effect, is it somewhat dependent on whether the brain is that of, let's say, a minor child versus a grown adult?
That is a really interesting question because most of our research on strangulation has come through adult victims. We don't study children in the same way that we study adults. And children don't have that same ability to give us history and to tell us the symptoms that they had. Some of that, clearly not studying a child is one of those things that we as a society feel really strongly about. We don't experiment on children. So when we are utilizing the literature and the information from adults and what they are able to tell us during a strangulation episode, we are also utilizing that information on our pediatric patients. The person we're talking about today is closer to adult than, say, a 6-year-old would be. So it's easier for me to say that the adult literature and the science that we know about strangulation will apply to her. And I might have had a more difficult time if I was talking about a 6-year-old strangulation child, simply because we don't have the same amount of science to talk succinctly and clearly about all the effects of strangulation on a child.
Okay. And when it comes to strangulation, Dr. Gilbert, how much pressure is needed for jugular vein occlusion?
Again, the jugular vein is like other veins in our body. It's a thin-walled vessel, and it requires 4.4 pounds of pressure to occlude the jugular vein.
And when you...
Hitting the pause button on this testimony so we can bring in criminal defense attorney Marie Ferreira to weigh in. And Marie, I mentioned earlier that we are monitoring our YouTube page. People are chiming in on this trial, watching with us. And there was an interesting question about if the parents are convicted in this case, would there be a no communication order with the children being placed? Would they not be able to have communication with all of their other children? What are your thoughts on that?
Most likely, they would evaluate the situation based on the standards of what is the best interest of the children. And if they're convicted felons and they're convicted of assault and attempted murder, it would be very difficult for the court system to allow them contact with the children. But they would get their due process. There would be hearings involved, and they would make a decision on what is in the best interest of the children. So the answer is yes, it could happen, but there's a process in family court that would determine whether or not they are a danger to the kids, even any type of communication. It wouldn't be like a automatic cutoff.
Yeah, definitely like some restrictions would be put in place or something. Marie, let's talk about what we were listening to from the witness on the stand, Dr. Gilbert, just describing the injuries to Fatima. What's your thoughts on that?
I appreciate her, and she seems very well versed, and she put it in very clear terms what happens when you have obstruction to the blood flow in your neck. But at this point, I think it's a little cumulative on the part of the state. We've heard from so many experts, doctors, we get it. There was hypoxia. It takes 5 to 10 seconds for a person to lose consciousness. And I know they have to prove the elements of the attempted murder and the assault, because assault could be felony or misdemeanor. They want to show the state this was serious physical injury. We get it. I'm done with listening to the experts. They need to move on, and I think the jury could get bored and numb to what happened. there's enough evidence from all the people who came on yesterday. Blood flow, jugular, carotid, we get it. Let's move on to something else at this point.
Well, we have seen a lot of medical testimony, and this witness could be one of the last because we know that the state is expected to rest tomorrow. So every witness leading up to this could be how they end their case in chief. We will see. Marie, stand by when we come back. This witness on the stand, Dr. Gilbert, she's going to start talking about the jugular vein. Don't go anywhere. We're watching Court TV together.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Just look at that touch. A round of applause for that.
Saturday night.
When she is on the field, she changes the game.
Saturday night. Saturday night.
Saturday night is our night.
The new Saturday Night Out returns August 2nd.
back to Court TV Live. Let's get you back inside of that Washington courtroom where it's day 6 in the attempted murder trial for Ihsan and Zahraa Ali.
Prosecutors say the two parents attacked their teen daughter, Fatima, in an altercation outside her high school in October of last year.
And we're listening to testimony from a pediatrician, Dr. Joyce Gilbert, talking about the injuries on the victim.
And when you when we talk about occlusion, what do you mean by that?
I mean compression, inability to have blood flowing through that blood vessel.
Okay. And is it fair to say when the jugular vein occludes, it is, lack of a better way of describing it, is in essence the jugular vein is closed off?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say 4 pounds of pressure, what do you mean by that?
To put that in context, pressure is force, and the amount of force that it takes to close off the jugular vein is very small. It takes 6 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger of a well-oiled gun. It takes 20 pounds of pressure to open a can of peas with a flip top on it. A simple handshake between adults is between 60 and 80 pounds of pressure. So when I say 4 pounds of pressure, that's very little force to occlude or stop the blood flowing down the jugular vein.
Okay. And when you say the amount of pressure that it takes for an adult handshake, are you referring to, in essence, I describe it as a very firm grip handshake?
Actually, the very firm grip handshake is higher force.
Okay.
The science says that that's about 160 pounds of pressure. I'm talking about my handshake. My handshake as a female is about 60 to 80 pounds of pressure.
Okay. And you testified that jugular vein occlusion can sometimes result in loss of consciousness. How long does it take, based on your training experience, for jugular vein occlusion to result in loss of consciousness?
Again, according to the science that we have, it takes about a minute of occlusion of the jugular vein for a person to lose consciousness.
Okay. And then, Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with the term petechia?
Yes.
And what is petechia?
Petechiae are the breakage of very tiny, small capillaries or blood vessels in our skin. Every cell in our skin is supplied with oxygen and nutrients by very, very, very tiny veins. And petechiae is a breakage of those veins that causes a red dot visible on the surface of the skin.
Okay. And can jugular vein occlusion cause petechia?
Yes.
And how does it cause petechia?
Again, it's the backup of blood without an area, without a way for that pressure of that blood to dissipate or go away. So when you have occlusion of the jugular veins, all of that blood that should be coming down from the head is backing up, and it backs up with pressure into those tiny little capillaries, those tiny little blood vessels in the skin. And so from the point of pressure upward is where you will see petechiae.
Okay.
Petechiae will be above the point of impact.
And for the record, you've been using your hands to demonstrate petechiae on the different parts of your head and your face?
Correct.
Okay. And besides petechia, well, let me ask you this question about petechia, Dr. Gilbert. When there is jugular vein occlusion, you testified it can cause petechia. Does it only occur in your eyes, or can it occur and appear on other parts of your body?
It can be anywhere above the point of occlusion. So we see petechia most commonly in the skin, in the lining of the eyes, so inside the eyelids, in the white of the eyes themselves. Petechia is a visible thing, but we can't look into the brain. If in fact we do and we have a person deceased, there's petechiae all over the brain also. So it's the little tiny blood vessels that are rupturing, causing blood to leak out, and that can be anywhere in the head.
Okay. You testify that it can appear in the head, but also it can appear on the lining of your eyes. Can it also appear just on your face?
Yes.
Okay. And then based on your training experience, how long does jugular vein need to be occluded for petechia to be present?
Again, based on the science, it's about 20 to 30 seconds of occlusion to then break those blood vessels and cause petechiae.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testify that it takes about a minute to reach loss of consciousness from jugular vein occlusion. Let's say in a situation where external forces apply to the neck, such as from strangulation, and the jugular veins are occluded, and an individual loses consciousness. What comes after loss of consciousness if the pressure is not removed from the neck?
If that pressure continues, loss of consciousness can be followed by a seizure. It can be followed by loss of bowel and bladder control, and eventually it can be followed by brain death.
Okay. And when you talk about brain death, is that in essence when the person is also dead?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about it takes around 4 pounds of pressure to cause jugular vein occlusion. I want to ask you some questions about that. Between when a person loses consciousness to when they eventually when they have a seizure from jugular vein occlusion, the amount of pressure, does that need to change or can it stay the same?
It can stay the same, or it can change. Actually, it can be both. And with just jugular vein occlusion, you can have a seizure before you lose consciousness.
Okay. And then with regards to jugular vein occlusion and the approximate 4 pounds of pressure, you testified that after loss of consciousness, there could be the seizure, and then eventually there could be brain death.
Coming up, more testimony in the trial for parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. We're coming right back. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, sitting in today for Ted Rollins along with Julia Janae. And we are in Washington State this afternoon. Testimony is continuing in the attempted honor killing trial.
And this is a trial about two parents who were accused of trying to murder their 17-year-old daughter. That daughter took the stand last week. She described a chaotic scene that unfolded outside of a bus stop last year, telling this jury that she feared that her dad actually might take her life.
What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Where inside the school?
Straight to the office.
Did you tell them anything when you got there?
Yes.
And what did you say when you walked in?
He was trying to kill me.
Ali's parents, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, are both charged with second-degree attempted murder for the attack on Fatima. Prosecutors say that the attack erupted after they discovered Fatima had run away earlier that day.
Well, let's go back into court now. We're listening to testimony from a doctor, Joyce Gilbert. She's a pediatrician, and she treated the victim in this case and has been talking about the jugular vein, the throat area, neck area, all to go towards this prosecution's case for attempted murder.
There could be this, eventually there could be brain death. To get to brain death, does the amount of pressure need to change, or can it stay the same?
If the pressure can stay exactly the same, it's the amount of time that the jugular vein is occluded that would then result in death.
Okay. And how you testify that jugular vein occlusion can eventually lead to brain death. How does it lead to brain death?
Again, the buildup of lack of oxygen, the blood with a lack of oxygen, lack of nutrients, and the high pressure within the brain causes cellular damage to the areas of the brain that keep us alive. Our respiratory center, our blood pressure center, all of the things that are imperative for our body to be alive. Death by strangulation happens in the time frame very quickly. 3 to 4 minutes of occlusion can cause death. So it doesn't take very long to occlude those veins and arteries to then cause death.
Okay. And you testify that it takes approximately 3 to 4 minutes to reach brain death. Is that just from jugular vein occlusion itself?
That's a hard thing to say simply because when there's a strangulation event, typically there's occlusion of both the jugular vein and the carotid arteries. That's the arteries that are bringing the blood up to the brain. But occlusion of just jugular veins can result in death.
Okay. And so just want to make sure I understand your testimony that when external pressure is applied to the neck, the jugular vein will result in compression. Is that right?
Correct.
And then when jugular vein gets compressed, it can cause occlusion, which as it continues to be occluded, then loss of consciousness will occur.
Correct.
And then if once loss of consciousness happens and the pressure is not released, then the same amount of pressure can eventually cause brain death.
Correct.
Okay. And earlier when you testified about brainstem, you sort of described it as the powerhouse of the brain. Is it fair to say, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that a person's brain is somewhat, it can be compared to sort of like a computer?
That's the comparison we like to use, yes.
Okay. And does the brainstem in the brain also sort of controls every aspect of our body?
It does.
And does it control how our body functions?
It does.
Okay. And with regards to let me ask you this question. With regards to the brainstem, when there is jugular vein occlusion and there is a disruption to the function of the brainstem, does it disrupt the function of the brainstem that controls all aspects of our body and how it functions, or can it just control certain aspects of our body?
The brainstem controls all of our non-thinking aspects of our body. So again, breathing, blood pressure, eyesight, just everything that we do without thinking about it, heart rate, all of those things are controlled by the brainstem. But the brainstem is the combination of all parts of the brain feeding into the brainstem, which then gives the signals and the information to the body. So when there's damage in the brain, then that damage is interpreted by the brain stem. When there's damage to the brainstem, then we have serious complications within our body. Our heart rate doesn't work well. We don't breathe on our own. We're breathing all the time without thinking about it. That's our brainstem. So when the brainstem is impacted or injured, all of the things that we take for granted are not happening.
Okay. And have you heard of the term cerebral edema?
Yes.
And what is cerebral edema?
Cerebral again means brain, edema means swelling. So when there's occlusion or pressure on the jugular veins and all that extra blood is staying up in the head, it's causing intense pressure and swelling of the brain cells.
Okay, and the intense pressure and the swelling of the brain cells, how does that impact the human body?
In a very negative way. Every aspect of the brain is impacted by that excess pressure. And when we have excess pressure in the brain of an adult, or essentially anybody over the age of 2, we have no way to release that pressure. When you're under 2 years of age, all of your bones aren't glued together yet, and so the bones can expand and can absorb some of that pressure. But over the age of 2, our bones are all glued together in our head. So there's no way to let that pressure out. And so that's why all the brain cells get so impacted or damaged by that elevated blood pressure in the brain.
Okay. And can cerebral edema also result in brain death?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about switching topics from jugular veins. I want to ask you some questions about the carotid artery. What are carotid arteries?
So the carotid arteries are the thick muscle-walled blood vessels that are coming straight out of the heart, out of the aorta, and up through the neck to provide oxygenated blood and nutrients to the head and to the brain. The jugular veins on the outside, the carotid artery is on the inside, and then the windpipe, the trachea, is right in the middle. So the carotid arteries are protected by the jugular vein on the outside and the windpipe on the inside. Arteries, thick-walled, are very important to any part of our body to bring that oxygenated blood and all the nutrients that our cells need.
Okay.
And Dr. Gilbert was using her hands to demonstrate her discussion of arteries and where they are located as she was testifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified that the carotid arteries are responsible for bringing oxygenated blood into all parts of our body. Does that include the brain?
The carotid arteries are bringing oxygenated blood to the brain. Arteries bring oxygenated blood to every part of the body. But the carotid arteries specifically, their job is to bring oxygenated blood to the brain and the head.
Okay. And with regards to oxygenated blood, is it fair to say that oxygenated blood contains oxygen?
Correct.
And so therefore it contains the nutrients that our body, or in this case our brain, needs to function properly?
So in addition to oxygen, there's many other nutrients, the glucose and all of the substrates that our cells need to be able to survive. All of that is carried through the artery.
Okay, to include the carotid artery.
The carotid artery, correct.
And why would external pressure on the carotid arteries cause blood flow to be compromised?
Again, if the pressure is occluding the carotid arteries, no oxygenated blood is coming up to the brain, so it's not providing the things, the substrates, the things that each cell needs to be able to function. No oxygen, no glucose, no other nutrients. None of that is coming up from the heart and the lungs if there's occlusion of the carotid arteries.
Okay. And you testified earlier about some of the physical symptoms that a person can experience when there is a jugular vein occlusion. What about when there is carotid artery occlusion? What are some of the physical symptoms that a person can experience?
We're hitting the pause button on this testimony so we can get to a break. But first, let's bring in our guest for this hour. Still with us from Los Angeles, California, we have criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, I want to ask you one of the questions that we got from our YouTube viewers who are chiming in online. They asked about any charges after this for the boyfriend in terms of against the parents for this altercation. I mean, we see him getting punched by the father during this melee. And I do want to point out that count 4 against Ihsan Ali is a 4th-degree assault, a gross misdemeanor against the boyfriend. Your thoughts on what the parents of this boyfriend may have wanted to pursue following a fight like this?
I think seeing the father come on and just the fact that they looked after their son from the beginning when the mother allegedly tried to put hands on him at the school. And they went as far as to go to family court and get an order of protection in favor of their son against the mother. That was a lot. It showed that they're very caring parents, they're law-abiding people, because it would have been easy enough to say, lady, you know, stay away from my son and get bucky with them. But they didn't. They followed the law. Maybe
Marie, let me ask you,
if they had money, the young man's family could go after them civilly, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it stops right there. They're being charged. She violated an order of protection, and I think the charges reflect the damage that was done to the son. And I don't think the parents are going to go any further with it.
Marie, we had a question earlier, and I asked John Day about it on our last hour, talking about cultural experiences inside a courtroom. You're not from here. You come to the United States. Now you find yourself in the United States criminal justice system, and you're bringing different cultures to the table. Obviously, we want a fair and impartial jury system and court system. We have interpreters that we bring in if people don't understand the language. In this particular case, if we saw convictions here, could you bring that up in sentencing, talking about this is a situation where they are from a different country, culturally, they have different traditions. He didn't like what his daughter was doing in regard to dating somebody when he had maybe set up somebody else for her to marry. Could you bring that up in sentencing for a mitigating factor?
Absolutely. If they are convicted, I think bringing in someone, an expert, to explain that there was really no intent to murder, even though there was a conviction, you have to understand their culture and what is discipline to them and what laws direct parental discipline in that region. But at the end of the day, we're here in America. And if you're here in America, you have to follow the rules based on American standards. And in America, we frown upon extreme corporal punishment. And that would include going to your daughter's school and grabbing her, allegedly beating up her boyfriend, jumping on top of her and trying to squeeze the oxygen from her body. Even if he did it maybe not intentionally, when you put your hands on a 5'1", 100-pound girl, you expect there could be injuries. So I don't think that it's going to get the dad and the mom out of the situation, because you're here in America, you follow laws of America. But yes, to answer your question, bringing in someone to explain the cultural mores and differences could be a mitigator in the situation to minimize the intent level.
We'll certainly see how it plays out. Still in the guilt phase at this point. Haven't moved to the penalty phase yet, but stand by. We're going to get in our break. When we come back, we have more of a witness from the state on the stand. Remember, the state could rest their case tomorrow.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Back to Washington State now for the attempted honor killing trial.
Parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, they are accused of trying to choke their daughter to death after she ran away from home earlier that day.
Let's get you back inside the courtroom, where the jury is hearing from Dr. Joyce Gilbert, a pediatrician who treated the victim, Fatima Ali.
Again, the symptomatology is they have visual changes, they have breathing changes, they have panic, the emotions of not getting oxygenated blood and nutrients. They have motor skill symptomatology. Eventually, with compression of the artery, they will faint and they may stop breathing.
Okay. And with regards to, you testified with regards to jugular vein occlusion, the impact on the brain is due to the dysfunction of the brainstem. With regards to carotid artery occlusion, is it the same idea behind it?
The carotid artery occlusion actually is much more global because the artery is bringing the nutrients to every single cell in the brain. And so, again, in a strangulation episode, it's hard to differentiate because generally when you're being strangled, you're going to have occlusion of both the jugular vein and the carotid artery. But the carotid artery has more impact in every aspect of the brain because every single cell in the brain needs the oxygen and the nutrients.
Okay. And what are some complications that can occur from lack of oxygenated blood traveling to the brain?
Again, loss of consciousness, inability to control movements, seizures, eventually brain death will occur because every single cell is lacking the oxygen and the nutrients that they need.
Okay. And have you heard of the term carotid sinus?
Yes.
And what is that?
The carotid sinus is a tiny little powerhouse in the carotid artery. We can't actually see it. It's not something that you see like on an x-ray or a picture. It's a nerve cell area right inside the carotid artery. And the carotid sinus helps control heart rate and blood pressure to a maximum amount. So, for instance, if your blood pressure falls just a tiny bit, your carotid sinus tells your brain, again, comparison to a computer, tells your brain, well, we got to fix the blood vessels throughout the body and fix the heart rate to fix the blood pressure. It is a minute control center for heart rate and blood pressure.
Okay. And when there is pressure applied to the carotid artery, say from strangulation, can the carotid sinus be impacted?
Oh, yes.
And how does that get impacted?
So we have something called a carotid sinus reflex. When there's pressure on the carotid sinus and the blood pressure falls and the heart rate falls, then the brain immediately tries to correct that. And it tries to increase blood pressure and increase heart rate. Of course, with occlusion of the carotid arteries, that process is thwarted. It doesn't work well. But that's what the carotid sinus is meant to do. When there's any pressure there at all, then its job is to fix the blood pressure and the heart rate for the body.
Okay. And if the blood pressure and the heart rate for the body goes down, and let's say in that situation, and the carotid sinus cannot sort of speak to the brain, so to speak, what ends up happening to the heart?
So again, with a low heart rate and a low blood pressure, eventually death.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified earlier about the compression of jugular veins can cause muscle tone loss. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And if there is muscle tone loss from the compression of the jugular veins, what, if any, effect will that have on the pressure to the carotid artery?
I'm not understanding the question.
Okay. When With regards to the amount of pressure for carotid artery occlusion, how much pressure is needed for occlusion to happen?
So remember, jugular vein occlusion is 4 pounds. Carotid artery occlusion is 11 pounds. Still not very much pressure compared to the other examples I gave you of what we need pressure for.
Okay. And with regards to carotid artery occlusion, you testified that it can result in loss of consciousness. How long does it take for loss of consciousness to occur?
Again, this is much quicker than with the jugular vein. Loss of consciousness with carotid artery occlusion will be within 20 to 30 seconds.
Okay. And then once loss of consciousness occurs from carotid artery occlusion, in essence, what comes after loss of consciousness if the pressure is not released?
Eventually, death.
And the amount of pressure that it takes to cause carotid artery occlusion, you testified that within 20 to 30 seconds it can cause loss of consciousness. And then you testified that after that it will result in death if the pressure is not released. In order to result in death, does it require more pressure or can it be the same amount of pressure?
Just the sustained pressure, same amount of pressure sustained.
And then how does carotid artery occlusion, how can that result in death?
Again, lack of blood flow into the brain, lack of oxygen and nutrients to the brain. Every single brain cell is impacted by that. And most importantly, of course, our heart rate, our respiratory rate, and our blood pressure are the 3 big things that are impacted that will eventually lead to death.
Okay. And approximately how long does it take to reach death from carotid artery occlusion?
Again, the science says 1 to 3 minutes for carotid artery occlusion to lead to death.
Okay. We talked about the medical definition of strangulation is when there's external pressure that compromises blood flow and airflow. I want to ask you some questions about compromise of airflow. How does strangulation, the external pressure on the neck, how can it impact or affect airflow?
So our trachea is our windpipe. It's in the center of our neck. The trachea comes from the back of the mouth. So we breathe in through our nose and our mouth, and the air goes in through our vocal cords, where our voice is, and then our trachea connects to the lungs, and all of the it's like a superhighway. All of the tubing that comes off of the trachea sends oxygenated blood to every air sac in our lungs. Then when the air is exchanged, the carbon dioxide, the bad air, comes back up through the trachea and we breathe it out. We don't think about this, we just do this. Breath in through the trachea, everything exchanged in the lungs. Breath out through the trachea, all the bad stuff goes away.
Okay. And for the record,
And jurors are certainly getting a lesson on how the body works.
Yeah.
Really there inside of the courtroom. We do have to get to a break. Before we do that, though, we'd like to welcome in our viewers who are joining us from our YouTube channel today. We'll be monitoring that page live throughout the day, so you can join in the chat, send us your questions, and we will answer some of them live on air. That's youtube.com/CourtTV. We'll be back with more after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, sitting in today for Ted Rollins, along with Julia Janae.
That's right, and we are going back to Washington State. It's day 6 in a trial for a mother and father accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter.
Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are facing several charges, including attempted murder, after multiple witnesses say that Ihsan Ali strangled his daughter near her high school to the point that her eyes were rolling to the back of her head. Court documents also reveal that Zahraa Ali had been banned from the school's campus for allegedly trying to grab the girl's boyfriend.
Now, the focus right now is on the victim's injuries. We have a pediatrician on the stand, Dr. Joyce Gilbert, who is talking about what happens. It really sounds like an anatomy lesson. Let's go in.
And for the record, when you were explaining airflow compromise and talking about trachea, you were demonstrating it on your own body.
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to, and which part of the human body is affected when there isn't enough airflow?
Well, everything's impacted, but immediately the impact is in the lungs. When there's occlusion of the trachea, air isn't getting in to the lungs, air isn't getting out of the lungs.
Okay, and this might sound like a silly question, but does a person's lungs need air to function?
Yes.
Okay. And when airflow is impacted, say from strangulation, what are the symptoms that can manifest?
Our body is so amazing. There is immediate panic when there is occlusion of the trachea because our body wants oxygen in and carbon dioxide out. So the first response with any pressure to the trachea is panic and try to breathe. The patient, the person who is being strangled, is fighting and working and trying to take in deep breaths. And with occlusion of the trachea, no air is going in or out. So the air that was in the lungs is trapped, and the air that wants to come in is not able to pass through that obstruction.
Okay. And you testify that with regards to the function of the trachea, in essence, I believe your testimony is air goes in and the air comes out in the form of carbon dioxide. Is that right?
Correct.
And what happens when there is occlusion to the trachea or airflow is impacted and carbon dioxide does not come out and it stays in our body, let's say in our lungs? What, if any, effect can that have?
So again, the carbon dioxide is the bad air, the toxic substances that come from the cells doing their job every day. It makes carbon dioxide. So if that is staying in the lungs, there's a number of things that happen. The carbon dioxide is building up in the body, so all of the cells in the body are impacted by that. But also the pressure of having the air trapped in the lungs can cause the air sacs, the tiny, tiny little air sacs in your lungs to rupture because that pressure is building up as the carbon dioxide is being trapped in there.
Okay. And what about the spinal cord? Can strangulation have any impact on the spinal cord?
Yes, it can.
And how can it impact the spinal cord?
Again, depending on the method of strangulation, the spinal cord is in the neck. It's in the back part of the neck. So everything we were just talking about is up front, the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and the trachea. The spinal cord is in the back. But with the right amount of force or the right hold for strangulation, there can also be damage to the cervical neck bones, and those cervical neck bones are protecting the spinal cord.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, do you know someone by the name of Fatima Ali?
I do.
And how do you know Fatima?
So So as my job in the hospital, as a pediatric-based hospital medicine doctor, I was on service on the Saturday that Fatima was a patient in our pediatric floor.
Okay. And you indicated on the Saturday that Fatima was a patient on the pediatric floor. Would that have been October 19th?
That's correct. That's the date that I would have worked. I work Saturdays for a 24-hour shift consistently. And so my Saturday was that October 19th when Fatima was a patient.
Okay. And you indicated on Saturdays it's your day to work. It's your day to work a 24-hour shift. What do you mean by 24-hour shift?
Our shifts start at 7 o'clock in the morning. Some of my team, there's 6 of us, some of us work just a day shift or a night shift, and some of us work the day and night together. So when we work a 24-hour shift, we work from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock the next morning.
Okay. And were you one of her treating physicians while Fatima was admitted to the pediatric floor at Providence?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a doctor named Dr. Jamie Murphy?
Yes.
And how do you know Dr. Murphy?
Dr. Murphy is one of our 6 pediatric hospital-based doctors. She was the doctor working the night shift on Friday, October 18th, when Fatima was admitted. She was the admitting doctor. In other words, the emergency room had taken care of Fatima and determined that she needed to stay in the hospital for ongoing observation. So the emergency room doctor contacted Dr. Murphy to admit her to the pediatric floor.
Okay. And are you familiar with a doctor by the name of Dr. Parliament?
Yes.
And how do you know Dr. Parliament?
Dr. Parliament is also one of our 6 pediatric hospital-based physicians. He is actually our lead or our boss over the 6 of us. We're all employed by Seattle Children's Hospital. Dr. Parliament also was a doctor that took care of Fatima during her hospital stay.
Okay. And based on your training experience, when you are a doctor that is also a treating physician for a patient, do you document your observations or what you did as far as it relates to that patient in what's essence called chart notes?
Yes.
And are chart notes contained in a patient's medical records?
Yes.
Okay. And as one of Fatima's treating physicians, would you be able to review her chart notes?
Correct, yes.
And do you have the ability to review her chart notes before you started your 24-hour shift?
The way we do it, we do what we call sign out from 7 o'clock to 7:30, and we get a brief report from the person going off shift as to who the patients are and what's going on. Typically, we don't know what's going on before our shift starts. And so after 7:30, we then do a complete chart review on each of the patients that was just signed out to us. So that's when I would...
Hitting the pause button and bringing back in criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, we are getting close to the state resting their case in chief, likely tomorrow. How should they end their case?
You know, based on primacy and recency, if she is one of the last people that the jurors are going to hear, I want to push back on myself when I said, you know, they're doing too much, it's cumulative. I think they're explaining what could have happened based on the force that he exerted on the daughter while he was on top of her. That she could have died, she could have had organ failure, she could have been paralyzed. That anything that compromises oxygen in, CO2 out, is something that could be considered an attempted murder on someone's life, an attempted homicide. I get that. Maybe it's because, you know, I got short-tempered with her because I'm a nurse, my daughter's a respiratory therapist, so I feel like I've heard this so many times, but you know what? The jurors have not. So the prosecutors did a good job of bringing her, saving her for last of many, because the jurors need to understand exactly what happened here. This little girl could have died. O2 in, CO2 out. If there's a problem with that, he caused it. His actions, that is assault and attempted murder leading to serious physical injury.
Yeah, Marie, when you're presenting a case, I mean, there's a balance, but the details are extremely important. And even though some jurors might think, oh, okay, we've heard enough, some actually need more details. And then this is a jury trial, but if you have a bench trial, sometimes the judge wants even more details. So kind of talk about that in a strategy for a case.
They need the details because every crime has an element, and especially when you're dealing with something like attempted murder, which requires a specific intent to cause death, and then assault, like I said earlier, comes in different degrees: misdemeanor assault or felony assault. Felony assault, of course, is not just a scratch or an attempt or making someone feel alarmed and annoyed and fearful. It is actually putting hands on someone and causing serious physical injury. So each witness that comes on to explain the issues with the carotid artery, the jugular vein, the disproportionate air trapped in her lungs and in her sternum, you know, all of that is important to show he did that and she could have died because of his actions.
And coming up after this break, we are going to see the cell phone video that was taken, and this expert is going to look at the video and see the arm, see where it is, and tell this jury what she thinks about that placement. Marie, thank you for your analysis. We'll be back right after this.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
To the rescue workers, to the neighbors, and to our viewers across the country for turning their broken hearts into helping hands.
parents are on trial in Washington State, where we are going back into the courtroom for day 6 of an attempted murder trial for husband and wife who were accused in an attack on their daughter.
Prosecutors say that the couple tried to murder their 17-year-old daughter back in October of last year. During the incident, their daughter's boyfriend and a bystander intervened. The bystander detained Ihsan until law enforcement arrived.
Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're listening to testimony about the hold. The choke hold has been described by some of the father on his victim daughter. We have Dr. Joyce Gilbert on the stand. She's a pediatrician who's explaining all of that to the jury.
That's when I would have looked at Fatima's chart and done a complete chart review.
Okay. And then as a physician with Providence St. Peter's Hospital, do you also have the ability to review a patient's chart notes or medical records even after they have been discharged from the hospital?
I do, as long as I have a reason to do so. I can't get into a patient's chart for no reason. But to give adequate medical care, I need to look at the chart notes every day that we are giving service within the hospital. And then sometimes after discharge, if we are doing follow-up or there is a reason, maybe there's some lab tests that were not completed and I need to follow up on that, then I can open the chart and continue to give care to that patient. But I can't just randomly say, oh, today I'm going to go look at Joe Blow's chart and do it without a reason.
Okay. And with regards to Fatima, was there follow-up evaluation or care that was provided to her at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, in which you're a medical director of?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, based on your training experience with strangulation, can strangulation also cause a seizure?
Yes.
Okay, and what is a seizure?
A seizure is abnormal muscle movements, and it comes from, again, the motor part, the central part of the brain. If there's a lack of oxygen to the motor part of the brain, then the message from the brain to the muscles is a spasmodic seizure. And generally that looks like one part of the body or the entire body shaking uncontrollably. When somebody's having a seizure, you can't stop it by holding the muscle. When somebody's just trembling, if you hold their muscle, you'll stop the trembling. But when somebody's having a seizure, that excess muscle movement is coming from the brain, and it occurs because lack of oxygen. There are actually many other reasons also to have a seizure. Sometimes children have a seizure from a fever. Sometimes somebody gets brain cancer and they have a seizure because the cancer is doing abnormal things. But when we're talking specifically about suffocation, the seizure is coming from lack of oxygen to the motor part of the brain. And whichever part of the motor part of the brain is impacted will define whether an arm has a seizure or a leg has a seizure or the whole body has a seizure.
Okay. And based on your training experience, you indicated the lack of oxygen going to the brain can result in a seizure, and you also testified depending on which part of your body is impacted. Is it your testimony that when the lack of oxygenated blood, when oxygenated blood is not traveling to the brain, that it could be a situation where only a certain body part is impacted that results in a seizure?
A certain part of the brain may be more impacted that results in a seizure, yes.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, based on your training experience as a pediatrician and then also as a pediatrician with the subspecialty of child abuse, have you ever seen any of your patients that have had a seizure?
Yes.
Okay. And during your involvement with this case, during the course of your involvement with this case, were you at some point made aware that there was a video taken by a student capturing the incident at the bus stop in front of Timberline High School?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your testimony today, did you have a chance to review that video?
Yes.
All right, talking about reviewing some of the video there. We're bringing in criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, I want to ask you, some people are writing in, can they slow the video down? They really want people to be able to see exactly what the father was doing to Fatima. Talk about that.
It's very important because we're talking about a specific intent crime. So they want to show, based on what this expert is saying, what could have happened when you have impeding the oxygen flow to someone's body. And then now they're connecting the video to see exactly what was his part. Did he accidentally knock her down? Was he on top of her choking her? Because it's all circumstantial to show he showed up at the school, he laid hands on her, and then he proceeded to try to choke her. So if they could slow it down, it would give the jurors a better idea through the chaos who was doing what. It's very important because it's what he physically did to her that is against the law and caused her to suffer the damages that she did, even though she...
All right, Marie, I think we have lost your feed. The question I was going to have for us, I'll pitch it to Kelly, is about the mother. We're hearing from our viewers who are on YouTube, and they are talking about whether or not the impact on the neck by the mother, which we don't have on video, if that still means attempted murder for her, because we have had eyewitnesses to come in and say that she touched the mother's neck, or the mother touched her daughter's neck, that she may have held her waist, may have tried to stop her from getting away from the father, but we don't have that on video.
Well, right, and there has been testimony to indicate that maybe the mother was trying to help. Fatima even had said, you know, maybe my mom was trying to help. So, I mean, the case definitely is stronger from a prosecutorial standpoint against the father than the mother.
Yeah. We'll see what the jury does with this one. Our thanks to Marie Pereira for being with us this afternoon. We have more testimony on the other side. They're going to cue up that video and show it to these jurors after this.
What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
I'm dying.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Thank you for following along with us. I'm Julia Janae. We are in Washington State this hour, where testimony is underway in the attempted murder trial for two parents, Ihsan Ali and Zahraa Ali. Now, prosecutors in this case, they are expected to rest their case tomorrow. They say these two parents attacked their daughter at a school bus stop last year. It's an incident that was caught on camera, not only by bus surveillance video, but also cell phone video from bystanders. And it appears to show this father choking the 17-year-old daughter while other students jump in to try and save her. Ultimately, the bus driver, you see him there in orange, getting involved. Now, the victim, Fatima, she told the jury that she did run away from home that day because she felt her parents were trying to separate her from her boyfriend and move to Iraq. They did not approve of the relationship. On the stand now is a pediatrician, Dr. Joyce Gilbert. She's about to explain the analysis, her analysis of the chaotic cell phone video that was taken by a student eyewitness. And we're not going to be able to show you what's inside of the courtroom being shown to these jurors, but we do have our own version, which has blurring to protect the identity of the minors in that video. Let's go in for more.
I'm stopping the video at 0019 seconds. Dr. Gilbert, earlier, right before I paused the video, we see an individual that is lying on the ground with their left arm extended. Did you see that?
I did.
And when you observed, based on your training experience, the movement of that left arm, what did that appear was happening to that person?
That looked like a seizure of the left arm.
Okay, and what about the movement of the left arm makes you say that it looked like a seizure?
It was sustained rhythmic movement without a purpose. So the muscles of that left arm kept contracting and relaxing, contracting and relaxing, but she wasn't conscious at this point in time, and she wasn't trying to do something with that arm. So it's that rhythmic motion without purpose that appears to be a seizure.
And with regards to when a patient has a seizure, after a situation where they have a seizure and CT scans or x-rays are done on their brain, are you able to, just based on the review of the scans or the x-ray, tell that they in fact had a seizure?
No, the cellular damage at the cellular level, we can't see that on CT scans or angiograms or any of our imaging. So we can't tell that there was brain damage in that one area unless there was something much greater, such as a stroke or something that would show up on a CT scan. But you can't define a seizure based on a CT scan.
Okay. And with regards to, you indicated that if it was something greater, such as a stroke, that can cause it, that you can view it. If a stroke caused a seizure, you can view it on the CT scan. When in that situation, when you're reviewing the CT scan or the CT angiogram scans, is it the seizure itself that you can see, or is it the stroke or what's causing the stroke that you can see on the scans?
That's correct. You see an abnormality in a certain part of the brain. A stroke is a lack of oxygen for some reason to a certain part of the brain. And that lack of oxygen can cause cell death in that part of the brain. But what you see is the evidence of the stroke. So you might see a ruptured blood vessel or an occlusion of a blood vessel in the brain on the CT scan, and it might correlate with the part of the brain that could have given that person a seizure.
Okay. And as part of being one of the treating physicians for Fatima while she was admitted at Providence St. Peter's Hospital, did you also review the exam that was conducted by the forensic nurse examiner, Synovia Rivas?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And on that exam, were you aware of the portion that documented some of the questions that was asked Fatima, such as whether she had a headache or whether she had a sore throat?
Yes.
And did you in fact review what her responses were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on your training experience, Dr. Gilbert, the exam, when Ms. Rivas did the exam, there was the indication of Fatima indicated she had headaches. What is the relationship between a strangulation and headaches?
Again, the headache is typically caused by the backup pressure from occlusion of the jugular vein, and that excess amount of blood in the head will cause the headache.
Okay. And we also heard that there was also the feeling of dizzy or lightheadedness. Is the relationship between strangulation and feeling dizzy or lightheadedness also what you described earlier with regards to the combination of the buildup of deoxygenated blood and or the lack of oxygenated blood traveling to the brain?
That's correct.
Okay. And we also heard testimony there was loss of consciousness. Loss of consciousness, is that also due to what you described earlier from that it could be one of the effects of strangulation due to lack of airflow or lack of oxygenated blood traveling to the brain or buildup of deoxygenated blood?
Correct.
Okay. And we also heard testimony about memory loss. Is that also the relationship between strangulation and memory loss? Is that also caused by what you described earlier?
Yes, our memory is laid down in a small little area of our brain called the hippocampus. And the hippocampus is right in the center of the brain. When there is lack of oxygen to the brain, the hippocampus shuts down. So we can't put down memory for a situation that's happening when we have a lack of oxygen because of that situation. So it's very, very common for strangulation victims to have altered memory or sometimes even no memory of the event itself.
Okay. And what about weakness or numbness? We heard from Ms. Rivas that Fatima also indicated she had weakness and numbness. What is the causal relationship between strangulation and that?
Again, the lack of oxygen to the motor center of the brain will cause the weakness and the loss of motor control.
Okay. We also heard there was vision changes for Fatima. The causal relationship between strangulation and vision changes, is it the causal relationship, is it based on what you testified to earlier?
Yes, the lack of oxygen and the buildup of the pressure will affect the vision center of the brain, which is the back of the brain.
Okay. And what about ringing in ears? We heard that she also she also felt ringing in her ears. What is the causal relationship between strangulation and that?
Again, this is another brainstem function. Our hearing is directly related to the brainstem cells. So when there's damage to those brainstem cells from the occlusion of the artery, the vein, and the trachea, ringing in the ears is a very common symptom.
Okay. And what about sore throat? What is the relationship between strangulation and sore throat?
So the trachea is the big windpipe right in front of the esophagus, which is our swallowing tube to our stomach. And right in that area is our vocal cords. And we actually have sensation in our mouth and the top part of our throat. And then we don't have the same kind of sensory nerves once we get past the airway. Sore throat comes from, again, the pressure of the strangulation, and in the part of the throat where we have sensation is where we experience that sore throat symptom. We have a hoarse voice or a crackly voice, difficulty swallowing, and sore throat symptoms are very common after strangulation.
Okay.
And Dr. Gilbert was using her hands as she was describing that portion of her neck and throat.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we also heard there was difficulty or pain with swallowing. What is the causal relationship between external pressure to the neck and pain or swallowing?
And again, where our mouth goes into the throat region and we're swallowing saliva or food, there is still sensation there. So that pressure causes that discomfort. Swelling can also occur, causing discomfort for swallowing.
Okay. And when you're talking about the pressure that can cause the discomfort, are you referring to pressure to the trachea or pressure to the jugular veins or carotid arteries?
The position of the pressure is on the trachea, but it's giving pressure to the esophagus and the throat, which is right behind the trachea.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what about hyperventilation? What is hyperventilation?
Hyper means increase, ventilation means breathing. So it's an increased rate of breathing.
Okay, and we heard that Fatima during the strangulation exam also indicated she had hyperventilation. What is the causal relationship between strangulation and hyperventilation?
So when you're strangled, when your airway is occluded, your immediate response is to try to breathe. It's a very primal instinct to stay alive and try to breathe. Fatima did this, and she described to us that she felt that it was hard to breathe and she couldn't catch her breath during this episode before she became unconscious. Once she woke up, the brain is on overdrive, telling her to continue to breathe and continue to breathe. And the hyperventilation comes from the strangulation episode as well as from the anxiety that goes along with having your airway occluded. So even by the time she got to the hospital, she was still working hard at breathing. She was still afraid that it was not going to work well for her because of that strangulation effect. Gradually, over the time in the emergency room, her hyperventilation symptoms diminished. By the time she got to the pediatric floor, she no longer had that sensation or those symptoms.
Okay. And we also heard testimony that there were, well, let me ask you this question. Can strangulation cause abrasions on the human body?
Yes.
And what are abrasions?
Abrasions are breakage in the skin, the superficial skin, causing redness or marks or scratches or even sometimes true lacerations. So any force applied to the skin can cause an abrasion.
Okay. And how can strangulation cause abrasion?
The amount of force in the episode of strangulation around the neck, sometimes on the face or the chest, all depending on where the pressure is being applied during that episode, will cause damage to the superficial skin.
Okay. And based on your training experience with strangulation, can the individual that is, in essence, being strangled, can they also cause the abrasion to occur?
Yes. In the process of trying to breathe during strangulation, sometimes the victim themselves will put their hands up by their neck or will move in a way that causes or increases the amount of abrasions seen.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this may be a good stopping point for the morning break.
You still have a ways to go with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. Thank you very much, of course, for your
Court
time.
is dismissed for the moment there inside of that Washington State courtroom. So we'll take a break of our own, and that doctor will be back on the stand to break down more of what she saw, that video of the arm of the victim. Something I hadn't noticed before, and I guarantee the jurors hadn't noticed it either. Before we take our break, though, a quick programming note and another case, a huge one that is highly anticipated, happening this week. Court TV is going to be live in Idaho for the Brian Kohberger sentencing. It starts tomorrow. Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson will be there reporting in Boise, along with Court TV anchor Ted Rollins. He is on the ground there. Sentencing begins at 11 a.m. Eastern. You are not going to want to miss what happens inside and outside of that courtroom. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Convicted killer Brian Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students and come face to face with the families of his victims.
The sentencing of Brian Kohberger, Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
That's some of the key evidence inside of this case. And the question for this jury is, was that chokehold attempted murder, or was it discipline for a runaway teen and that just got out of control? That's what the defense may be trying to argue in front of this jury once the case passes to them. But right now, we're still in the state's case. And the Washington state trial that we're watching involves these two parents who were accused of trying to kill their own daughter. Both Ihsan and Zahraa Ali face multiple charges for this alleged attack at the Timberline High School in October of last year. Their 17-year-old Fatima, she's been on the stand. She told these jurors that she did run away from home because she didn't want to go with her family on a trip to Iraq. Let's get you back inside the courtroom now. We're picking it up where we left off. That morning break is over, and pediatrician Dr. Joyce Gilbert, who treated the victim, is going to be again addressing this jury. They are going to be showing some footage and evidence that's video or photographs in terms of the nature, but we are not going to be showing that to protect the identity of the minors in those photos. Let's go back in.
And Dr. Gilbert, you testify you were one of the treating physicians for Fatima when she was admitted to the pediatric floor at St. Peter's Hospital. As part of your as part of being one of the treating physicians for Fatima, did you also review the CT angiogram scans that were done in her case?
Yes, I did.
And then did the CT angiogram scans result in a diagnosis of pneumomediastinum and subcutaneous emphysema for Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, as part of the, and based on the observations of the scans, were you aware that there was were you also aware that an otolaryngologist by the name of Dr. Kim was also consulted on this case?
Yes.
And being one of her treating physicians, were you also made aware that there was the concern of a tear in her aerodigestive tract?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Dr. Gilbert, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize what I have handed you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know what is contained on the thumb drive that is labeled State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are images taken from the CT angiogram that I gave to you to use in this trial.
Okay. And did you also have a chance to review the images on Exhibit 105 prior to your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do they accurately depict the some of the CT angiogram scans that were done in Fatima's case?
Yes.
And do they depict the free-flowing air that was located in Fatima?
It does depict the pneumomediastinum and the air in the neck, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into Evidence Exhibit 105.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
Sure.
105 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Dr. Gilbert, does Exhibit 105 contain 3 separate scans?
No, it contains 3 separate images from a scan.
Okay, I apologize, but it is 3 images.
Correct.
Now, publishing the first image that is labeled SER0000. And that, zoom in. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
So if you use this clicker and you point it at the TV, it gives you a red dot to point.
The red dot's like super big. Sorry. Do you have an arrow?
I do not from that.
Okay. I'll try to make it work.
Technology fails every time for me. Dr. Gilbert, I'm showing you what's labeled scan SER000, not scan, image from the scan SER0000. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this image?
Yes. A CT angiogram is a movie, and it's made up of many pictures, and with the angiogram means that there's dye placed in the veins. So when we are looking at this, we're looking at, in this picture, us cut horizontally through the lung tissue here. I'm going to use my dot. Okay. Maybe I'm going to use my dot. This is lung tissue right here. This is lung tissue right here.
And I apologize. And for the record, you're using the dot to point to sort of the bottom half of the image?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the white things around are ribs. Up front, the round circular thing is the trachea. And the little round black areas is air outside of the trachea. That's going to be called subcutaneous emphysema, or air outside of a area where it should be.
And Dr. Gilbert was then highlighting almost the center of the image, maybe just below the center, when she described the black circle and then the small black areas around it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to publish the image that is...
Hitting the pause button on this testimony so we can bring in our guest analyst standing by. National Trial Attorney Michael Jaffer is with us. Michael Jaffer, good to see you. This is not the first medical witness we've seen on the stand. We've seen several at this point. But Dr. Joyce Gilbert, it's interesting what she's saying, especially in terms of the video. I had not noticed that about Fatima's arm, where she's saying because her arm is almost flopping back and forth that suggests a seizure. I want to know what you thought about that portion of the testimony, and if anything else is standing out as different with what she's testifying to.
I think that was important, because at the beginning of this trial, I was wondering, how is the state going to prove that this man intended to kill his daughter, this defendant, this victim, right? How are they going to prove that? Because this was a melee. This was a complete mess. And now I can see why, if her arm went limp, then that gives them the fodder they need to get to that point. Because here's how it has to work. So he's charged with second-degree attempted murder, not first-degree. So they don't have to prove premeditation. They just have to prove that he had an intent to kill her. And to do that, they have to show that he took a substantial step in that direction. Her arm going limp, in my opinion, gets them very close to the substantial step that he took. Because what other reason, I think this is what they'll say in their closing argument, what other reason did you have to put her in a chokehold and then stay there? Even while you were being punched in the face, you still kept her in the chokehold. The only reason that explains it is you intended to kill her, right? So that's why her arm going limp is a big, big, big deal. I did not notice it, but it's it goes right in line with the state's theory.
There's so much evidence in this case when it comes to video evidence, and I think it is going to have an impact on this jury. The state is going to be ending their case, we expect, tomorrow. Do you think they have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt if we stopped right here with Joyce Gilbert?
It's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't know. This is a coin flippy case. Whether or not they've proven attempted second-degree murder. I think they've proven some criminal conduct. I don't know. It's coin flippy for me, Julia. This one's a tough one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the lesser included charges are going to be on this one and what the jury will have to work with in the deliberation room. Michael, stand by. Let's get to our break. When we come back, we have more testimony on the other side. Thanks for being with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in Washington State this hour where we're following a trial for parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, accused of attempted second-degree murder on their own daughter. Fatima Ali was 17 when prosecutors say her father and mother tracked her down to a bus stop, and the father, they say, tried to choke her to death. Both parents facing the same attempted second-degree murder charge. Police say she ran away from home over fears that her parents were going to take her on a trip that she wasn't initially aware about to Iraq. Let's pick up things where we left off with a pediatrician who is reviewing images of the victim's medical exams after this alleged attack.
Now I'm going to publish the image that is labeled SER 0001. Dr. Gilbert, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this image?
Yes, this is a still image from the same CT angiogram, and in this image you're looking longitudinally through the body this way. We'll start at the top. This is the head and the skull. You'll see the spinal cord coming down like this. It's going to be harder with this big round dot, but this area is part of the swallowing esophagus, and this area next to the spinal cord is part of the trachea going into the lungs. Up front here, those areas are part of the pneumomediastinum. That's air outside of the lungs and outside of the trachea in the tissues near there. And mediastinum means front of the chest. So this is air in the front of the chest up to the level of the thyroid gland in the neck.
Okay.
That air should not be there. That's air in tissues where it should not be.
And for the record, Dr. Gilbert, when you're describing this image, you are using the giant red dot. You started from the top of the image, and as you were describing the spinal cord, you were moving downward on the image. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to publish image that is labeled SER 0002. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this image?
Yes, this is again a still picture from the CT angiogram. The angle is a little bit different than we saw before. This is the top of the head, part of the spinal cord here, and you'll see down at the bottom of the image lung tissue here and lung tissue here. That round circular thing right there is again the trachea. The air outside of the trachea is on my screen to the right, and there is air pockets outside of the trachea. Again, pneumomediastinum air that should not be there.
Okay. And again, for the record, you are, when you're describing this image, you were moving from an upward, from the upper portion of the image and moving downward. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Dr. Gilbert, based on your training experience with strangulation, have you yourself examined a patient or patients that has strangulation happen to them that resulted in pneumomediastinum?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we've got a bit of an issue with our technical feed. We will work on that and get you back inside for more testimony from this pediatrician on the stand. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We'll get you inside of the attempted murder trial for two parents in Washington State in just a moment. But we do want to give you an update on another case we have been watching closely. The prosecution in Florida has rested their case this afternoon in the sentencing of a confessed masked murderer. This is Shelby Nelly. He's pleaded guilty to killing not only his wife, but his mother-in-law, his father-in-law, and his brother-in-law back in December of 2018. And this case is just about his in-laws. It was during that investigation that officials learned he had also killed his wife earlier that year. He already pleaded guilty to manslaughter in her death, and he's serving a 30-year sentence. But jurors have to decide if he deserves the death penalty for all of these killings. Today, the jurors watched Neely's second police interview, and in it, he speaks calmly and casually about how he killed his wife, Jamie. The detective interviewing Neely says that the defendant, the suspect, changed his story slightly, offering additional information about the murder.
Approximately how long do you think you were choking her?
Like 3 to 4 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes total choking her?
Yes.
Okay.
And I remember the big detail that I forgot about yesterday. I do apologize. After that happened, I did grab a hammer and I hit her just to make sure that she was dead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
That's fine.
It just came to me because, like I said, I blocked that.
And when you hit her, that was still in the living room with the hammer?
Yes.
How will listening to evidence like that impact this jury? They have to decide whether to recommend life in prison without parole or the death penalty for Shelby Neely. We'll continue to follow this case closely. The defense is going to put on their opening statement when it starts up again tomorrow. We'll bring you any updates throughout the day here on Court TV. For now, let's go back to Washington State. The trial against 2 parents charged with attempted second-degree murder in the attempted attack on their daughter in Washington State. The 2 defendants are Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. They're being tried together, and prosecutors say it's because they tried to take the life of their 17-year-old daughter, Fatima, in October of last year. This is an incident that was caught on bus security cameras and cell phone. And prosecutors say that the video shows the father trying to choke the daughter to death. Other teenagers jumped in and tried to rescue her, but it didn't do anything. They were able to detain the father until police arrived. Let's pick it up where we left off. A pediatrician who treated the victim in this case is reviewing images from her medical exams.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Dr. Gilbert, I'm handing you what's been admitted already as State's Exhibits 67 to 81. If you could look through those and let me know when you're done looking through them. And do you recognize Exhibits 67 to 81?
Yes, I do.
And what are Exhibits 67 to 81?
These were photographs taken in the emergency department of Fatima Ali when she presented after the strangulation. And my understanding was that these were taken by Synovia, the F&E who was doing her exam.
Okay. Permission to publish Exhibits 67 to 81?
You may.
Dr. Gilbert, I am showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 70. Can you Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
This is the left side of Fatima's head and neck, shoulder, basically from her ear and the side of her chin down to her left shoulder.
Okay. And we see some discoloration that is here, that is on the lower middle-ish of the photograph. What is the discoloration here?
That appears to be an abrasion on the posterior or the back aspect of the left shoulder.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified earlier that you had a chance to review the video that was taken by the student. During the course of your treatment of Fatima, did you also have a chance to either speak to law enforcement officers or review their reports that documented sort of what had occurred that resulted in Fatima ending up on the ground?
Yes, I reviewed the reports. I did not speak to law enforcement in person.
Okay. And the discoloration that we see on the shoulder here, on the lower back and shoulder area, could that, based on your training experience, be caused by sort of impacting with the ground?
Yes, Fatima actually told me when I talked to her on Saturday that...
Just a moment. Did you say objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection was just the one evidentiary basis?
Hearsay.
Right. I will allow you to ask some further foundational questions as it relates to, if you wish her to continue, as it relates to any conversations and the purpose of those. I'll sustain the objection right now.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, as being a treating physician with Fatima, did you have a chance to speak to her while she was in essence, admitted to the pediatric floor at St. Peter's Hospital?
Yes.
And in speaking with Fatima, did you also ask her about what had transpired or occurred at the bus stop?
My questioning of Fatima that morning was about any injuries that she had sustained so that I could provide medical care to her.
Okay. And did she actually share with you any injuries that she believed had occurred or that she sustained?
Yes.
Okay. And did those, her statements to you, assist you in providing medical care for her?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, did Fatima indicate to you how she went from being upright to ending up on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she say?
She said that she thought she had fallen on her left side because her left shoulder hurt and her left hip hurt.
Okay, and based on your...
Button on this testimony, let's bring in National Trial Attorney Michael Jafer. Michael, we are listening to so much evidence that involves the father. I'd say 95% to 5% about the mother. And when our camera pans to this defense table where we've got two parents tried together, I keep wondering, why was this case not severed? Who do you think bore the responsibility of perhaps trying to get a separate trial here?
I think the responsibility bore on the defense attorney for the mother. I don't know why he didn't try to sever the case, because basically she's being colored with it. All the video evidence, all of it shows that he was the aggressor in the entire situation, and she was basically a cheerleader. Yes, after the fact, she did not, ask, is my daughter okay? She only defended her husband. But I think the responsibility was clearly on the shoulders of the defense attorney for the mother. They should have severed this case. I like the way you framed that question. I don't know why these cases were not severed. And as this testimony comes out and this evidence comes out, I mean, obviously, this is squarely on the shoulders of this incident is squarely on the shoulders of the father. They were traveling to Iraq. He was aggressive. He was chasing his daughter down. Yes, she left the house, but he overreacted. And so this is basically a trial against the father. And so I was disoriented the first day of the trial when I was watching it, because I saw his attorney come up and cross-examine a witness, and then I saw another attorney with white hair get up and cross-examine that same witness. And I looked it up and said, oh, wait, these trials are not severed. And so she has her own defense attorney who's cross-examining witnesses. It's very disorienting to see, and the responsibility was squarely on his shoulders. He should have severed the case.
Does that tell us anything about what her defense is going to be, when we know oftentimes if the parties are pointing the finger at each other, that's a reason for a severance?
You know what? That's a great question. I think that she just gets ride or die with her husband. That's what I think happened. I think she probably told her attorney, maybe, don't sever the case. I support my husband. I think that my daughter is a bad person. She ran away from home. That could be why they didn't sever the case. I think, that's kind of the way I see it. I think that's going to be her, not really her defense. I think that's just her ride or die nature and why she's a co-defendant with her husband.
And if they still take that position that the daughter was in the wrong, it'll be interesting if they take the stand. Michael Schaefer, thank you so much for your analysis. We have more ahead in this case. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
He grabbed her shoulder.
Her shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw him grab her shoulder?
I tried to push them away from each other.
Okay. And what did that look like?
I tried to like push her away.
Push her away?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
I tried to grab his arm and grab her like shoulder so I could like try to separate them. He kind of like spun her around in a way because she didn't want to go with him, and he like grabbed her and put her in a headlock.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Of course, honored to be with you today. It is day 6 of the attempted murder trial for defendants Ihsan and Zahraa Ali in Washington State. Prosecutors are expected to rest their case tomorrow. Last week, we heard from one defense witness, and it is unknown whether or not any additional witnesses, including Ihsan or Zahraa, will testify. Both parents are charged with attempted murder for allegedly trying to kill their daughter Fatima in October of last year. They tracked her down at a bus stop after she ran away from home. Witnesses say they saw Ihsan punch the girl's boyfriend and then choke her until she was pale and lifeless. Let's go back into court together now. The jury is hearing from Dr. Joyce Gilbert, a pediatrician who treated Fatima Ali.
And based on your training experience as being a pediatrician with a specialty in child abuse, is the discoloration we hear on her lower back, left shoulder area consistent with her impacting with the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 71, can you tell the jury what is depicted in this image?
Yes, this is a photograph taken from the right side of Fatima's face. It includes her lips, her nose, her right eye, and her forehead.
Okay. Exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
This is again the right side of her face with a more close-up view of the upper eyelid, the lower eyelid, and the right cheek. This picture does not include the nose or the mouth.
Okay, and you testified earlier about petechia, and when you examined Fatima, or when you looked at the photographs that were taken by Ms. Rivas, did you observe petechia on any part of Fatima's body?
Yes.
And do we see any petechia in this image?
Yes, there are multiple petechial lesions in this image.
Okay, and I believe you still have the clicker. And if you could use that to point to the jury where on this image that you're referring to regarding petechia.
Can I just say again, this circle's way too big.
Oh,
it's a pointer. Oh, now I get a pointer. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, it's hard to control where I'm going. Is there a way to drive this?
Your Honor, permission of you.
It's very sorry.
I'm going to use my finger instead to point Dr. Gilbert. On this image, with regards to, I'm pointing sort of to the middle section of the image. What is the jury looking at here with regards to the red dots?
So each of those red dots is a petechial lesion, a broken blood vessel in the surface of the skin. And again, there are multiple petechial lesions. Your finger was going over a few of them.
Okay. And with regards to the petechia, if there is an episode of strangulation, is the petechia due to the jugular vein compression or the carotid artery compression?
It's secondary to the jugular vein occlusion or pressure and the backup of blood into the head.
Okay. Exhibit 73. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
This is a front view of Fatima's chin with her neck extended and goes down to her top of her chest area. So it's including the entire neck down to the clavicles and then up to the chin.
Okay. And you testified earlier about sort of airway occlusion and the location of the trachea. Using my finger, this area right here in the middle of the image, is this the area where the trachea would in essence be located?
Yes, in Fatima, she, in this view, it's very easy to see the outline of her trachea. You can tell where the edge is on either side of the center there. So that large kind of tube appearing structure is her trachea.
Okay, and the edge that you're referring to, are you referring to this edge that I'm using to trace my finger along the center of the image?
Yes.
Okay. In Exhibit 74, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
I would need you to tell me what it says on the back because there's not enough information as to whether this is right or left.
Okay. And is there information depicted at the top of the photograph that indicates what is being depicted?
Again, I'm not seeing that it tells me if it's right or left. I believe this is left, but I would want that confirmed.
Okay. And just a few questions regarding the image, not knowing whether it's the right or the left of, when you say the right or the left, which body part are you referring to?
This is a picture of the neck. But because of the angle of it's a close-up picture of the neck, and because of the angle, it's difficult for me to ascertain if this is right or left.
Okay. And not knowing, understanding that you don't know if it's the right or the left, the discoloration that we see that is being depicted in the middle of the photograph, what is that?
That's bruising and abrasion of the neck.
Okay, and based on your training experience, can a strangulation episode cause bruising?
Yes.
And how does it cause bruising?
The pressure applied to the skin breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin, and it requires moderate to severe force of pressure to break blood vessels. And then when the blood seeps out of those broken blood vessels, it extravasates, which means it leaks up through the layers of the skin to become visible as a bruise.
Okay. Exhibit 75. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of the right side of Fatima's neck, and it includes her chin and her neck and the top of her chest.
Okay. And the discoloration we see here that I'm using my finger to trace, that is again in the middle-ish of the photograph. What is that discoloration?
Again, that is bruising of her anterior, the right side of her anterior neck.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified earlier about the location of the jugular veins and the carotid artery. Are the well, let me ask you this question. When you're looking at a person's neck, can you see a person's jugular veins and carotid artery?
No, you can't.
Okay, and based on your medical experience with regards to the location of the jugular vein and the carotid artery on a person's right side of the neck, is that being depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Location.
The location is correct in this photograph.
And where in this photograph would the jugular vein and the carotid artery be?
They would be right under the bruised area. Again, since we're on the right side of the neck, it would be the right carotid artery right next to the trachea, and then the right jugular vein right next to that.
Okay. And you indicated it would be underneath the bruised area. Would it be in this area that I'm pointing to with my finger?
No, because you're pointing to the clavicle area, which is more part of the chest. It would be up higher the jugular vein and carotid artery are coming up that right where your finger is, again, right next to the trachea. The carotid artery is closer to the trachea, and the jugular vein is essentially where your finger was.
Okay, and for the record, my finger was in essence pointing to the middle of the image. Exhibit 77. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is an image of the left side of Fatima's neck with her chin elevated. It includes her left ear, and it goes down into her the top part of her left chest.
Okay. Exhibit 78. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
This is again the left side of Fatima's neck. This picture's not so close up. It's easy to ascertain that we're looking at the left side of her neck. We don't see the chin in this view, and the bottom of this view is actually at the bottom of her neck, not including her chest.
Okay.
We are following breaking news in the Donald Adelson case ahead of her August trial. Adelson's attorney has just filed several last-minute motions to try to exclude any testimony that interprets phone calls, emails, and text messages. Adelson is accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in connection with the shooting death of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell. Her attorney also filed a motion yesterday to keep out any mention of her proposed travel to Vietnam as consciousness of guilt. We're going to continue to follow this developing story. Jury selection in Adelson's case is scheduled to begin on August 19th. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
back now to Washington State, where the trial for Ihsan and Zahraa Ali remains underway. The two parents face several charges, including attempted murder. Multiple witnesses say that the father strangled his daughter near her high school to the point her eyes were rolling in the back of her head. Court documents also reveal that the mother had been banned from that school's campus for allegedly trying to grab the girl's boyfriend. On the stand right now, Dr. Joyce Gilbert, this is a pediatrician who treated Fatima. Right now, the court is seeing photos of Fatima's injuries. And again, we're not allowed to show those here on Court TV, but we can hear the testimony. Let's go back in for more.
Okay, and we see sort of a round, a semicircular shape of red marks that is going down her left neck that is being depicted in the middle bottom portion of the photograph. What are those red marks?
Those are scratches slash abrasions, breakage of the skin.
Okay, and we also see some discoloration that is sort of going in a horizontal manner across the bottom half of the image, but also going across sort of where the abrasions are. What is that discoloration?
And that's a bruise.
Okay. And is the carotid artery and the jugular veins on the left side of the neck being depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, they are.
And where would they be depicted?
Basically where the scratch and the bruise are. The jugular vein would be closer to the scratches and the carotid artery would be closer to the trachea.
Okay. Exhibit 81, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is, again, the left side of Fatima's neck, a little bit more posteriorly than the last one. You don't see the ear, and you see the side of the neck going down towards the shoulder.
Okay, and you said posteriorly compared to the last one. What does posterior mean?
Posterior means more in the back.
Okay, and do we also see the jugular vein and also the carotid artery in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would they be located?
They would be on the left side of this photograph where the bruising is.
Okay, and the bruising that you're referring to, is it the discoloration that we see in the middle of the photograph?
And including the discoloration a little bit further up. There's additional bruising in this photograph in there, yes.
And are you referring to this portion, which is on the upper, very right-hand portion of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Gilbert, while Fatima was admitted to St. Peter's Hospital, and during her stay at St. Peter's Hospital, besides the photos that we just saw a moment ago that were taken by Ms. Rivas in the emergency department, do you know if additional photos were taken of Fatima subsequent to her time at the emergency department on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking photos subsequent to her time at the emergency department?
When we admit a pediatric patient with any sort of visible injuries, we tend to follow the progression of those injuries with daily photographs. So with Fatima, when I came on service on Saturday, roughly about midday, we photographed the areas that we had seen injuries. We also asked Fatima if there were any other injuries that she was aware of on her body. every child gets a full head-to-toe physical exam every day that they're in the hospital. So I was able to look at Fatima's body and make sure that no other injuries had shown up that we had not photographed on admission to the emergency room. We re-photographed the areas where we found positive findings: scratches, bruises, abrasions, and petechiae. So we took photographs of those areas again on Saturday when I was on service.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you.
And Dr. Gilbert, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 99 to 102. If you could look through those exhibits and let me know when you're done looking through them.
Okay.
And do you recognize Exhibits 99 to 102?
Yes.
And what are being depicted in Exhibits 99 to 102?
These are photographs of Fatima's neck on Saturday, October 19th. These were taken by the resident, Jessica, and supervised by me. In other words, I asked Jessica to take pictures of these parts of her neck.
Okay. And do the and Exhibits 99 to 102, those photographs, do they accurately depict the injuries that you observed on Fatima on October 19th?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibits 99 to 102.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
99 through 102 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Dr. Gilbert, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 99. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is a front view of Fatima's neck. It includes her chin, both ears are visible, and it goes down to the base of the neck as it attaches to the chest.
Okay, and the discoloration that we see that my finger is using to trace, that is in the upper middle portion of the image. What is that discoloration?
That's bruising that is over the trachea and to the left, covering the areas where the carotid artery and the jugular vein would be.
Okay. In Exhibit 100, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph from the left side of Fatima's neck. It includes her chin, the bottom of her ear, and it goes down to her attachment of her neck to her chest.
Okay, and the discoloration that we see that I'm using to trace with my finger, that is in the bottom middle portion of the photograph, what is that?
That's all bruising on basically the bottom half of her neck on the left side as it connects to the shoulder and the chest.
And the
All right, let's pause testimony there and bring in criminal defense attorney Jessica Lettingham. Jessica, thank you so much for joining me on Court TV today. As we are listening to the pediatrician testify, Dr. Gilbert makes clear that there are injuries sustained by Fatima, and I believe the jury can conclude at the hands of the father. Let me stop there and get you to weigh in on the testimony so far of this witness.
This witness is a very hard testimony to stay awake to for the jury. So I really sympathize with them because it's been very long and dragged out and quite an anatomy lesson. But it is really important because she is trying to show her injuries were not from a seizure. It was from an actual strangulation. So although it's tedious, it is very important.
It's very important because it does establish injuries, again, according to the prosecution, at the hands of the father, one of the two defendants. Let me ask you this, because we know our YouTube viewers are really looking forward to the cross-examination of this doctor. If you were the defense attorney, what might you try to bring out on cross-examination, whether you're representing the father who actively was involved in the act versus the mother who was really standing by?
Whenever you cross-examine a witness, such as a doctor or some other type of scientist, first you want to go towards credibility. So obviously the defense, both defense attorneys, I'm sure, did a really thorough background check to see if she's messed up, to see if she has made mistakes, whether it be on court or at the hospital. The next thing you want to do is you're putting holes in her story, such as, are you sure that these injuries could only come from strangulation? What if during all of this she had an anxiety attack and it led to a seizure? So they're going to come up with as many as scientific explanations for the evidence as they can. And hopefully, for their sake, they get her to say, well, possibly, maybe, unlikely, but yeah, it's possible. And that's what they're going to go for.
I kind of find her very likable, very credible. When she had the pointer, she's like, oh, I got a pointer. Okay, well, the pointer's not working there. I just think that the way she speaks to me is very relatable. We'll see what the jury thinks depending on what they do in this case. But I have one other question for you, and that is this. We know that both the mother and father are charged, Jessica, with attempted murder. But that means the prosecution has to show through evidence that the father intended to kill Fatima. How can, in your mind, they prove that kind of intent? We know from the video he appears to have attacked her. He appears to have choked her. We know there are injuries to her. But how do they get into his head to prove the intent?
Prosecution is going to remind the jury about common sense. You know, we got a scientific lesson about how if you strangle, obviously that is going to cause people to black out and everything. But it's common sense. If you're trying to strangle a person and you don't stop and their eyes are rolling back, that is intent to kill them. And it is just as simple as reminding the jury that, you know, there's no ignorance when it comes to seeing a person's life literally disappear from their face as your hands are around their neck.
That's right. Ignorance of the law is no defense. Jessica, stand by. Before we head to break, we'd like to welcome our viewers who are joining us from our YouTube channel today. Great to have you. We're going to be monitoring that page live throughout the day today. So join the chat. Send us your questions to have answered live on air, and I'll be taking those. That's youtube.com/CourtTV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for being with us. Now let's turn back to Washington, where it is day 6 of the attempted murder trial for 2 parents accused of trying to kill their daughter. Witnesses say that after finding their daughter Fatima walking with her boyfriend, the father Ihsan Ali punched the boyfriend and placed his daughter in a chokehold until she lost consciousness. Now he and his wife Zahraa are both facing attempted murder charges. Let's get you back into the courtroom now. We're listening to a doctor who treated Fatima Ali as a pediatrician, and she's describing the severity of her injuries.
And the carotid artery and the jugular veins that is located on the left side of her neck, is that pictured in this photograph?
They're all underneath this bruise, correct?
Exhibit 101. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Again, this is a front view of the left side of Fatima's neck. It's just under the chin, the ear is not visible, and it goes down to where the neck connects to the chest.
Okay. And the discoloration that we see that I'm using to trace with my finger, in essence, in the middle of the photograph, what is that?
That's all bruising of the left side of the neck.
Okay. Exhibit 102. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, this photograph is from the right side of her neck, again from under the chin to where the neck is attaching to the chest.
Okay. And the discoloration that we see that I'm using to trace with my finger, that is in the middle of the image, what is that?
That's bruising over the trachea, the area of the carotid artery and the jugular vein on the right.
Okay. And then we also see discoloration sort of on the, that I'm using to trace with my finger on the left-hand side, left bottom portion of the photograph. What is that?
That's also bruising, again, on the right side of the neck at the base.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified that you have, during the course of your career as a pediatrician with a subspecialty in child abuse, that you have, in fact, done strangulation exams yourself. Do every patient exhibit the same symptoms of strangulation?
No.
Okay. And are there times where you conduct a strangulation exam where you do not see any evidence of bruising?
Yes.
Okay. And the you testified that bruising is sort of bruising occurs. I believe you testified that is due to the pressure that is being applied that causes the blood vessels to, in essence, break, causing blood to sort of go to the surface.
Correct.
Okay. And in order for the blood, oh, are you okay? Okay. And in order for blood vessels to break, is it dependent on like the amount of pressure, or is there no relationship between that?
Again, our science says it's moderate to severe force, so it is the amount of pressure placed on the skin that then causes those blood vessels to break.
Okay. And you testified earlier in some of the images that we observed that were taken by Ms. Rivas. You testified about the presence of petechia under Fatima's, I believe it was her right eye.
It was her right eye, yes.
Were you aware whether subsequent photos after she was admitted to the pediatric floor at St. Peter's Hospital, whether subsequent photos were taken of her face to determine whether the presence of petechia was still present?
Yes.
Okay. Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
And Dr. Gilbert, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the picture of the right side of Fatima's face. I recognize it because I looked at it in the medical records.
Okay. And the images that were taken of Fatima's face, are those part of the medical records?
Yes, they are.
And you testified earlier that you can't just go review a patient's medical records with no apparent reason. Were you able to review all of her medical records during her stay in October of 2024 at St. Peter's Hospital?
Yes, I was.
And does that, is that Exhibit 103 a accurate copy of a photo of her right side of her face that was contained in her medical records?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 103.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
I have one here.
You may.
And the date of the picture.
10/21 of 2024.
Thank you. Objection.
103 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Showing you Exhibit 103, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is a photo of the right side of Fatima's face, including her right eye, the right side of her nose, her lips, and her ear.
Okay. And earlier we saw a photograph of Fatima's right side of her face that contained the red dots that you described it as petechia. Do we still see that in this photograph?
No, the petechia have all resolved.
Okay. And based on your training experience, with regards to petechia, does it typically resolve on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified, and we also seen photos that were taken of Fatima that documented injuries that was on her shoulder and around her neck. If there had been other injuries that were observed on other parts of her body, would photographs have been taken of those areas as well?
Yes, they would have.
And based on your review of her medical records and your own treatment of Fatima, were there bruising or injuries on any other parts of her body, such as her chest?
No, I did a full and thorough exam on Saturday, October 19th, and she had no other abrasions, scratches, bruises, or petechia seen other than on her face, neck, and left shoulder.
Okay.
Hearing about the injuries to Fatima, of course, the jury is seeing pictures we cannot show of the injuries to Fatima. And I would love our YouTubers as well as our viewers to let us know, do you think those injuries could appropriately be as a result of discipline? The defense is claiming discipline. Let us know your thoughts. We'll be right back.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Convicted killer Brian Koberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students and come face to face with the families of his victims.
The sentencing of Brian Koberger, Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
Now back to Washington State, where it is day 6 of the attempted murder trial for Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Prosecutors say the two parents attacked their teenage daughter, Fatima, in an altercation outside her high school in October of last year. Let's get you back into the courtroom now. We are listening to a doctor who treated Fatima, and the doctor's been describing her injuries.
Okay. And we also heard testimony yesterday that with regards to Fatima, that she did not have a broken hyoid bone in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and based on your training experience during a strangulation episode, even if a patient does not have their hyoid bone broken, can there still be damage to the trachea?
Yes.
And why is that?
The trachea is a very thick organ with cartilage. The hyoid bone is just one part of that organ, and the hyoid bone sits up at the top part of the trachea. So depending on where the pressure is applied for strangulation depends on where the injury or damage is done to the trachea. If the pressure is applied up high, basically kind of under the chin or the top of the neck, it's possible to break that hyoid bone. But if the pressure is applied a little bit lower, there's cartilage there but not bone. So the pressure does impact the cartilage and can compress the trachea so air is not getting in or out, but not actually fracture anything.
Okay. And we also heard testimony yesterday that Fatima's CT angiogram scan did not show any vascular injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are vascular injuries?
We can see on a CT angiogram if there's been a tear or injury to the carotid arteries. The importance of that is that if there is damage to that thick-walled muscular artery, then there can be long-term complications that could include stroke or dissection of that tear. So it is important when we have a strangulation victim to do the CT angiogram to be sure that there's no injury that could cause further damage later on. In Fatima's case, her CT angiogram did not show any damage to either of the carotid arteries.
Okay. And you testified that there were no damage to the carotid arteries. Based on your training experience, can carotid artery occlusion still occur without the patient having vascular injuries?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the amount of pressure that is needed for carotid artery occlusion, in order for there to be vascular injuries, do you need more pressure applied to the carotid artery for vascular injuries, or less pressure, or does pressure play into the, or does pressure, the amount of pressure, does that determine whether there's vascular injuries?
Again, in the science of strangulation, it's not so much even the amount of pressure or the length of time. It simply does happen. Sometimes that carotid artery tears internally, and many times it does not. But it's really important to diagnose when there's a tear inside the carotid artery, because the complications from that are great.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, doctor.
Morning.
Couple of things. You said you had talked to Fatima about the abrasions on her left shoulder and the pain in her left hip?
Yes.
Okay. And those occurred in an unknown way, but she thinks when she hit the ground, right?
Correct. That's what she told me, correct.
Is it possible that those injuries occurred when she hit some other hard object, say, for example, a tree trunk?
It's certainly possible. I didn't get a history that she had hit a tree trunk, but
it's consistent with that as well.
It's a possibility.
Okay. And if you hit something with your head hard, Is it possible that the cerebral edema will come into play?
That's a possible side effect of a external injury to the head, yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that the cerebral edema was some sort of brain swelling.
That's what the definition of cerebral edema is.
Okay. And you could get that if you hit your head hard on something.
It's possible.
Okay. And if you get that, you said that every aspect of the brain would be impacted. Like, we're talking about everything that you said. Breathing, right? Vision.
Are we still talking about, though, an external?
You can't ask questions.
No, I'm talking about just cerebral edema in general.
Cerebral edema in general generally affects the entire brain.
The entire brain. Okay.
Yes.
And does that include your ability to make decisions?
It can.
Okay. And it could affect your breathing?
Yes.
Your heart rate?
Yes.
Can it knock you unconscious, or can you become unconscious because of it?
You can become unconscious because of cerebral edema.
Okay. And so cerebral edema is something that can cause the symptoms of choking that you talked about, right? Strangulation, sorry.
Cerebral edema occurs with strangulation. Cerebral edema also occurs with head trauma.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But when you get cerebral edema, it can be from head trauma without any strangulation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get it from hitting your head on something.
Hard.
Right.
Yes.
Can you get it from getting kicked in the head?
Yes, if it was a hard enough kick.
Somebody stomped on your head, you could get it?
Yes.
Or punched in the head or something like that?
Typically, we don't see it just with a punch in the head, but maybe with multiple punches.
Okay.
It needs to be significant trauma, external trauma.
External trauma, significant. And is it related to concussions?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you have a concussion, then you get the cerebral edema. Sometimes.
Sometimes, exactly.
Okay.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Jessica Lettingham. Jessica, the thing that stands out to me is the witness in her demeanor. She is not hostile. She's not combative with cross-examination. And she's answering, yes, it's a possibility the bruises are from a tree trunk. It's a possibility she could get that injury to her head from a kick to the head. I really like this witness.
Well, she's a pediatrician. You know, she reminds me of my son's pediatrician. She's very warm and caring, and she's just trying to be honest, and we'll tell them exactly how she sees it in a scientific way.
So now break down for us and all of our viewers why you think that the defense attorney for the father is taking this approach as to all these different possible explanations for the injuries.
It's exactly what we talked about before. You are trying to poke holes. You know, there's a struggle going on. Maybe she hit her head on a tree branch, so there was no strangulation because you can't exactly see it in the video. And because of the struggle, she fell, and that's how she got these injuries. He is trying to come up with any reasonable doubt possible. His job is not to say that the father is innocent. His job is to say that there's some doubt that exists, and you can't conclusively state that he choked her, and that's how she got these injuries.
And let's talk about the fact that, again, he is the one in the video that the prosecution claims is the one who attempted to kill her by physically strangling her, etc. The mother was not physically on the child, but rather standing nearby. The prosecution's version is that she was preventing people from getting to help, and that she also is therefore charged with attempted murder. Do you think it's wise that both of these are being tried together? Because I think they're very different positions to be taken by each of the parents.
I don't think it's wise to be taken together from the defense standpoint. However, she may not want to be separated from her husband, which I know your last guest alluded to as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But because, you know, she was sticking by her man, and she's cheering for him.
Yep. Sorry to cut you off. I know we have to say goodbye. Jessica Lettingham, thank you so much. We're going to hear more from the pediatrician in the attempted murder trial, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
With all the details, call now or visit sendinfokit.com.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for being with us today. We are watching testimony in the attempted honor killing trial where two parents stand accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter. The incident happened on October 18th of 2024. The alleged victim, Fatima Ali, testified that she ran away from home that day because she did not want to travel to Iraq with her mother. Her parents, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, allegedly tracked her down at a school bus stop where her father then allegedly tried to choke her to death. The parents now face several charges, including attempted murder. Fatima originally told police she fled because she thought her parents would force her into an arranged marriage. However, the court has ruled that the term arranged marriage cannot be used at trial. Right now, the jury is hearing from Dr. Joyce Gilbert, a pediatrician who treated Fatima. This is cross-examination by the attorney for the father. Let's go back in for more.
And when that happens, let's say that you get hit in the head and you get knocked out. Is that cerebral edema? Does that start right away?
You get knocked out with a significant force of head trauma, and the cerebral edema builds fairly quickly, but over time. It isn't an immediate response to an external force.
Okay, but it could occur within a minute or so?
Minutes, yes.
All right. Now, I think you said the brain is, or the body's an amazing thing.
It is.
Right, okay. One of the things about lack of oxygen to the brain is that the brain actually can function for 3 minutes or so without oxygen due to what it has stored. Is that right?
It has limited function. The function is diminishing over those 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
But there is, I mean, if you get your blood cut off, or excuse me, your blood flow cut off to your brain, it may cause you to pass out, but your brain still could be functioning in a kind of a protect mode for 3 minutes or so.
Up to the time of death, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And then if somebody is being strangled and the force that's being exerted on their neck, carotid arteries, jugular veins, those sort of things, is released, blood starts flowing, and recovery can be very quick, right? In terms of regaining consciousness, right?
Correct.
Your ability to move.
Yes.
Right? All of that can happen very quickly.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you established that there can be long-term effects, but not always.
Correct.
And the shorter the amount of time that you're deprived of blood and oxygen to your brain, the more likely your chance of not having long-term effects, right?
I would love to think that there's a direct correlation, but even people who have been strangled just to the point of unconsciousness and then woke up potentially could have long-term complications.
Okay. Potentially, but not usual.
Not guaranteed.
All right. Now, let's talk about hitting your head on something. Let's say that, in fact, you did hit your head on something hard. Would that affect your ability at that point to remember what was going on?
It could.
Okay. And that's why? Why does it affect that?
Again, significant blow to the head may impact the hippocampus where memory is laid down. It may impact many other aspects of the brain also.
Okay. All right, and so impact the brain negatively, obviously.
Yes.
Right? Does it affect your ability to reason?
It can, yes.
And what happens when you go unconscious?
Your brain is not awake, alert, making decisions. Your body is able to function as long as there is still oxygen and blood flow happening.
So your body is functioning, but you're not necessarily controlling what you're doing.
Well, you're not awake and alert, correct.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Morning.
Thank you for being here for 2 days. So on the pictures that you talked about, the bruising on the back of Fatima's neck, did I correctly place that as towards the back?
Those were side pictures.
Okay.
So it was more lateral is the medical term we use, not posterior, not in the back.
Okay, and just so the record's clear, when you said lateral, you held your hand up to your ear and kind of went down from your ear?
Correct.
And in those pictures, Fatima's hair was pulled up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, kind of signs of strangulation, the physical signs, would you agree, are somewhat subtle?
Can be.
And in this case, were subtle, correct?
I actually wouldn't say these were subtle.
Okay, well, to the non-professional.
Okay. It's hard for me to be non-professional.
And not to say to be unprofessional, but somebody who doesn't have the same training, correct? So, petechiae, you explained very clearly to the jury what petechiae is, correct?
Yes.
And somebody who saw a picture of petechiae, if I walked up at lunch and said, what is this? Somebody may say freckles, correct?
Correct.
And that's a fair description, right?
Yes.
But based on your training, you know that there's a medical explanation, particularly when you see that it didn't last longer than October 21st, that was not a freckle, but that was a petechiae, correct?
That's why we continue to photograph every day. Correct.
Right. And so you would agree with me that that's kind of outside the common knowledge of the average person, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of why you're here, to explain your expertise, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, the bruising and abrasions were more visible on Fatima the next day. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So, and in terms of the petechiae, was it more visible or about the same from the 18th to the 19th? Do you recall?
We didn't demonstrate those photographs, but my recollection was they were still very visible on the 19th, yes.
They were still, okay. And then the scrape on the shoulder and the hip, she attributed to something other than strangulation, correct?
She did not have a scrape on her hip. She had pain,
pain
of her hip, and no visible injury there. And the scrape on her left shoulder would not have been directly from the strangulation.
Okay, so if we're summarizing kind of the visual cues, it would be the petechiae on her face, correct?
Correct.
And abrasions below her ear, correct?
Correct.
Which may or may not be visible based on the location of her hair.
Correct.
Okay. So somebody who walks up on the scene and sees her, they're probably gonna notice kind of rapid breathing, correct?
Yes.
Like she's, you know, you're talking about the physical response to a post-strangulation event, correct? So rapid breathing, correct?
Correct.
Almost kind of panic?
Correct. That would be common.
Okay. And so somebody who didn't see what happened before that wouldn't necessarily automatically conclude that what I am observing is a post-strangulation person. Fair?
That's possible.
Okay. Because now if, let's say that this was a gunshot wound, right? And the gunshot wound is visible, depending on the location and the amount of blood, an average person may be able to say, okay, there's a significant wound there because of the blood, and it is circular and quite possibly could be a gunshot wound. Agree?
Yes.
And same with like a knife cut, correct?
Correct.
And so Whereas strangulation, you have to do a much more you have to get information from the person, correct?
Yes.
If they're able to provide it, correct?
Yes.
And then you're doing a full body examination, correct?
Yes.
And then x-rays and pictures, correct?
If that person is in medical care, yes.
And so, getting information from Fatima was important to you understanding and making a diagnosis, fair?
Always true.
Okay. Okay, so somebody who comes up afterward isn't going to necessarily know outwardly signs that, this is a person who has just been strangled, correct? And you're hesitating, so
I'm hesitating because I can't ask you a question.
Okay, well, let me, okay, we operate in these, so somebody who, let's start from here. So Fatima regains consciousness, okay?
Yes.
From that point forward. And, Mr. Dean, from the principal, from the school, comes over and sees her on the ground and observes rapid breathing, big eyes, startled, we'll say petechiae. Would you expect a non-medical professional to say that person, I can conclusively say that person was just strangled?
Not necessarily.
Okay. No.
Before we head to a break, we have a quick programming note. Court TV will be live in Idaho for the Brian Kohberger sentencing hearing on Wednesday, July 23rd. That is tomorrow. Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson will be reporting there in Boise, along with Court TV anchor Ted Rollins. The sentencing is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern. It is not one to be missed. Tune in to watch it right here on Court TV. We'll be right back after this short break.
Brian Kohberger accepted a plea offer.
A shocking turn of events.
How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
Convicted killer Brian Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students.
He is the boogeyman.
And come face to face with the families of his victims.
And I pray that we have justice.
The sentencing of Brian Kohberger. Live coverage begins Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
Returning now back to Washington State for the attempted honor killing trial. Parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are accused of trying to choke their daughter to death after she ran away from home in October of last year. On the stand remains Dr. Joyce Gilbert. This is a pediatrician who treated Fatima. We're going to get you back into court. A reminder right now, she's under cross-examination by the defense.
That something happened, correct?
Correct.
And that something has caused this person to be upset?
Correct.
Okay. And it is a common side effect of not being able to communicate after a strangling event, right? Difficulty speaking, that's a symptom, correct?
Correct.
And when somebody is regaining consciousness, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like a light switch. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And I just snapped my finger and you shook your head yes.
Yes.
Fair? Okay, so it's not like I'm unconscious at 0-1 and then at 0-2 I'm fully functional and awake, correct?
Correct.
And so there's kind of this process of coming back to understanding what's going on.
Yes.
And you described confusion?
Yes.
And memory loss?
Correct.
And it's fair to think that the person, while they're unconscious, doesn't necessarily fully appreciate how they got to where they are when they're waking up, right?
Right.
This is not what they expected, correct?
Yes.
And if you ask somebody, well, how long were you unconscious for? That's not a question that you would expect them to be able to answer.
That's
Fair?
correct.
And may not be able to communicate to the person that they wake up with kind of what's going on.
True.
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Dr. Gilbert, if a patient is hit hard enough on their head to cause cerebral edema, would you typically expect to see some sort of external injuries to the head?
Yes, you would.
Okay, and those external injuries, could they include bruising?
Yes.
Could it also include bumps to the head or knots?
Generally, a big bump on the head with a hard blow. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry. Yes, generally there'd be a big bump on the head with a blow like that.
Okay, and you testify that as being Fatima's treating physician, that you would also do a head-to-toe examination. During your examination, did you observe any bruising to her head?
I did not.
Okay, what about bumps or knots?
I did not, and
Okay.
I felt under her hair and her whole head during my exam.
And when you felt under her hair and over her whole entire head, did you feel any bumps or knots?
No.
Okay.
And she did not describe any pain with my palpation.
Okay. And you indicated that she does not describe any pain with your palpation. How is pain with palpation associated with bumps or knots on the head?
Well, if she had hit her head hard someplace, then even if there isn't a big bump for a bruise, there's still tenderness at that point of impact. And so if she had complained about pain, then I would have been more concerned about a bump on her head. But she did not complain about any pain with palpation, nor did I feel any bumps.
Okay. And when oxygen is being cut off to the brain, is the brain function in essence impaired?
It is.
Okay. And Mr. Leary, he's the defense attorney that just asked you some questions. He sort of asked you questions about signs and symptoms of strangulation that may be obvious to a professional like yourself, but maybe subtle and not all that obvious to a non-medical person. Would you say bruising, would that be considered something subtle or obvious to a non-professional?
It depends on the time that you're looking for the bruising and the area that you're looking. He made a point of saying if her hair was down, it may have been difficult to see the bruising, and bruising does progress over time. So the first pictures that we took may not have showed all the bruising, and the second day pictures showed more bruising still from the same incident. So sometimes bruising is not at its highest peak, nor is it always visible immediately after an injury.
Okay. You testified that the photos of the bruising from the second day was more obvious than the bruising from the first day. The photos that were taken of the first day, did it still show obvious bruising on her neck?
Yes, it did.
Did it show obvious bruising on the front of her neck?
Yes, it did.
Did it show obvious bruising on the left side of her neck where the left side of her carotid artery and jugular vein was located?
Yes, it did.
Did it also show obvious bruising on her right side of her neck where the right side of her jugular vein and carotid artery is located?
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Leary was also asking you questions about subtle signs and obvious signs. If an individual sees somebody that is being placed in a headlock position and does not look like they have their eyes open and appear to be passed out or they've lost consciousness, would that be concern for strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Just to clarify, Your Honor. Just so we're clear, I absolutely agree. If you see somebody in a headlock and being choked, you would think strangulation, right?
Correct.
And you're shaking your head right.
Yes.
So my question is more, if you don't see what's going on and you come upon the scene afterward, you can surmise that there's been a struggle and that there's been something that's happened, but you don't necessarily can conclusively say strangulation just on your initial reaction. Is that fair?
I think that's very fair, especially if it's a layperson.
Okay, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go. Thank you.
Dr. Joyce Gilbert, pediatrician, her testimony is over right now. Let's bring in with us this hour trial attorney Natasha Scruggs. And YouTube comments are flowing in. And I want to thank one viewer because she said, listen, I think it's wrong. I think the mother was not standing by, but rather had her hands on Fatima. So I'd like to start, Natasha, always great to see you. Thank you for joining. I'd like to start by, we looked back at Fatima's testimony, and here's what she said about her mother. Because on one part of the video, you see the mother standing aside. Fatima said that she remembers when she woke up hearing her mother's voice, that her mother was holding her chest and neck. And so she didn't specifically say that she thought her mother was trying to hurt her, but that was her memory. Is that enough for a jury to find that the mother did attempt to murder her?
You know what? I think that coupled with the bruising, because she was talking about where the bruising was on Fatima's neck. I think that coupled with that, and coupled with the testimony from the other people, it could be enough. All I know is the dad, he definitely choked her because multiple people saw it. The mom, it's a bit questionable, but at least she says she remembers waking up with her hands on her neck. Now, the doctor did testify to say that her memory could be a little shaky because she did pass out, but I think it's enough.
All right, now, talking about the bruises, the choking, I want to play for us. Julie Grant this morning interviewed an attorney who happens to also be an ex-pro wrestler, David Otunga. I'd like to listen to a little bit of what he had to say and then break that down.
Now, what this gentleman used, Fatima's father, is called a rear naked choke or a blood choke, which is kind of like what the sleeper hold is, where your arm comes around and it actually cuts off both carotid arteries. And so why this is called a blood choke is it stops the blood flow to your brain, and somebody can lose consciousness pretty quickly. So in wrestling, when we use a sleeper hold, it's a lot of theatrics. If you're not careful with that and you apply your sleeper hold too snug, you can actually make your opponent pass out, which in a real fight is, your goal. But the other problem is if you keep that hold on longer, that could also result in death. This is the hold that Fatima's father had on her. That was a rear naked choke, a blood choke, and that's why she passed out, she said so quickly.
All right, so it could result in death. Do you think that means there's intent by the father, that this jury might say he intended to kill her, or rather, is it a lesser charge because he did, if the jury finds him guilty of it, he did attack her, but maybe he didn't intend to kill her?
I think that's going to have to be inferred by the jury. It really comes down to what they thought before. Like, did they come to the bus stop with the intent to do that? You know, of course, we can't talk about the honor killing in the trial. We can't talk about the arranged marriage in the trial. But Fatima is saying that because of both of those instances, because of her refusal to be married off, that they came there with the guilty intent to murder her. But the jury doesn't have all those facts. So the jury only knows that dad hopped out and he did put her in that hole. Now, I'm curious to know, what is his background to know how to do that type of choke? You know, and if he has a background in that, and if he knew that you can kill someone by choking them like that.
Natasha, I thought the exact same thing, because here we hear an interview. He happens to be an attorney, but also was a professional wrestler. That's why he knows how to do it. Excellent point. How would just a father know how to do that? So I think that's an important question. Now, I also want to share another comment from our YouTube live stream. De-Icer Dave says the video is insanely incriminating, but that the chat of everyone else shows how easy it is to get a hung jury, because the reality is, Natasha, you've got people on both sides. You've got people who can't make up their mind. Now, granted, the jury is in the courtroom. They are hearing every word. They are seeing every picture that we can't show our viewers. But I do think he raises an interesting question, which in this case, there are a lot of decisions about the factual basis that this jury is going to have to make.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that there's people on both sides. Now, the other thing is, we can't see the pure video. The jury can see the pure video. So I'm hoping that without all the blurriness, that it's a bit clearer for them. But honestly, I really think it's going to come down to whether or not the defense wants to bring a witness on, which I'm assuming they might want to bring the dad on. I think if they choose to not bring anybody on to put his side on the table, then the jury's just going to have to look at all these witnesses, the bus driver, the students, the daughter, and come to that conclusion. But I think that the prosecution is doing a great job in putting on their case.
I think they are, and the defense is asking the questions to try to poke holes in the prosecution's case, but I have to tell you, I can't imagine mother or father will testify. We don't know. Of course, you and I are just giving our opinions, but it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not he chooses to testify. Now, one of the things I always like discussing is the demeanor of the defendants, because we know, Natasha, the jury is watching the mother and father, no matter what. And Meme Lover on our YouTube chat said, will a jury be looking at the father's lack of emotion? Now, I've seen a lack of emotion, but also, I guess maybe it's just my own interpretation. Sometimes I watch him and that lack of emotion to me comes across as being very angry. Does a jury watch all of these things? And what do you think the father's emotion and mother's emotion tell you, if anything?
Yes, a jury definitely watches the demeanor of the defendants. And the mom, from what I've seen, people see her as just being mean. They don't see her, she doesn't have obviously she's not supposed to be smiling, but they see her as mean and not caring. They see dad as really, like you said, he looks mean sometimes, and sometimes he just looks blank in the face. And so it's like, you know, they don't really have any emotions about how, even when their daughter was testifying, they didn't have any emotions. I mean, I felt so much compassion for her, even when she was talking about, you know, wanting to be in school and wanting to be educated and how her parents didn't support her. They didn't have any emotion. And so that doesn't look good to a jury. They're not really coming across as sympathetic defendants, in my opinion.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see this case. There's so many things to consider. The prosecution continues to build its case. Natasha, stand by. We are waiting for the jurors to return from their lunch break. So while we're waiting on that, we're going to hear arguments outside of the jury's presence. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. And let's go back to Washington State, where parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali are on trial for the attempted murder of their own daughter. Fatima Ali was 17 years old when the prosecutors say that her mother and father tracked her down to a bus stop and then tried to choke her to death. Fatima told police that she ran away from home over fears her parents were going to send her to Iraq. Still with us, trial attorney Natasha Scruggs. Let's talk, if you would like to, please, ma'am, about the charges, because here's one thing I want to point out, and that is he is charged on the top 2 counts with second-degree attempted murder. This is for the father, and first-degree assault domestic violence. The mother, though, although charged with the same top count, second-degree attempted murder, is charged as the second top count, second-degree assault domestic violence. The other thing that a viewer shared is, listen, every state has variations on attempted murder and assault, and it's true that every state defines these things differently. What do you think of the fact that these two are facing some of the same charges, but also some different charges?
You know what? I think that's typical when you have multiple people in a case. I think the mom, there was a I guess a restraining order with the school that she violated. There was different issues with the mom ahead of this particular instance. So I see why he was charged with this and she was charged with that. Also, his actions on the day of the incident are a little bit different than hers.
They are. That is true. Are you surprised? And we've talked about this with each of our guests today because everyone offers a little bit different perspective. You're a trial attorney. I'd love to hear, are you surprised that these two defendants have chosen to go to trial together, albeit they have a little different set of facts and different charges in some respects?
I'm a little surprised by that, but because they're a husband and wife, they probably just thought, listen, it's better for us to be together, but they do each have their own respective attorneys. So there's that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we want to head back into the courtroom now. I believe the jury has not yet returned from their lunch break, and so we want to bring you the attorney speaking with the judge over an upcoming witness and hearsay concerns, again, outside the jury's presence.
Let's go ahead and get started with the issues related to the testimony of witnesses who are scheduled for this afternoon. I don't know who wants to outline that issue. Maybe Mr. Leary?
All right, so I previously had talked about, I had flagged Howard, Knight, and Robinson. I did have a chance to speak with Ms. O about Officer Howard. She did indicate that it was her intent to simply say, Officer Howard, who did you speak to? I spoke to Isaiah. And that's it. And then say, did you receive anything from Isaiah? Yes, I received a video from Isaiah that I entered into evidence. So I don't have an issue with that testimony. So I think we're good on Howard. And if there's something comes up, then I will obviously object. The next is Officer Knight, and that is where I think we're going to spend a little bit of time talking. So there's a series of things about kind of the background hearsay that Ms. Stone indicated that she's not getting into, and I think that the crux of the disagreement pertains to my client traveled to his family up in Vancouver and was traveling up to Vancouver, I believe, around 21st or the 22nd.
Can you clarify Vancouver, BC versus Vancouver, Washington?
Vancouver, BC.
Okay.
And that her boys were up there with grandparents. She went to the border and apparently was turned away at the border and then detained either on probable cause or on a warrant for this case and then brought to the Whatcom County Jail where she was then picked up from the jail, transferred here, and has been in custody ever since. So it's my understanding the state wishes to elicit from Officer Knight that my client was turned away at the border, was detained in Whatcom County, and then transported from Whatcom County down here. Rocha talks about hearsay for a that it's not offered for the truth of the matter certain. I don't even think we're there. I mean, this is evidence that is being offered, hearsay, for the truth of the matter asserted. The state is attempting to establish that my client attempted to travel to Canada, was turned away at the border, was arrested and detained in Whatcom County. And so, reading the rule, 801C says hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Officer Knight has no personal knowledge as to what happened at the border. He was told by repeated, I think in his statement he says, you know, I heard from repeated people or multiple people that so he says in his report, on October 22nd, 2024, shortly after 1900 hours, I was contacted by multiple entities and advised, he misspells Zahraa, but I believe he's referring to my client, was denied entry into Canada and was currently in CBP custody at the Blaine, Washington Port of Entry. So all of his information comes from other law enforcement officials, statements that he has received, and the state now wants to have him testify as to that he sent officers to Bellingham, Whatcom County, to pick up my client after she was denied entry into Canada. He has no basis of knowledge. The fact that he directed officers up there, he doesn't know where they,
All right, again, these are arguments outside of the jury's presence. We have learned that the jury is now entering the courtroom. They have a 2-hour lunch. They've just gotten back. So, perfect time to take a break. When we come back, we'll get you back inside that courtroom live. Stay tuned.
Parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, 2 parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Now let's get back to the trial of two parents charged with trying to murder their own daughter in Washington State. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali both face charges of second-degree attempted murder. Prosecutors say they tried to kill their 17-year-old daughter Fatima in October of last year. The incident was caught on a bus's security camera. Prosecutors say the video shows the father trying to choke Fatima to death. Other teenagers and bystanders got involved and held the father down until the police arrived. We want to go back into court. Now, as I mentioned, they are back from their lunch break. However, the jury has not yet entered the courtroom because the judge is discussing hearsay concerns with those attorneys outside of the jury's presence. Let's go back in.
I told the jury 1:45, they are all here. Any issues to address before the next witness is called?
Sure. They have.
Good afternoon.
With respect to Ms. Robinson, I think I have an understanding of what she's going to potentially say. I would have an objection to questioning along the lines that the school had safety concerns for Fatima. I don't see how that is relevant. Wasn't communicated to my client. And so obviously the statements about hooking her up with social services, finding a place to stay, those things that were provided to Fatima that day, I think are admissible, but like generalized concerns from her, we would object to.
All right. Ms. O, is this your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Response?
Your Honor, with regards to Ms. Robinson specifically, I think the fact that that line of questioning is appropriate along with her answers for multiple reasons. One, I do believe it is relevant. Throughout the course of this trial, not necessarily from Mr. Leary, but from Mr. Kading, and the state is trying both Mr. Ali and Mrs. Ali simultaneously. And we also have to address any potential arguments that Mr. Kading has made through the course of this trial. During cross-examination of Fatima, Mr. Kading asked her on multiple occasions about this idea that Fatima testified that she feels safe at school and she enjoys school. And Mr. Kading on cross-examination asked her in multiple ways about how clearly that is not accurate because she also indicated that she had skipped some classes. Mr. Kading had also asked her on multiple occasions during cross-examination, basically in essence calling her a liar. In fact, he specifically asked her, isn't it true that you lie when you want to make somebody, when you're afraid of making somebody mad or unhappy along those lines? And he also, at one point, when I believe she was confused by the form of question and her answer to Mr. Kading was a little bit different than what her answer was to Ms. Stone on direct examination, Mr. Kading again stated, you said something that was different earlier on direct, so are you lying now? So on multiple occasions, he used the word lying to, in essence, describe Fatima. Fatima also testified that she felt safe at school and that she had resources at school. And I anticipate that Ms. Robinson is going to testify that while Ms. Robinson is a mental health specialist, and as part of her role as a mental health specialist, she in fact had many contact with Fatima while Fatima was enrolled at Timberline High School. And during the course of those conversations, Fatima talked to her about her own family and the dynamics within the family. I'm not going to ask Ms. Robinson about specifically what Fatima said. I'm simply going to ask her that whether after talking to Fatima during the course of those conversations, if she's ever had any concerns for Fatima's safety. I do believe it is important because on the day of this incident, Ms. Robinson was in fact the school official that Fatima went to see that morning. And she spent the most time with Fatima on that day, and she was the one that came up with a safety plan for Fatima. And all that is relevant because, again, Mr. Kading, on behalf of Mr. Ali, is in essence trying to paint this picture through the course of his questioning of law enforcement officers when it comes to how the school would deal with runaway situations, and with Fatima herself on cross-examination, trying to paint this picture that she basically, for lack of a better way of saying it, is a bratty 17-year-old teenager who just didn't want to go on a family vacation, and therefore she ran away from home. And that is not the situation in this case, and the state has a right to rebut that claim. And I anticipate that Ms. Robinson is going to testify that she could not report to Mr. and Mrs. Ali that Fatima was with her because she could not break privilege due to the fact that she is a mental health specialist, and Fatima never gave her permission to have her tell her parents that she was at the school. And Ms. Robinson will also testify that she didn't report to law enforcement because at that specific moment there was no imminent risk to Fatima's safety since she was at the school, and her concerns was something that could happen in the future. But despite all that, she still developed a safety plan with Fatima, and she in fact also connected Fatima with the national runaway hotline. And then also she connected Fatima with Ms. Goddard, who is a student navigator, and together they eventually came up with basically setting Fatima up to go to a local youth shelter. And so based on the totality, I do believe that Ms. Robinson's testimony about her concerns about Fatima's safety is relevant, and that there is no prejudice to this because we've already heard testimony from Fatima herself that she had concerns for her safety. And again, as I indicated, Mr. Kading has spent a lot of time on cross-examination of various witnesses trying to paint this picture that basically Fatima just didn't like she didn't like this trip that she was going to take, and so therefore she ran away, which is not the situation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry?
I do think the state can testify that the reason for not telling the parents is because there was a privileged conversation with her student. And so I think that puts things into context in terms of the fact that they concluded that there was no imminent risk, so therefore mandatory reporting or other law enforcement triggering events did not compel her to report to law enforcement. I think that is admissible. My concern is the generalized concern for Fatima's safety is based on hearsay conversations with Fatima. It touches on 404B that the state said that they weren't going to elicit. In terms of, they're not saying that, yes, the state chose to try these cases together. I have to represent my client's interests. I will note that Mr. Kading's questions about whether or not she felt safe at school or enjoyed school, the state in their initial direct elicited testimony that she had skipped class but had stayed in a bathroom or stayed in school. I believe Mr. Kading then followed up and said, well, that's not 100% complete because there are also times where you skip school and went to a Safeway, and she said yes. In terms of the, talking to her about not telling the truth, the state elicited on their opening direct that there was a hearing which she admitted under oath that she testified under oath and admitted that she didn't tell the truth to the court. They elicited that information, and Mr. Kading followed up on it. So I don't think that the questions asked by Mr. Kading opened the door, certainly didn't open the door to my client. And I think having the school testify ambiguously about
Thank you so much to Natasha Scruggs for joining us today. Coming up next, of course, our Michael Ayala joining me for more of the attempted murder trial for Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Stay with us, Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
When you observed, based on your training experience, the movement of that left arm, what did that appear was happening to that person?
That looked like a seizure of the left arm.
Okay, and what about the movement of the left arm makes you say that it looked like a seizure?
It was rhythmic, sustained rhythmic movement without a purpose.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala.
And I'm Ashley Wilcott. That was pediatrician Dr. Joyce Gilbert describing what she believed was happening to the victim in the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali.
Now, the couple is accused of trying to kill their 17-year-old daughter, Fatima, last October outside of her former high school. Cell phone video captured the moment Ihsan Ali punched Fatima's boyfriend and attacked Fatima, allegedly putting her in a chokehold. Fatima testified earlier that she thought she was going to die, and eyewitnesses seemed to back that up, testifying that her eyes rolled back in her head and her body went limp.
Dr. Gilbert was back on the stand today and told jurors that it takes only 4.4 pounds of pressure to cause strangulation, about the same amount of pressure exerted in an adult handshake. We want to go back into court. Michael, I just want to mention quickly, this is outside the presence of the jury, arguing about hearsay, whether it's admissible or not to the judge.
Yes, and I believe they're talking about Mrs. Robinson, who I believe was the school counselor that talked to Fatima.
And one of the things they've said is there was no release in order for her to say what Fatima told her. So we're going to go back into court to see what the judge decides.
Fatima's safety is touching on 404B provides an undue risk of prejudice as far as the jury's not going to know. The jury did hear testimony from Fatima that she had concerns about her safety going to Iraq. So that's not what they were going to talk about, concerns for her safety with her family and generalized concerns, but not go into it. I think it is misleading to the jury and will lead them to speculate improperly as to what's going on. And so I think that they can say, we didn't talk to the parents, and here's why. We didn't talk to law enforcement, here's why. Here's what we did. We provided her with a safe place to go, and we lined her up with that, and I think that is appropriate testimony for their correct.
So first of all, I'm not going to indicate what questions specifically can and cannot be asked. And I know that that's not what Mr. Leary meant, but he was saying, well, I think it's okay to ask this question, this question, this question. I'm not going to be that detailed. In the direct of Ms. Robinson, whether or not she had a generalized concern for Fatima's safety, may be relevant to explain all of the things that she did with Fatima on that day. The general concerns of the school, absolutely not. No one can testify as to the school's concerns. I don't know, maybe the principal could, but I don't even know that he can. I think that this witness can only talk about her contact with Fatima, how she knows Fatima, and then what she did on October 18th. And I would prohibit specific any specifics being testified by this witness as it relates to things that Fatima told her, which gave rise to her concerns. Ms. O said she wouldn't offer that. Mr. Leary has argued that he's concerned about the potential of 404B, which the court certainly understands. There is nothing specific that will be testified to other than her generalized if that's what she says, that she was concerned for Fatima's safety on that date, or concerned for Fatima. I don't know what she's going to say, something along those lines. And it is relevant to explain her contact with Fatima and apparently things that happened while Fatima was at the school. It is consistent with information that Fatima testified to as it relates to feeling safe at school. She testified that's why she went there on October 18th. I don't think she used the words, "I had nowhere else to go." But she did indicate that that was her safe place. And absolutely, through cross-examination, the inference is that Fatima is an almost adult who did not like the rules of her home and had a relationship she was not supposed to be in, and she ran away and wasn't following her parents' directive. This, and that there was no basis, that was just kind of like teenage angst. I don't know if that's the right, but rebellion, teenage rebellion is really what the argument is. And that's defense theory, and the defense absolutely gets to develop that and argue that, and that's what they have been doing, at least as to Mr. Kading on Mr. Ali's behalf. But the state has the ability then to present rebuttal to that, really, that it was not just a rebellious teenager who was acting out against rules just because she was 17 and didn't want to be told what to do. And that's where the relevance lies as well. So I think I'm sustaining and overruling the objection. It is somewhat limited, but Ms. Robinson can testify as to her generalized concerns based upon her interactions with Fatima without going into any specifics. Bring the jury in, please. You can go ahead and have the witness come.
All right, so here, Judge, what they're dancing around is this idea of what we talked about earlier from the beginning of the trial, that they can't talk about the honor killing, et cetera, but you also have to be careful not to just let this jury think that this was just some kid involved in teenage rebellion. There was more there. So just how much do you let this woman testify to? That's what this was all about.
Absolutely, and I like the way the judge broke it down, was very specific about the different items and that she felt safe at school and some of the things she's allowed and not allowed to say. We understand that witness, this is Elizabeth Robinson, is now on the stand. Let's go back in.
Fatima was a student of Timberline High School.
No, she wasn't.
Okay, and do you know where she was attending school?
She was attending school at Summit Virtual Academy.
Okay, and is Summit Virtual Academy still part of the North Thurston School District?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And after Fatima started classes with Summit Virtual Academy, were you able to have any contact with her?
No.
Okay. And prior to Fatima starting with Summit Virtual Academy, do you know if she was a student at Timberline High School?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And while she was a student at Timberline High School, did you have any contact with her at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And was it in your capacity as a mental health specialist?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how many times Fatima went to seek your services?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was once or more than once?
More than once.
Okay. And Ms. Robinson, in general, if you as a mental health specialist have a student that comes to you and you have a concern about their safety and and they indicated that they have run away from home, what actions can you take as a mental health specialist?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. What are some of the actions that you could take?
Some of the possible actions that I could take is providing resources for them for a youth shelter, calling law enforcement, or calling DSHS.
Okay. And with regards to calling law enforcement, does it require there to be a imminent risk for student safety at that moment while they're with you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And with regards to some of the outside resources that you mentioned, such as a youth shelter, do you know whether, well, let me ask you this question. Do you have any experience in dealing with those outside agencies?
Yes.
And do you know whether those outside agencies have any requirements to do notifications to parents or law enforcement if they receive a student that is potentially a runaway?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
And do you know whether those outside agencies have any requirements requiring them to do notifications?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and is it required by law?
It is required by law. They have 72 hours to notify parents, and usually they do so within 24.
Okay. And do you know a student by the name of Isaiah?
He's a student at Timberline High School.
Okay. And you already testified that you know Fatima Ali. The times that you also testified that Fatima, while she was attending Timberline High School, went to speak with you on more than one occasion. Without going into the specifics of what Fatima discussed with you, did she, when she sought out your services, did she speak to you about her family?
Yes.
And did she also speak to you about the dynamics within her family?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your interactions with Fatima, did you yourself develop any concerns for her safety?
Yes.
Okay. And October 18th of 2024, I want to ask you a few questions about that day. Did you have contact with Fatima on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you remember approximately when you first had contact with her?
She came in around 9:30 a.m.
Okay, and where did you first see her that morning?
All right, we need to step aside for just a moment. On the other side of the break, we will have more testimony in the attempted honor killing trial, and we want to know what you think. Join the discussion on our YouTube page, and we will share some of your comments or questions.
Plus, the jury hears the disturbing conversation the defendant in the in-law massacre case had with his mother about killing his wife's parents and brother.
They were all caught off guard one at a time. Nick was gone at work and the mom was gone at the store. That's when I got the dad. I got the mom as soon as she walked in, and I cleaned up the mess. Brother came home that night. We played video games and watched TV together. He went to sleep, and that's when I got him. I know, and I know I'm a monster, and I'm a horrible person, but I need my kids taken care of.
Shelby Neely also reveals a forgotten key detail in his police interview about how his wife died. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Convicted killer Brian Koberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students and come face to face with the families of his victims.
The sentencing of Brian Koberger, Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
and it requires 4.4 pounds of pressure to occlude the jugular vein. It takes 20 pounds of pressure to open a can of peas with a flip top on it. A simple handshake between adults is between 60 and 80 pounds of pressure. So when I say 4 pounds of pressure, that's very little force to occlude or stop the blood flowing down the jugular vein.
Before we get you back inside that courtroom, here are a few other cases that Court TV is tracking.
In Idaho, Court TV will be live in Boise for the Bryan Kohberger sentencing hearing tomorrow. President Donald Trump took to social media yesterday to discuss the sentencing. President Trump posted that he hopes the judge makes Kohberger explain why he committed these horrible murders. And remember, Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands, along with crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, will be in Boise for that sentencing beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Also in Idaho, beginning tomorrow, Court TV will be following the sentencing hearing of defendant Jeremy Best. He avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to the murders of his pregnant wife, unborn child, and his 10-month-old son.
And in Florida, the state rested its case in the penalty phase for Shelby Neely today. It'll be up to the jury now to decide whether to recommend life in prison without parole or the death penalty for Neely, who pleaded guilty to killing his wife and in-laws today. Today, jurors watched Neely's second police interview where he speaks very casually about how he killed his wife, Jamie.
Approximately how long do you think you were choking her? Like 3 to 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes total choking her? Yes. Okay. And I remember the big detail that I forgot about yesterday. I do apologize. After that happened, I did grab a hammer and I hit her just to make sure that she was dead. Okay. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. That's fine. It just came to me because, like I said, I blocked that. And when you hit her, that was still in the living room with the hammer? Yes.
Try to kill your children.
We want to head back to Washington State now for more testimony in the attempted honor killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. The witness is testifying about putting the victim in contact with a runaway hotline. A reminder, this was a mental health specialist who worked at Timberline High School.
Outside of my office.
Okay. And Ms. Robinson, do you know what time school starts each morning?
It starts at 7:30 a.m.
Okay. And when you saw Fatima sitting outside your office, did you speak with her?
I did.
Okay. And where did you speak with her?
In the counseling center.
Okay. And where is the counseling center located?
It is right next to our front office in the front of the school.
Okay. And did you at some point also speak with Fatima inside your office?
Yes, I did.
And where is your office in relationship to the front office?
It is also in the counseling center.
Okay. And without telling the jury what she specifically stated to you, well, let me ask you this question instead. Were you made aware by Fatima that she had left home that morning?
Yes.
And were you also made aware that her intention was not to return home?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into the specifics, did she talk to you about her concerns about a trip that was coming up?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And while Fatima was inside your office, did you connect her with any outside agencies?
Yes.
Okay, and which outside agency did you connect her with?
I gave her the phone number for the 1-800 runaway hotline.
Okay, and did you in fact call the national runaway hotline number for her?
We called together.
Okay. And was there a conversation with that hotline?
Yes.
Okay. And the concerns that you have, Fatima, did you share that information with the hotline?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point after Fatima being in your office for a while, did you also connect her with another school official?
Yes, I did.
And who did you connect her with?
Our Timberline student navigator.
Okay, and what's a student navigator?
A student navigator is one of our staff members that helps students that are struggling with housing instability or have run away.
Okay. And after Fatima you indicated that you connected her with a student navigator. How long was Fatima in your office approximately before you connected her with the student navigator?
It was approximately 2 to 2.5 hours.
Okay. And while Fatima was in your office, did you also work on a safety plan with her?
Yes, we created an extensive safety plan.
Okay. And after Fatima was connected with the student navigator, did she come back to see you in your office?
Yes.
And during the course of your contact with her that day, did you and other school employees provide her with any items?
Yes.
And what kind of items did you provide for her?
We provided her a blanket, a sweatshirt, a hat, and a Chromebook to take to the youth shelter.
Okay. And you indicated that those items were provided for her to take to a youth shelter. Do you know whether a setup would, let me rephrase my question. Do you know if there was a placement for her at a youth shelter for that evening?
Yes, our student navigator was able to get a bed scheduled for Fatima for that evening.
Okay. And then at some point, did Fatima leave your office?
Yes.
And did you walk her out of your office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And prior to her leaving the school building, did she connect with any of the students there?
Yes, she did.
And who does she connect? And after Fatima and Isaiah went to the bus stop, did you go back to the front office?
I did.
Okay. And when you went back to the office,
All right, I want to bring in our guest joining us this hour is criminal defense attorney and former head prosecutor Bob Bianchi. Bob, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Great to see you today. And I just want to say, I think this is extremely important testimony. This particular witness is an uninterested third party, a professional looking at the situation. And I thought the prosecutor really navigated some of the minefield here very, very well. She got across what she wanted to get across, the idea that the victim in this case, Fatima, was afraid, and she had talked about issues in her family before, and whatever she was afraid of led this woman to make the decision to send her to a shelter. I think that's where we wanted to go, given the idea that they can't talk about these honor killings, arranged marriage, etc.
Michael, you just said it. Sometimes this is such a nuanced tactical error. There's so much beautiful and robust law about hearsay and 404 and what can be testified to and limiting instructions. So the judge is essentially allowing this witness to do what we call res gesti. In other words, why did you do what you did? Now, I'm telling you as a former prosecutor who's been exactly in this situation, sometimes not letting the information out because the defense doesn't want it out even works better for me. The way this prosecutor is doing it is so clear to the jury that whatever she's not, the prosecutor, allowed to say must be really, really bad. That's what I think this jury is speculating. And to your point, it was so bad that it caused her not to call her parents for reconciliation or social services, but to rather call the runaway hotline. So you're leaving in the jury's mind this huge speculation. And sometimes I've said to myself as a prosecutor who has to abide by what's going on here, like this prosecutor does, wow, the testimony even was more powerful to the jury because they know something's being hidden from them and I'm dancing around it. They know exactly what's going on. I'm wondering if I had the file in front of me as a defense lawyer, whether I would have waived those objections and not made it look like there's such a big mystery going on here.
Interesting, powerful testimony for sure. And Bob, we love having our YouTube streamers joining us on the linear feed today. And there was a really great question from Miss Anderson just posed. In America, can a minor ask law enforcement to intervene if they don't want to travel or move to a foreign country with their parents, if there is no evidence that the child is not safe, of course I started jumping up and down and said, Michael, I want this question with Bob, because the really key is the end of that language. If there's no danger posed, of course, if the child's at imminent risk, then they can intervene. But absent that, Bob, no, I don't think law enforcement can do a darn thing about it.
Yeah, let's not forget where we've come in the last 3 decades, at least. Is it 3 decades already? I've been practicing law, whatever. We've gone to a place where law enforcement rarely question corporal punishment and parental decisions, and parents were notified about everything, especially in the schools, because they're wards of the parents in locus parentis when they're in the schools. Now we're getting to a point where that question is so prescient. Has the pendulum swung to such a place right now where if there's no abuse to the child, there's no violation of criminal law, that the parents no longer have the custody, care, and capability of making decisions on behalf of the children? And I do not believe the law has gone that far at this point, nor do I think it should, because like the defense is going to raise here, this is not something, children can't make all these decisions on their own.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, on a lighter note, I think the YouTube stream should share with us which anchor they would like to hear more from, Michael. Not really. All right. Really. I know we need a break.
We know that's your specialty area, which is why you really wanted to talk about it.
Thank you.
All right.
And when we come back, mental health specialist Elizabeth Robinson wraps up her testimony for the day. You don't want to miss it. Stay here with us.
Death by strangulation happens in the time frame very quickly. 3 to 4 minutes of occlusion can cause death. So it doesn't take very long to occlude those veins and arteries to then cause death.
Welcome back to Court TV. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're continuing our coverage of day 6 of testimony in the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. They're accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter last October.
A pediatrician spent most of the day on the stand testifying about strangulation and Fatima Ali's injuries from an alleged chokehold by her father.
All right, let's head back to court now, where the mental health specialist at Timberline High School is wrapping up her testimony.
Speak to anybody.
I spoke to Tracy Arnold.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened while you were speaking to Tracy at the front office?
I was talking to Tracy Arnold, and Fatima came in through the door of the front office and said, "He tried to kill me."
I can ask some additional questions.
All right, I'll sustain at this point.
Okay. And Ms. Robinson, when Fatima first came in through the front office, based on your observations of her, did she appear calm to you?
No.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like?
She was staggering, and her demeanor was scared or anxious.
Okay. And what did you observe that made you think that she was scared and anxious?
It was the way she was walking.
Okay. And then with regards to when she made that comment, what did her voice sound like?
She sounded really upset.
Okay. And what comment did she make when she staggered into the front office?
He tried to kill me.
Okay. You indicated that the way she was walking, you described it as staggering. Can you sort of expand on that a little bit? How was she walking?
It almost looked like she had a limp or something, because she wasn't walking like she would normally walk. She was having like trouble getting into the office.
Okay. And prior to you walking her, well, let me ask you this question. Prior to her leaving the school building with Isaiah, during your contact with her on October 18th, did you see the way that she was walking?
Yes, I did.
And the way that she was walking prior to leaving the school building with Isaiah, the way she walked into the front office after they got to the bus stop, was there a difference?
It was completely different.
Okay. And after Fatima indicated he tried to kill me, where did you end up taking her to?
Tracy Arnold said get her to a locked room.
Okay. And did you, in fact, take Fatima to a locked room?
Yes.
And whose room or office did you take her to?
My office.
Okay. And when she first staggered into the front office, was Isaiah?
He was.
Okay. And when you took Fatima into your office, did Isaiah take him into your office?
Yes.
Okay. And after you took Fatima and Isaiah's office, what did you do with the door?
I locked the door and shut the shade so that the window wasn't visible.
Okay. And do you know whether at some point the school was placed on lockdown?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what is a lockdown?
A lockdown is when all of the doors are locked and no one can come in and no one can leave.
Okay. And while Fatima was inside your office, did she also, without specifically stating what she said, did she also tell you what if anything, her dad had did to her earlier?
Yes, he did. Or she did. I'm sorry.
And without stating specifically what she said, did she also tell you what, if anything, her mom did to her earlier?
She did.
Okay. And when she was telling you what her dad and her mom did to her earlier, what was her demeanor like?
She was really upset and was questioning a lot of things.
Okay. And what does she appear calm to you?
No.
Okay. And what about her voice? What did that sound like?
She was having trouble talking and said it hurts to talk.
Okay. And what did she say while she was upset? What did she say that her dad did to her?
She said that he tried to choke her.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she say her mom did to her?
That she came around in back of her and choked her too.
Okay. And did you, do you know whether law enforcement was called that day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And prior to law enforcement arriving, well, let me ask you this question. Do you know whether medics was called as well?
EMS and law enforcement were called.
Okay. And prior to the arrival of law enforcement and EMS, did you have Fatima and Isaiah, any school medical professionals?
Yes, I did. Our school nurse.
Okay. And then did you yourself, after Fatima staggered into the front office and during your contact with her, did you observe any injuries on her body?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
She had marks on her neck.
Okay. And then what about Isaiah? Injuries on his body?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
His hand was swollen and he had a mark on his head.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Kading?
I have no question.
All right, we need to hit the pause button. When we come back, the witness does testify on cross-examination. Let's see how the defense tackles her. We'll be right back on the other side. Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter. Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back. Let's get you back inside the courtroom for more testimony in the attempted honor killing trial in Washington State. The school resource officer at Timberline High School is now testifying.
The various interventions, education, support. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so when a student comes and says that they have left home and run away, I assume that over the 9 years, this was not the first time that had happened. Is that fair?
That's true.
Okay. And so your role is to support that student in the moment, correct?
Correct.
And moving forward, right?
Yes.
And so you're not kind of taking an investigatory role in terms of trying to get to the bottom of it. Is that fair?
That's true.
And so kind of trying to triage what's going to happen when that 2 o'clock bell rings. Where's this student headed, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you don't want the kid to not have a place to go, right?
Absolutely.
And so one of the goals is the student navigator. So if a student navigator isn't available, do you sometimes assume that role?
I can assume that role.
Okay. And the student navigator is kind of the last piece in terms of figuring out housing, with a shelter being one of the options, correct?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. And so in this situation, the housing option that was presented to Fatima was a youth shelter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And absent the student saying, I'm okay with you telling mom and dad what's going on, or dad or mom or whoever they're living with, you're not going to provide that information, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about 3 different options in terms of your notification. Let's see if I can find my notes. So one is kind of connecting and identifying resources for the student, which you did, and then also the navigator, correct?
Correct.
And then if there's an imminent risk for student safety, you would then call 911?
Yes.
Or
dispatch or SRO.
And that would be the school resource officer?
Yes.
And is a school resource officer typically always at school, or do they float around to different schools?
It depends on the day. Sometimes they're called to other schools.
Okay. And then the third is to contact DSHS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, law enforcement wasn't contacted prior to the end of the school day, correct?
Correct.
And neither was DSHS?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, any redirect?
Just one follow-up question. Ms. Robinson's the school resource officer for Timberline High School. Was she on duty that day?
She was not.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Mr. Leary, anything further?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, but yes.
All right. You may step down and you may step outside the courtroom. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Let's bring back criminal defense attorney, former head prosecutor Bob Bianchi to discuss. Listen, I thought the best part of the testimony for the state was when there was testimony that Fatima said he tried to kill me, referencing her father, and then saying, and the mother came around and choked me too. But then when you hear on cross, but they didn't call law enforcement, Bob. I think that's a point for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the laws of that state, but in most states, I know certainly in New Jersey, you have an affirmative obligation to report immediately to law enforcement. So if that is the same kind of rule or procedure there, you can be assured the defense is going to bring it out. But I will say this, I got to give the prosecutor props. I love the way this prosecutor asks questions, tight, to the point, and she does a thing called looping, where she's using these great words like staggered. I started counting at 3. I think it may have been like 6 times she used that word, staggered in the room, and choked so many times that she mentioned that. With each question, she was placing that word in there, drawing a very vivid picture. She did a really tremendous job, and I think it was effective. But, Judge, to your point, in the end of the day, why didn't they do something like that if it was so bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Let's check in on a comment from one of our viewers on our YouTube feed. This is Karen Hall. She says, I still think without the honor-killing aspect, the prosecution has an uphill battle. And on some level, I definitely agree with that, but I think the way that this, actually the examination, the direct examination, and even the cross went of this particular witness, I thought they went a long way towards getting over that hump. Bob?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with the viewer that's putting that in there, and I do believe that that started to drive the scenario in this case, but these are just words. These are concepts. It doesn't necessarily mean that that was what the intention was. Again, keeping in mind that some of these crimes require a purposeful mental state, which means that that was their actual intention to commit that crime. Not that they said certain words. I mean, words can be used, but not in this particular instance. So it's hard for me to say. In the end, I'm going to come down to the same thing. If the people believe culturally there's some differences there and that these parents did not want to purposefully harm this child and that they were looking out, the judge's question before, to the safety, health, and welfare of their child, they're going to give some liberality to maybe even some excessive force in this particular situation. In my humble opinion, as a prosecutor, I'm worried about that one juror that may feel that way.
Well, let me ask you about the specific charges as to the father, Bob. And the charges are on the first count, second-degree attempted murder, only carries up to 15 years. But the second count, first-degree assault, carries up to life. And I think the first-degree assault is, at this point, for me, clear in terms of the evidence presented.
Yeah, Judge, I always tell people, this is a truism. The attempted murder charges, to me, have been the most difficult to prove as a prosecutor of any charge I've ever had. And that's because the attempt requires itself to have a purpose, which means you have to infer it from the state of mind and circumstances of an individual. But to your point, the evidence is much more direct here and the charge is much higher. So that's where prosecutors want to go, that this was something that could have caused, or that there was an intention to cause, serious bodily injury. And that's why this testimony about how easy it is to, you know, to choke somebody out and things of that nature is being introduced here. But again, they're going to have to really go to a high burden here that that's what the parents were really trying to do, really trying to harm their child. They may have harmed their child, but in the end, the defense is like, but they didn't, in the end, really harm their child. It's a really nuanced case.
And it's a tough sell for a jury to believe that two parents who, I guess you would think, they obviously love their children, would be out to kill their child unless you have this cultural aspect. I think that's what Karen Hall was speaking to. And I feel like with the way the evidence is in this case, Bob, if the husband, for instance, the father, takes the stand and simply looks at this jury, I don't know if he's capable of this, but looks at this jury and in a sympathetic way say, look, there was no way I was trying to kill my own child. The situation escalated. It was escalated by all these things going on around me, and I never would kill my own child. I think that's more than enough.
Well, that's a really great thought, Michael, because essentially what you're saying is, would you as a defense lawyer ask your client, based upon the strength of the evidence that's been produced by the state, to get on the witness stand and testify? Because we know that is filled with peril as well and gives the prosecutor, you know, it may not even be on the substance. It may be just the way the person is, their personality, how they answer questions. I'd have to really go over with my client whether or not I think enough evidence has been presented right now to even convict him, because there could be all these sympathy factors that we're talking about here right now. That is going to be a huge question. In the end, as a lawyer, we give our advice, but the client's going to make the call there. But we also know, sometimes, I've always said this to you guys, we love to, prosecutors say, we love to convict out of the mouth of the defendant. That's what's most persuasive to a jury. So it is wrought with peril for him to get up there.
And then you wonder, Michael, if he would open the door to things like honor killing and that being admissible. You and I talked about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the judge's ruling, if it was absolute or, in fact, could he open the door?
Yeah, it's a risk.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. We just don't know for sure. All right. Thank you, Bob Bianchi, as always, for joining us.
Folks, stick around and head in our next hour and get you back inside the courtroom for more testimony in the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Plus this.
Guilty. As to count 2, murder in the first degree as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. As to count 4, the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. As to count 5, the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
And we're just a day away from the much anticipated sentencing hearing for Idaho student murderer Bryan Kohberger. Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson is in Boise and will join us with a preview of what's to come. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
To jumping out of bed. My wife keeps asking me, where's all this energy coming from? And it's all thanks to Dose.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We're going to go back to court in Washington State in just a moment. But first, prosecutors in the Idaho student murders case filed a motion today seeking to extend the no-contact order between Brian Koberger and the victim's family beyond the January 5th, 2027 deadline. They are requesting that it be extended an additional 99 years. Now, this comes as Koberger is set to be sentenced tomorrow. Court TV has a team of journalists on the ground for that hearing, including crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who joins us now live at the courthouse with a debrief.
Michael, good evening. That's right. It's the eve of sentencing here at the Ada County Courthouse, and those victims' families making their way here to Boise, Idaho. And now, new today, President Trump also weighing in.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes. Families of the victims remain split over the plea deal that takes the death penalty off the table. Earlier this month, Brian Koberger pleaded guilty to the murders of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Gonzalez, in exchange for life behind bars without the possibility of parole or appeal. Ethan and Maddie's family support the deal, but Kaylee's family does not, and said this on News Nation. Take a listen.
This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%.
And now President Donald Trump calling on the judge to compel Koberger to share a motive for the murderers before being sentenced tomorrow. Writing this, in part, I hope the judge makes Koberger at a minimum explain why he did these horrible murders. Meanwhile, the motion has been filed to extend the no-contact order between Koberger and the victims by an additional 99 years. And that sweeping gag order in the case has been lifted. Take a listen.
At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order.
And of course, the defendant will have a right to speak before sentencing tomorrow here at the Ada County Courthouse. It's unclear if Koberger will address the court or the victims' families and share that motive. Michael?
All right, Matt, thank you so much for that report. As always, look forward to tomorrow. I want to turn now back to Washington State, where we've been watching day 6 of testimony in the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. The two are accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter for dating, which she was forbidden to do. And the violent encounter was caught on camera on October 18th of 2024. Fatima told jurors that she ran away from home that day because she didn't want to fly to Iraq with her mother, a place that she said she didn't feel safe. Her parents tracked her down at a bus stop where her father grabbed her in a chokehold and allegedly tried to choke her to death. This is what prosecutors say after punching her boyfriend in the face. The couple faces several charges, including attempted second-degree murder. Right now, the jury is hearing from the school resource officer with the Lacey Police Department. Officer Alisha Howard is now on direct examination by the state.
And were you working on October 18th of 2024?
No, I was not.
Okay, and was October 18th a Friday?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your typical work week?
So I normally work Monday through Thursday, and Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays are my days off.
Okay. And after you, you indicated that you work Monday through Thursdays, did you go back to work on October 21st, which would have been a Monday?
Yes.
Okay, and after you went back to work on October 21st, did you become aware of a situation that had occurred at the intercity transit bus stop in front of the high school on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you were made aware of the learned about the situation, did you conduct follow-up investigation in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 21st, did you speak to any students or their family members on this case?
Yes.
And who did you speak with?
One of the involved students.
Okay. And Isaiah Williams High School?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that 4 years at Timberline High School that you are familiar with the students there. As a result of that, were you also aware who Isaiah? And after speaking with Isaiah, did you at some point make contact with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you make contact with Fatima?
At St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And without telling the jury what she specifically told you, did she sort of give you a recollection of what she remembers happening at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And without telling what she specifically told you, did she discuss with you about just her dad's actions, or both her mom and her dad's actions at the bus stop?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. And after speaking with Fatima, did you at some point make contact with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay, and without going into details about what Isaiah share with you what had occurred at the bus stop and afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Howard, given your location at Timberline High School, do you know whether Timberline High School have any surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that Timberline High School have surveillance cameras?
Well, at the time in October 2024, that would have been 7 years as a school resource officer, and we often use the school cameras.
Okay. And prior to October 18th, have you ever used the surveillance camera at Timberline High School to review footage of anything that was of interest to you as a school resource officer that may have occurred on campus?
Yes.
Okay. Have you only used the surveillance camera to review footage once or more than once?
More than once.
Okay. And do you know where the cameras are located?
Yes, generally speaking.
Okay. And where are some of the locations of the cameras?
In the school, coming into the entrance, the school parking lot, gymnasium, the back of the school, the property.
Okay. And after speaking with Fatima and I had occurred at the bus stop, did you try to locate surveillance footage of the incident at the school through the surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time frame that you were specifically looking at in the surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And what was that time frame?
October 18, 2024, around 2 p.m.
Okay. And when reviewing the camera footage, did you at any point see Isaiah on the camera?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Zahraa Ali? Did you ever see her being captured on the cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed Mrs. Ali captured on the cameras, do you remember what she was wearing?
Yes.
And what was she wearing?
A greenish colored headdress, a long sleeve black top, and it appeared to be like a long black skirt.
Okay. And then what about what the camera captured him wearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A long sleeve, it looked like black or dark colored top and light colored pants.
Okay. And what about Fatima? Did the cameras also capture Fatima?
Yes.
And what was she wearing?
A long sleeve dark colored top and dark colored bottoms.
Okay. And prior to October 18th, had you had contact with Zahraa Ali at the school?
Yes.
And was that contact in September of 2024?
Yes.
And what day in September of 2024?
September 17th of 2024.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Officer Howard, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 113. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is that exhibit of?
It's the trespass letter.
Okay. And is that an accurate copy of the trespass letter that you served on Mrs. Ali on September 17th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And when you served the trespass letter, where did that occur?
At the Timberline High School.
Okay. Did it occur out in the hallways, the front office, or someone's office?
That occurred in Vice Principal Celeste Waltermeyer's office.
Okay. And was Miss Waltermeyer also present when you served the Mrs. Ali the trespass letter?
Yes.
Okay. And was your body-worn camera on and recording when you served the trespass letter?
No.
Okay. And at the time when you served the trespass letter, well, let me ask you this question. Inside Ms. Waltermeyer's office, was your role simply just providing that letter to Mrs. Ali on behalf of the school?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And when you first served the letter on Mrs. Ali, was she there by herself or did she have any family members with her?
She was initially by herself.
Okay. And when she was by herself, did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was that communication in English or a different language?
In English.
Okay. And based on did she appear to have any confusion on what you were talking to her about?
No.
Okay. And at some point, did you offer her an interpreter service?
Yes, we use a language line.
And did you offer her a language line?
Yes.
And what is a language line?
A language line is a number that we can call when we're dealing with folks if they have difficulty with English. So they provide a lot of different languages on the language line.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is Arabic one of the languages that is offered as a service on the language line?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you offered Mrs. Ali the assistance of the language line, did she accept your offer?
No.
And did she herself have any specific requests on who she wanted to be there to assist her with translation?
Yes.
And who does she want there herself?
It was her oldest daughter, Ihsan Ali.
Okay.
All right, we'll step aside here to squeeze in a short break. But before we do, I'd like to welcome our viewers who are joining us today on our YouTube channel. Now, we're going to be monitoring that page live throughout the show today into our next hour as well. And we're going to answer a few of your questions. So join the chat, send us your questions for a chance to have them answered live on the air. Again, that's youtube.com/CourtTV. And stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Two parents face a jury
over the attempted murder of their own daughter.
Court TV takes you inside the trial that's torn a family apart.
The attempted honor killing trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
you testified that jugular vein occlusion can eventually lead to brain death. How does it lead to brain death?
Again, the buildup of lack of oxygen in the blood with a lack of oxygen, lack of nutrients, and the high pressure within the brain causes cellular damage to the areas of the brain that keep us alive. Our respiratory center, our blood pressure center, all of the things that are imperative for our body to be alive. Death by strangulation happens in the time frame very quickly. 3 to 4 minutes of occlusion can cause death. So it doesn't take very long to occlude those veins and arteries to then cause death.
A pediatrician testified today about how fast death by strangulation can occur in the attempted murder trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Joining us to discuss is criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and former CIA officer Jack Rice. Jack, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining me tonight on the program. And I want to talk about the testimony that we've heard today. You heard a little bit of it there from the pediatrician, and we're hearing now, we heard from the school psych, now we're hearing from the school resource officer. And I want to say, I think today, it's coming towards the end of the state's case, but I think it's an extremely important day for prosecutors. And I say that because what they're doing now is I think they're trying to establish, number one, there was some harm going on or something going on in that home that led the school psych officer to act the way she acted, or the psych person to act the way she acted by sending her to a shelter. We're also hearing about mom. We heard about her earlier attacking the boyfriend. Now we're hearing that she was told not to go to the school. This is important when you don't have the opportunity to talk about honor killings, because this is establishing that maybe these parents were a little bit crazy and a little bit dangerous.
Michael, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is the problem that the state has in the first place. They can't talk about the arranged marriage. They can't talk about the honor killings. It isn't over the top until they can really connect these dots. And that's what these witnesses have been doing today. I mean, they've been trying to establish that this is more than just normal, more than just parental oversight, more than just dealing with safety, with health, with welfare. This is about something far beyond that. And that when the police had to get involved, when the school had to get involved, when Child Protective Services potentially had to get involved, when a shelter had to get involved, this is where it turns into something that could be a serious assault or even attempted murder. They had to have this. Without this, I think it would have been even more difficult than the case already is for them.
Yeah, I would agree, because again, you need this jury to understand this was more than just discipline, right? And the other part of this, which has become clear to me with the testimony today, is it's important that they understand that this wasn't just some sort of teenage, angst situation. The judge used that word and talked about teenage rebellion as well. That this was more than that. This wasn't just a girl who didn't want to follow the rules, because there was some sense of that on cross when she was on the stand, that she tried to lie to get out of trouble, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, most teens do. Not all teens, but most teens do. And it's important for this jury to understand that's not what this situation is. There's something more.
Yes, no question. And it's critical that the state do that, because they're going to have some problems here. And when we think about what the defense can come back with, the ability for the defense to put the parents on the stand and say, why are we here? And if they can look at this jury and say, we're desperately concerned about our daughter. We're desperately concerned about her future, about her reputation, about her relationships, and where they are taking her, because we love her and we're simply trying to remove her from a bad environment, from bad individuals, and from others who are trying to take her down this other path. If you can do that successfully, the problem without, quote unquote, the honor killing piece, the problem without the arranged marriage piece, is you have the potential of simply saying they were just doing their job as parents. This may have gotten a little out of control, but you might have one or two or more of that jury simply say, I'm sorry, I don't see an attempted murder. They weren't trying to kill her. Or I didn't see this as an attempt to cause a serious assault. If it happened, it was a mistake, but it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, fair enough. And that's a very real possibility in this case. All right, Jack, stand by. I want to get folks back inside the courtroom. Now the jury is hearing from that school resource officer who served Zahraa Ali's her trespass papers a month before the violent incident at the bus stop near the school's campus. So let's listen.
Mrs. Ali's request allow her to have Haneem present.
Yes.
Okay, and was, at that time, was Haneen present when Mrs. Ali requested her assistance?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did you all have to wait for Haneen to get there then?
I believe so.
Okay. And then as part of issuing the trespass letter, did you also explain to Mrs. Ali sort of the places that she's not allowed to go to when it comes to the school?
Yes.
And what did you explain to her or advise her?
That it related specifically to Timberline High School, which would include the building, inside the building, outside the building, like the parking lot, as well as like the track field or the baseball fields.
Okay. And Officer Howard, were you also aware that there were videos taken of the incident at the bus stop?
Yes.
And did you at any point, well, let me ask you this question. What, if any, videos were you able to obtain on October 22nd of 2024?
The inner-city transit bus videos.
Okay. And were you successful in obtaining the IT bus videos capturing the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also watch those videos after you collected them from inner-city transit?
Yes.
And did you recognize any of the students that were depicted on the videos?
Yes, I did.
And who did you recognize? And besides obtaining the inner-city transit bus videos, did you obtain any other videos?
Yes.
And were they videos taken by students or adults, to your knowledge?
Students.
And which two students did you obtain videos from? Obtained the video from Noah Pierpont and what he had observed himself at the bus stop.
Yes.
And Noah Pierpont with Timberline High School.
Yes, he's also one of my students at Timberline.
Okay. And do you you testify that you also obtained a video from
He's also one of my students at Timberline.
Okay. And when you made contact with Elijah on what his observations were of the incident at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Howard, you, when describing the relationship of Noah, you testified that they're your students. Is it fair to say that you sort of view all the students at Timberline High School as your students?
Yes.
Okay. And besides obtaining statements from
Yes, I did.
And do you remember whose statements you obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And who were they? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
I have no question, Johnny.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross.
All right, just want to remind you, we cannot allow the names of any of the minors to be said on the air, so that's why we block that out when she's saying those names. All right, we're going to go to break, but before we do, I have an update in Florida where prosecutors rested their case today in the penalty phase of confessed murderer Shelby Neely. The defense then got underway, delivering their opening statement and calling witnesses. Now, Neely pleaded guilty to killing his mother and father-in-law, as well as his brother-in-law, in December of 2018. Now, it was during that investigation that officials learned he also killed his wife, Jamie, nearly a year earlier. Now, Neely already pleaded guilty to manslaughter in her death and is serving a 30-year sentence. Now, the lead investigator testified today that Neely told him that he killed his wife because he thought that she was going through some sort of psychosis after she came at their daughter with a knife. Now, the jury watched the police interview where he explains that he did this to protect his kids.
You're basically saying that, yes, I murdered her, but it was to protect my child.
Yes.
Okay. If that is the case, I have to ask you a follow-up question is, once this happens, she comes at your daughter with a knife, you get cut, you choke her out, she's gone. Did the thought ever cross your mind of calling the authorities? Or did that not even enter the picture?
It kind of did. Like, when I saw the blood come out of her mouth and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Or not her mouth, her nose, I'm sorry.
Right.
And then I was like, no, you know, every time we go to the authorities to try and get help to settle this, it doesn't work. You know, in my head, I foresaw what was going to happen. She was going to get all better at the hospital, you know, physically wise, and then she was going to come home and continue beating me. It was just going to continue being a bad chain. You know, I know all these horrible events happen, but at least I can say my kids won't have to witness those horrible things.
Now, it will be up to the jury to decide whether to recommend life in prison without parole or the death penalty for Neely. And a reminder, you can stream the entire penalty phase on Court TV's YouTube channel. All right, we'll take that break now. Coming up next on Court TV, we'll have more testimony in the attempted murder trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali happening in Washington State. And when we return, we're going to have a great question from Roxy Chavez on our YouTube feed. This comes from that YouTube feed. Do the cultural beliefs of the Alis fall under the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment that guarantees religious freedom, like arranged marriages? We'll have your answer straight ahead, so keep it here on Court TV.
What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. I want to take you back to court now in Washington. Ihsan Ali and his wife Zahraa are accused of trying to kill their 17-year-old daughter back in October of last year at a bus stop near her former high school. Ihsan was seen on surveillance and cell phone video attacking his daughter and putting her in a chokehold. Now, according to court documents, his daughter told police that Ali threatened her with an honor killing after she rejected an arranged marriage. Neither side is allowed to mention honor killing because the judge ruled that it is too prejudicial. I want to head back to court now where Officer Howard is on the stand. She's the school resource officer. She's now on cross-examination by Zahraa Ali's defense.
Do you normally have body-worn video when you're in the school?
I normally wear a body-worn camera, yes.
Fair enough. Okay, so, and so are you in a, so you're, is that dress blues? Is that your uniform that you wear to school, or do you have more of a duty belt with a vest and other accoutrements?
So this is my Class A uniform, so like special occasions or court. The uniform I normally wear is a jumpsuit, which is black in color, an outer-worn vest, which has my body-worn camera attached.
Okay. And so then how often do you turn on your body-worn camera in an average week?
Well, on an average week, I'd probably say a couple of times during the week.
Okay. And so what are things that would trigger you activating the camera?
Sometimes I do make traffic stops in the parking lot, so you activate it during that time. When there's like a disturbance that actually happens inside the school where kids are fighting or arguing. Sometimes when you do an interview at the school.
And so, and then what causes you to generate a report?
Often normal reports are like in reference to like criminal events or behaviors that are occurring in the school.
And so from the September 17th transmission of the letter to Zahraa Ali, so you didn't activate your body-worn camera, correct?
Correct.
And didn't generate a report, correct?
Not specifically with the issuance of the letter, no.
Okay. And so were you a part of generating the letter that was handed to her?
No.
And did you read it to her, or was it read to her in that September 17th meeting?
I believe I went over what the letterhead stated in reference to specifically relating to Timberline High School.
Okay. And so, and you testified on direct, the points that you made is that she wasn't allowed, Mrs. Ali wasn't allowed to be at Timberline High School, and you said the buildings, track and field, the complex.
Yes, and the parking lots too.
Okay. Was she precluded from being anywhere else?
Well, anywhere that was what it stated, the North Thurston School District properties.
Did you say that, or did you just say did you just say Timberline High School?
Well, I believe I read the language that was on the letter, but it related specifically to Timberline because that's where her daughter was attending at the time.
Okay, and do you have a specific recollection of that?
Just in generality in reference to Timberline High School.
Okay, all right. And was it clear to you that English was not her first language?
Well, when I initially spoke with her, it was in English, but out of respect for her request that her daughter respond to help with translation, that's why her daughter was contacted to respond.
Okay, so was it clear to you that English wasn't her first language, though?
I believe she understood what I was saying in English, but because she requested her daughter to help with additional translation, that's why I'd also offered the language line as well, too. I'm not going to assume one way or the other, but it was at her request, and that's why I had called for her daughter to respond.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Officer Howard, with regards to when you served Mrs. Ali with the trespass letter, when you were providing her with a trespass letter, it was not a criminal investigation. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay, and this may seem like a silly question, but it was not a traffic stop either?
No, it was not.
Okay, and is it fair to say you were simply assisting the school in providing a parent with in this case, a no trespass letter?
Yes.
And when you spoke with Mrs. Ali, you testified earlier about, you also told her about the prohibited places as it relates to Timberline High School. Did you share that information with her orally?
Yes.
Okay, and were you very specific as to Timberline High School?
Yes, because that's where her daughter was attending.
Okay, and her daughter, which daughter are you referring to?
Fatima.
Okay, and when you explained to her you mentioned the track course and then also the parking lot and the gymnasium, when you referred to all those areas, were you specific that it was associated with Timberline High School?
Yes.
Okay, and when you shared that information with her, did it appear to you that she had any difficulty understanding what you had told her?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. When you shared that information with her, did she say anything along the lines of, I don't understand, I'm confused?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Katie.
All right, remember, one of the things that Zahraa is charged with is violating that very order. All right, we'll pause it right there for a quick break. Now, when we come back, we'll be outside the jury's presence as they proffer a potential witness in the attempted murder trial. All that and more is up next, so keep it here on Court TV.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
To the rescue workers, to the neighbors, and to our viewers across the country for turning their broken hearts into helping hands.
Why were you trying to get away from your mom and your sister?
Because I was afraid.
Would you have been able to get away from either of your parents without help from Isaiah or others that were present on scene?
I could not get help if I was alone.
Last week, Fatima recalled the chaotic scene that unfolded at a bus stop last October when, according to prosecutors, her parents tried to kill her. I want to get you back into court now. This is happening outside the jury's presence. A potential witness is being proffered. The judge is hearing from Sergeant Jeremy Knight with the Lacey Police Department.
Unit for which agency?
City of Lacey.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit of your training and experience background? Relatively briefly in this format, please. Thank you.
I attended the police academy in 1999, 440 hours. Since then, I've had a myriad of continuing education and training courses to include, but not limited to, basic homicide investigation, investigation of domestic violence, strangulation, fugitive investigations, surveillance, interviewing, interrogation, firearms crime enforcement, shooting scene reconstruction, management of major cases and crisis by the FBI, management of investigative units, and several others. I'm a firearms instructor and a pursuit driving instructor.
Pursuit what?
Excuse me. Pursuit driving instructor.
Thank you. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And are you familiar with an event that occurred at Timberline High School on or about October 18th of 2024?
I am.
Were you actually at the scene of that event?
No.
How did you become involved in that event?
The following Monday, I was briefed on the case on October 21st.
And October 21st, who briefed you on that case?
School Resource Officer Alisha Howard.
Okay. Were detectives involved in that case at that time?
No.
Okay. After being briefed by Detective Howard, did detectives become involved in that case?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, did you assign to become involved in that case?
Detective Julie Mullen.
Okay. And what did you direct Detective Mullen to do?
I requested that she assist School Resource Officer Howard in the continuing investigation of the incident.
Did you yourself become involved in the investigation or coordination with that case?
I did.
And based on your role in that investigation, did you take any initial efforts associated with that case?
I did.
What initial efforts did you make associated with that case?
I reached out to a federal partner with Customs and Border Patrol at the Seattle International Airport.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing that?
The purpose was to identify whether any of the members of the Ali family had traveled.
Had traveled previously, recently?
All right, I want to pause it there for a moment because I want to get back to that question that I read earlier, that great question by Roxy Chavez, again, on our YouTube feed. She asked, do the cultural beliefs of the Alis fall under the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment that guarantees religious freedom, like arranged marriages? Let's bring back in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, former CIA officer, Jack Rice. Jack, what do you think about that question? What do you make of it?
Relevance. Michael, I mean, that's really the question in a case like this. And so it isn't so much about the First Amendment, the idea to speak about this, but it always comes down to this. And this is always sort of a rule in every case at all times. Does it make any sense to allow this in? And sometimes the magic words are more prejudicial than probative. In other words, is it more helpful or does it just so bad that a jury will just discount everything else and go straight at that? And I think that's what the judge did when they decided to exclude the honor killing reference, the arranged marriage reference, out of fear that a jury might say, oh, it's an honor killing, they're guilty.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's absolutely the case. I also think, that question might have been referring to the idea of, can arranged marriages happen in the United States? And I looked it up, little quick internet research, Jack, and essentially no states actually ban arranged marriages between consenting adults. But There's a difference between an arranged marriage and a forced marriage. If you try to force someone into marriage, that can be brought under a number of crimes, including domestic abuse. And as far as child marriages are concerned, I looked that up as well. 16 states ban it outright. 34 states actually allow child marriages, okay, under certain circumstances, including pregnancy, parental consent, and also emancipation of the child at that point. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no question about it. See, this is the interesting aspect. When you think about the power of language, and as prosecutors and defense attorneys, we're always conscious of this because it can drive people to think about something a certain way. When you say arranged marriage, what does that mean? Forced marriage, what does that mean? How does that change the perception of it? And so you'll regularly see this issue of a gatekeeper, meaning the judge, saying, do we allow this in, or is this just over the top? And again, back to that phrase, more prejudicial than probative.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to talk about Zahraa. The testimony that we're hearing here, Jack, or I just heard from that school resource officer involved, that ruling or that protective order that she wasn't supposed to go to the school. And my question for you is, the fact that she was going to the school was not necessarily to violate the order, right? The idea was she was going after a child. There was some suggestion by the defense that, again, it wasn't in her language. Maybe she didn't fully understand it. Number one, is that a defense to a violation of that order? And number two, do you think this jury might give her leave with the idea that she was there to try to get her daughter to come home who had just run away that day?
Yes, I think they will, meaning to the last piece of this. If there's a perception amongst this jury that this is a mother doing her motherly duties, her obligations to protect her child, if you get some ridiculous, and I'll use that term, ridiculous order that says, oh, we're keeping you away from this school, and my response is, I'm taking care of my child, and I don't care what happens otherwise, this is my #1 priority. I think you could get a jury, if they believe that, to actually simply say, we disagree with what the school did. And if the school took this so seriously, then why didn't she have her vest cam on? Why didn't the police officer actually draft a report? And why didn't she write a report after the fact stating that she did? This is another example where the police simply didn't do as much as they could have, if it was that big of a deal.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Jack Rice, thank you so much, as always, for being with me tonight. Always good to see you, my friend. Folks, coming up, the proffer of that potential witness in the attempted murder trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali continues in our extended coverage. So keep it here on Court TV, your original true crime session.
He grabbed her right, like toward the front, spun around, and then put a chokehold on her.
Her face was looking like pale, and her eyes were starting to roll back.
I looked and they had fell to the ground, and he had Ali in a chokehold, and she was trying to get away from him, but she was like losing consciousness.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. I'm Michael Ayala. That was just some of the testimony the jury has heard so far from eyewitnesses of the moment a 17-year-old girl was attacked by her own father at a bus stop. Well, now we are bringing you more testimony from day 6 of the case against the husband and wife duo. Both are charged with trying to kill their daughter, Fatima, outside of her high school last year. Now, Ihsan Ali was captured on video punching his daughter's boyfriend before choking and taking her to the ground. Fatima took the stand last week to recall the moment that she thought that her father was trying to kill her. I want to get you back into court now. Happening outside the presence of the jury, a potential witness is being proffered. The judge is hearing from Sergeant Jeremy Knight with the Lacey Police Department. Let's take a listen.
Okay. And after you reached out to did you complete that portion of your involvement?
I did.
Okay. And what day did you do that on?
That was the 22nd of October, that Tuesday.
On that Tuesday?
Correct.
Okay. And after you completed that portion of it, did you take any additional steps involving your portion of the investigation?
I did.
What did you do next?
I had requested actual documentation of travels with Customs and Border Patrol.
Okay. Did you receive documentation?
I did.
Okay. What action did you take after that?
I reviewed those for the information that they contained.
Okay. Did you make any requests of, well, let me back up. Previously, you indicated that you had reached out to some federal partners. Based on your role in the investigation at that time, did you make any additional requests of those federal partners?
I did.
What requests were those?
That would have been a request for travel alerts on the Ali family.
And can you tell me what you mean by a travel alert? What is a travel alert?
I can. With Customs and Border Patrol, they're able to place an alert on their computer databases to any attempt to travel in or out of the country by land, sea, or air on an individual.
Okay, and is that a system that Lacey Police Department is able to access, or is that something where you rely on a notification back from those federal partners?
The latter. We rely on contact from the federal partner.
Okay. And if there is a notification associated with the alert that you've requested, is that something you would get via an automated system, or something that someone would have to verbally or email-wise communicate with you?
I don't receive them directly from an automated system. It is through a third party.
Okay. And when you said you put out an alert, is there a particular name for that? Is there an area where that alert goes? What does that system look like?
I haven't seen the system myself, but it's at the ports of entry, again, land, sea, and air, and it's called a travel alert.
What is a National Target Training Center? What is that?
It's a federal entity that monitors travel.
Okay. Is that travel alert that you've identified connected to that National Target Training Center?
I don't believe the word training is part of the acronym, but it is, yes.
Okay, what is the acronym?
I believe it's TECS, Treasury Enforcement Communication System, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so did you engage any other, outside of those federal partners and setting that alert, did you engage any other systems associated with tracking travel of the family that you recall?
No.
Okay. And did you engage with CPS in this case?
I did.
Okay. At some point during the course of this, were you aware of Miss Ali's, Zahraa Ali's location?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you have to make any coordinations with any agencies regarding Mrs. Ali's location?
I did.
Okay. Where or who did you make those communications or coordinations with?
With the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And Where is Whatcom County?
On a northern border of the state of Washington,
And what do you mean by a northern border?
bordering the country of Canada.
Okay. And when you made coordinations with the Whatcom County, what was your intent in making that coordination?
To arrange for custody transfer.
And transfer to where?
Thurston County.
Okay. And were you able to complete that coordination?
I was.
Okay. Did you specifically retrieve or do the collection of Miss Ali?
No,
Okay. Do you know if she was returned to Thurston County?
I do.
Okay. Sergeant Knight, what other, outside of that flight notification, the coordination regarding Miss Ali with Whatcom County, and I believe the initial travel confirmation that you've testified to, did you take any other acts associated with this case or have any other involvement?
I did.
And what involvement was that?
I assisted in the service of a search warrant on the Ali residence in November.
Okay, in November of 2024?
Correct.
Do you remember what the date of that was?
I believe it was the 20th.
The 20th of November?
Correct.
Okay. So by November 2024, would that have been approximately a month after the initial incident?
Correct.
Okay. And based on that execution, was there anything of evidentiary value located at that time based on your involvement?
No.
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any cross-examination?
I do not.
Mr. Leary?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
All right, so you had requested of a federal partner to have basically alert for travel of any of the Ali family members, correct?
Correct.
And you said land, air, or sea, correct?
Correct.
So if they got on a plane, you would, let's say they flew to Spokane, would you have known?
That I'm not sure. That was focused on out of the country.
Okay. So if they got on a plane to leave the country, you would be alerted?
Correct.
Took, the Victoria Clipper up to Canada by
Correct.
sea, or crossed a land border crossing either on foot or by car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, so they necessarily would have had contact with Border Patrol, correct? Is your understanding?
If done properly, yes.
I'm sorry, would you?
If done properly.
Okay. And so if they had crossed illegally, this travel alert would not have told you, correct? Unless they were captured.
Correct.
Okay. So if they're doing it legally by buying a plane ticket, buying a boat ticket, buying a pass on a boat, or driving or walking through a port of entry, they're going to get flagged and you're going to be notified.
That's correct.
Okay. And that is by Homeland Security or Immigration Customs Enforcement?
All under Homeland Security umbrella, I believe.
Okay. And you're not aware of how the system works, correct?
Not in detail, no.
Okay. But they present a passport or something, correct?
Correct.
And the person puts it in, that information is then generated, and then that is communicated to you, correct?
In essence.
Okay. And you don't know, do you know how she got there, by land, air, or sea?
Got where?
Or how the alert was prompted?
That was an attempted border crossing by land.
And how did you get that information?
From more than one federal partner.
And so, is that a person called you, emailed you? How was that information
I
conveyed?
received at least one phone call and I believe an email.
Okay. And the email was from a person?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Stone?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and have you step.
All right, so the issue here was essentially hearsay. Now, he put out this all points bulletin that if any of the Ali family tried to travel outside the country, he was to be notified. He was, in fact, notified that Zahraa had gone up trying to get from Washington State to Canada. He was notified, went up, picked her up. The information that he was questioned about was whether he could talk about what he was told by the border agents, because, again, that's hearsay. But it seems as though the way he testified was satisfactory to the judge. It's mostly his knowledge, or really all of his knowledge, so she decided to allow him to testify. So I want to take you back into court now, where he is actually on the stand testifying in front of the jury.
Our detective unit.
And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an event that occurred at Timberline High School on October 18th of 2024?
I am.
Were you actually at the scene of that event?
No.
How did you become involved in that event?
The following Monday, on October 21st, I was briefed about the incident by the school resource officer.
Who is that school resource officer?
Officer Alisha Howard.
Okay. And was Officer Howard you said she's a school resource officer. Were detectives involved in that case at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you assign any detectives to that case at that time?
I did.
Who did you assign?
Detective Julie Mullen.
Okay. And what was Detective Mullen's role or purpose in that investigation?
I had asked Detective Mullen to liaise with and assist School Resource Officer Howard with the investigation that was ongoing.
Okay. And after your initial interaction with Officer Howard, did you reach out to any federal partners associated with this case?
Yes, I did.
Who did you reach out to?
I first contacted Customs and Border Patrol at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing that?
I inquired if any international travel had occurred involving any of the Ali family.
Okay. And did you reach out to any other federal partners or engage any other federal resources as part of that query?
I did.
And what or who was that?
Both Customs and Border Patrol and a task force officer with the FBI were involved with my request to place a travel alert on members of the Ali family.
What is a travel alert?
A travel alert is entered into a federal system database that alerts points of entry by land, sea, or air of any attempt to travel.
And how does that work? How do you do that? Does that question make sense? Meaning, is there a system that automatically generates that, or is it something different?
There is a system when you check in for travel at, say, an airport, and they're scanning your passport or other ID. That's being checked in a database that includes this particular database that would alert them if there was an entry in there for a travel alert.
Thank you. Did you engage with Child Protective Services throughout the pendency of this case?
I did.
Okay. And after meeting with Officer Howard, assigning Detective Mullen, setting up the travel alert, were you engaged in any search warrants executed in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was that, if you recall?
Approximately a month later, I believe it was November 20th of 2024.
Okay. And you said November 20th of 2024?
Correct.
And where did you execute that warrant?
At the Ali residence in Lacey.
Okay. And by the time you executed that warrant on November 20th of 2024, was there anything of evidentiary value located at that residence?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any other involvement following that in this case?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break right here, folks. But before we do, we'd like to welcome our viewers who are joining us today on our YouTube channel. And we're going to be monitoring that page live throughout the show today. We're going to be answering a few of your questions. So join the chat, Send us your questions and have a chance to have them answered right here live on the air. Again, that's youtube.com/CourtTV. We'll be right back. Keep it here on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Convicted killer Brian Kohberger will learn his fate for murdering 4 Idaho college students and come face to face with the families of his victims.
The sentencing of Brian Kohberger, Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
Just devastating scene. So was that chokehold attempted murder? That's the key question for a jury in Washington State. Who will they ultimately decide? They will ultimately decide the fate of two parents accused of trying to kill their own daughter. I want to bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us to discuss, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Noah Pines. Noah, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me here tonight on the program. And again, you know, I want to talk about the witness that was just on the stand, Jeremy Knight. The idea there was essentially, again, as I mentioned, he had put out this alert that if any of the Alis tried to cross the border, he was to be notified. In fact, that did happen. The Alis, or Zahraa Ali, had an explanation. She had gone up to Vancouver, British Columbia, or tried to get over to Vancouver, British Columbia to pick up some of her kids who were staying with family. And that really never came out during his testimony, just the idea that he put out this all points alert just in case they crossed the border, and he got some warrants to search their home, even though no evidence of value was found. I think both of those bits of information, even without the rest, still important for this jury and important to the prosecution's case.
Yeah, well, the search warrant, I wouldn't expect that they would find anything at the house. You know, this wasn't a place where the crime or alleged crime happened, but you know, they're just being thorough. So lots of times jurors want to know, did you do this? Did you do that? So searching the house is checking a box. Getting in the testimony about the border crossing, I think, is important because it infers to a lot of people, hey, she was trying to run, and now the defense may have to explain that. And when I say they might have to explain that, that means they might have to call the defendant or another witness to come in and explain what was going on. So I think that was a pretty smart tactical decision by the prosecution in this case.
Yeah, and I think they didn't actually get to hear, Noah, the idea that she had tried to cross the border. They may call one of the border agents later who detained her there to bring that information in. But to this witness, all it was that he put out this bulletin or this alert if they tried to. And I think what the point is that this case was serious enough, again, without that honor-killing stuff, without the arranged marriage, you've got to convince this jury that what they were doing was very serious to amount to attempted murder. That helps in that vein to say, look, this was serious enough for them to put out an alert just in case they tried to cross the border.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to sway a jury. And, you know, the question is how hard is it to prove attempted murder? You know, it's easy and hard, and I hate to answer it like that. You know, this is clearly a case from what you see where there's, you know, a battery and probably an aggravated assault for choking. There's choking, strangulation. The question is that attempted murder? And, you know, that's hard to prove. I mean, I've handled trial-wise close to 200 cases, and on appeal, you know, probably another 150. And attempted murder maybe is in, you know, one of those cases or two. It's just not, it's either you kill somebody or you don't. So attempted murder is typically when you shoot somebody and you don't succeed. In this case, it's not that easy to prove. That doesn't mean they can't prove other things. It's just that charge itself.
Yeah, I would agree. And it's difficult under normal circumstances. When you have a father and a child, I think it gets even more difficult to believe that that would be his intent under the circumstances. All right, Noah, stand by. All right, stand by, brother. I'm going to go back to court now. The jury is hearing from a new witness, Celeste Waltermeyer. She is the assistant principal of Timberline High School. So let's go back in.
Too far or too close, okay? All right. Were you employed by Timberline High School on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Were you working on that day?
No.
Okay. Do you know, are you familiar with the students at your high school?
I am.
Okay. Do you know a student by the name of Fatima?
I do.
And how long have you known Fatima?
Since she started at the school, I believe she started the middle of her freshman year, and this was the beginning of her junior year in 2024.
So approximately 3 years, as you recall, or 2 years, give or take?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with another student? Do you know how long you've known Isaiah?
Since he started at Timberline High School.
Okay. Are you aware of anything of significance that occurred on October 18th, 2024 as it related to those two students at your high school?
I am aware that there was...
Just a yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And without repeating what you've heard, how did you become aware of these events?
Well, I was alerted on my phone originally that there was a lockdown at the school.
Okay. As the assistant principal, do you get those notices? Are you responsible for getting those notices when they come up?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your education, well, have you ever had experience with runaways at your school?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your education, training, and experience, are there situations where the school may not immediately notify law enforcement or immediately notify parents if contact with that child is made?
Yes, if the student has disclosed safety concerns where we would notify CPS or notify law enforcement.
And does the school have staff or nonprofit assistance in such a case to potentially provide support to that student?
Yes.
Do you know if on October 18th, 2024, whether that student, Fatima Ali, was enrolled in your school?
Fatima was not enrolled in our school on October 18th.
And you indicated that she had previously been enrolled in your school. When had she become unenrolled at your school?
My recollection is it was the end of September. I believe it was like September 27th.
Okay. And about how long, well, was she still a student of the North Thurston School District?
Yes, she was. She had been at an online school.
What was the name of that online school, if you know?
Summit.
And do you know how her enrollment in the online school occurred? What was the process in getting her into that online school?
So, I believe it was September 17th or 18th. Mrs. Ali had met with North Thurston High School and or had her transfer to Fatima's transfer to North Thurston High School denied. And she reached out to appeal that to our assistant superintendent, Nikki Grubbs, who handles that. From that point, we worked with Mrs. Ali and the other schools to see where would be a good fit for Fatima. I was involved in those meetings as well as some other district and other high school staff.
And was Summit Online, as an educator, was that your first choice for Fatima?
No.
Whose choice was that?
That was one of the choices, but that was the choice that Mrs. Ali wanted for Fatima.
And you talked about that happening somewhere around, a request for that transfer occurring somewhere around September 17th or 18th. Are you familiar whether there was an incident at school prior to that regarding Mrs. Ali?
Yes, there was an incident prior to that regarding Mrs. Ali on September 16th.
Okay. And as a result, well, who, without relaying any details, who was that incident between Mrs. Ali with?
With Isaiah.
Incident with Isaiah. School or school district take any specific actions as a result?
As a result of that, I put in a no trespass with Mrs. Ali, and she was no longer allowed on Timberline or North Thurston District.
Okay.
North Thurston.
All right, we're going to step aside here for a short break. When we come back, testimony in the attempted murder trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali continues with the assistant principal of Fatima's former high school. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
I'm Matt Johnson in Boise, Idaho, covering the sentencing for confessed killer Brian Kohberger. This is Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Death by strangulation happens in the time frame very quickly. 3 to 4 minutes of occlusion can cause death. So it doesn't take very long to occlude those veins and arteries to then cause death.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the attempted honor-killing trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. I'm Michael Ayala. Testimony is underway in Washington State. Now, you just heard part of what child abuse pediatrician Dr. Joyce Gilbert testified to earlier today, saying death by strangulation can happen very quickly. Prosecutors say the two parents attacked their daughter Fatima at a school bus stop last year. The incident was caught on camera where the father appears to be choking the 17-year-old while other students tried to help save her. Fatima told the jury that she ran away from home that day because her parents were trying to send her to Iraq, and that she was afraid she was going to die after her father attacked her. Prosecutors are expected to rest their case tomorrow. Still on the stand right now for the state is Celeste Waltermeyer. She is the assistant principal of Timberline High School, where Fatima attended. Let's get you back in school.
Thurston School property.
Okay, North Thurston School District property?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And do you recall whether that trespass notice was ever served on Mrs. Ali?
Yes, it was served to Mrs. Ali on September 17th.
And so if I understand, the incident happens on or about September 16th. The trespass order is served on or about the 17th, and the request for the transfer of Fatima happens somewhere around the 17th or the 18th, the same day. Is that correct? Or shortly thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, is at any point during this Fatima still going to school, or is she withdrawn from school?
Fatima was still attended school the 16th and 17th, and then did not show up the 18th or thereafter.
Was she withdrawn from school by her parents?
She was not in attendance. She eventually was withdrawn to go to Summit.
Okay. Do you recall when she was withdrawn?
I believe the transfer to Summit happened September 27th.
Okay. And during the course of your, well, let me back that up. Is there actually a withdrawal notice or form, so to speak?
Once a student is accepted into another North Thurston Public Schools school, it goes from one registrar to the other. So they just request that student come over, and then we all get notices about that, emails.
Okay.
The student has withdrawn emails.
Oh, okay. And during the course of your decision-making to have her go to the online school, were there any other decisions or any other alternatives or options made available?
Envision Career Academy was...
What is that?
It's one of our high schools. It's an alternative learning option. It's an in-person high school. It's smaller, has a smaller campus, and that was one, they had open enrollment at that time for Fatima, and two, Fatima does better in school and it's in person, by what she told us and what we thought would fit for her, and having her have access to adults we thought would be helpful to her during that time.
May I approach her?
You may.
Ms. Waltermeyer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 113 as well as what's been marked as State's Exhibit 121. Can you please look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done? And Ms. Waltermeyer, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
This is the no trespass order that I issued.
Okay, and States Exhibit 113, you picked up a document. Was that States Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Okay, and that is a copy of the trespass order that you issued regarding Mrs. Ali from September 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it the 16th or the 17th?
The incident happened on the 16th. We met on the 17th.
Okay, and is States Exhibit 113 a true and accurate copy of the order that you issued?
Yes.
Okay. And I would like you to look at States Exhibit 121 now. And when you look at States Exhibit 121, aside from a reduction, is that a true and accurate copy of States Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Okay. And based on those exhibits, well, how do you know that those exhibits are the trespass letters? I know it sounds like a silly question.
Because I have a copy, because that's my signature.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 113 and 121. Or excuse me, 121 only.
121 only. Mr. Kading?
No objection.
Mr. Larry? 121 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to ask you some additional questions, Ms. Waltermeyer. You indicated that there was the incident on the 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And regarding that incident, you issued this trespass letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to issuing that trespass letter, do you do anything to confirm or corroborate that that trespass letter should be issued, meaning that there's a basis for issuing it?
Yes, I looked at video footage on September 16th.
Okay, thank you. And is that a decision you make? Is that a decision that the principal makes? How does that decision occur?
I made that decision to find the footage.
Okay. And when you made the decision to trespass Miss Ali, where was Miss Ali trespassed from? Where, what parts was she trespassed from?
Timberline High School, and in that letter it says all North Thurston public school properties.
And you indicated you had a meeting with her, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And so how was that notice served on her? Can you describe how that meeting went? Without repeating anything anyone said to you, how did that meeting go? What does that look like?
We met in person that day, and so it was Mrs. Ali, Officer Howard, and I, and Haneen came in, the daughter.
Okay, and where did you meet?
In my office.
And you said initially, well, Mrs. Ali's daughter, do you know what Mrs. Ali's daughter's name is?
Haneen.
Okay. It's not a test.
Okay.
When Haneen came, was Haneen there at the beginning of the meeting, in the middle of the meeting, at the end of the meeting, or something else?
She was there towards the beginning of the meeting. We waited for Haneen to get there.
Okay. So
Mom's
initially,
request.
I'm sorry?
At Mrs. Ali's request.
All right, we're going to take a break here, and on the other side, the assistant principal describes her interaction with Zahraa and her other daughter, Haneen. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
He's her parent and he's bigger than you. Why didn't you just let him take her home?
Because he didn't want to take her home.
Tonight, on closing arguments, we're live from Boise ahead of tomorrow's sentencing in the Idaho student murders case. Plus, two parents stand trial for trying to allegedly kill their own daughter.
Closing arguments coming up next, only on Court TV.
To the rescue workers, to the neighbors, and to our viewers across the country for turning their broken hearts into helping hands.
right, before we head back to court, I want to quickly check in with our guest still with us to discuss, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Noah Hines. And Noah, I want to go to one of the questions from our folks watching on YouTube. This question comes from Judy. Judy, she asks, why didn't the boyfriend's family press charges? And Judy, quickly, I'll just tell you, and then I'll check in with you, Noah, that in fact, the charges against him were included in the charges for this case. It's sort of all melded together. There's a fourth degree assault charge regarding what happened with the boyfriend, Isaiah. That covers up to about a year in jail and involves causing physical harm or fear of harm or any offensive physical contact. So there are, in fact, charges involving his actions against Isaiah. No, I want to check in with you. Number one, on the severity of those charges. He was, in fact, or testified to, he was punched in the face. We did hear that there were some marks. He had a bump on his head. Fourth degree assault, I was a little surprised it wasn't a little more serious. First or second, maybe even third degree assault.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's when you get into these assaults, it really kind of depends on what happened and what the damage was. So in Georgia, we would call that a battery. Battery is a misdemeanor. It's where you know, punch somebody or kick somebody or push somebody. Even if there's bruising, that's still a misdemeanor here in the state of Georgia. You know, you'd have to have some sort of malicious intent or permanent injury to make it a felony in a lot of states. So it really just kind of depends on the laws and how they're written. But really, you know, you're covering the conduct, and the conduct is the punching itself. It's the least of the worries of the defendant in this case, because he's charged with something much more serious.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about the boyfriend, his involvement at least was used by the defense attorneys in their opening statements as kind of being the impetus or cause of the seriousness of this whole thing. What does his involvement in this, between a father and her daughter, what effect does that have ultimately, you think, on this case?
Yeah, I think that's a bad defense in this case. You've got that video, Michael, that you've been showing, you know, throughout our time together, and I'm sure that the prosecutor's been showing as much as possible. If you start focusing and blaming the boyfriend in this case, I think that's going to backfire in the defense. Personally, I just don't think it's a good defense in this case.
All right, fair enough.
It's not like the boyfriend's attacking the girl.
Yeah.
He's trying to protect her.
Yep, he's looking out for her.
So it goes right into the prosecution and against the defense.
Yep, and you got to counter in the fact that he's also been attacked by the mother at one point, so you got that too. All right, stand by now. I want to get folks back into court now in that attempted murder trial of Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Celeste Waltermeyer is still on the stand. She's on direct. Let's go back in.
And Officer Howard met in your office for that meeting, and then, if I understand your testimony, Haneen arrived later?
Yes.
Okay. And you waited based on mom's request, is that correct?
Yes.
While you were waiting for Haneen to arrive at Mrs. Ali's request, were you able to engage with Mrs. Ali?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe, without repeating anything anyone said, how would you describe the nature of that interaction?
Overall, the nature was good. She was telling us, communicating about an incident over the weekend.
Okay. Was that communication with you ongoing in English or something else?
In English.
Okay. Prior to Haneen arriving, had you provided her with the trespass letter? Or do you recall telling her what the meeting was about?
Yes, we did tell her what the meeting was about. We did present the trespass order, as I recall. That's what I recall. Officer Howard did ask if she wanted an interpreter, and she asked for Haneen instead. And so at that point, we paused to wait for Haneen, is my recollection.
Okay, so when you had that initial interaction, if I understand your testimony correctly, you offered her an interpreter and that was declined. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you say interpreter, what did that look like? Do you have Arabic interpreters in the school, or would you have used something else? What did that mean to you?
Officer Howard was going to use their language line, and the school district does have a language line, but Officer Howard was going to use theirs.
Okay. Did you feel prior to Ihsan arriving you were able to communicate with Mrs. Ali?
Yes.
Did you communicate about one topic, several topics, no topics, or something else?
We communicated about the trespass. So we communicated...
Again, without relaying what that conversation is, just a number of different topics.
A number of different topics, yeah. We communicated about something over the weekend, and we talked about Fatima overall, like academics and how she was doing in school and some of Mom's concerns for Fatima.
So overall, there was a number of topic areas that you discussed, and all of that was in English. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then when Ihsan arrives, what happens when Ihsan arrives?
When Ihsan arrives, we go over the trespass letter again. Ihsan does relay the information to Mrs. Ali, and they talk back and forth. Mrs. Ali would ask questions, so would Ihsan. Some of it went from Mrs. Ali in their native language to Ihsan, and then Ihsan would ask the question, or Ihsan would clarify for Mrs. Ali.
Right. At any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she indicate she didn't understand the order?
No.
With Ihsan present, did either Mrs. Ali or Ihsan on behalf of Mrs. Ali communicate any clarifying questions about the order's parameters, meaning the limitations on that order?
I think that Mrs. Ali asked about pickup, and we talked about how Ihsan could come and pick her up, or Mr. Ali could come and pick up the kids, but she was no longer allowed to be at school. But other than that, no.
Was she given an opportunity to ask questions about the order before Ihsan arrived?
Yes.
And what about after Ihsan arrived?
Yes.
And throughout this interaction, did she indicate whether she affirmatively understood the order itself?
Yes, she understood the order.
My question was whether she indicated she understood.
So I'll sustain that the answer was non-responsive. The question did not call for speculation.
So just listen to the question. Did Mrs. Ali indicate to you that she understood the order?
Yes.
And did you provide her, not just show her that order, but did you provide her with her own copy of that order as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that Ihsan was present, and Ihsan came later, did you have then one conversation? Let me strike that. If I understand your testimony, it sounds like you talked about the trespass order before Ihsan came, in part or in full, and then talked about it again when Ihsan got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that order, the copy of that order, was that presented when Ihsan was present?
Yes.
May I publish 121, please, Your Honor?
You may.
And Mrs. Waltermeyer, can you tell the jury what we're looking at on State's Exhibit 121? First of all, what's at the top of that page as you're looking at it on the screen?
That is the North Thurston Public Schools symbol. I can't think of the right word for it. And it's our letterhead.
And do you recognize the third name down on the upper right-hand side?
Yes.
Whose name is that, ma'am?
That is my name.
Okay. And underneath of all of the names, what is indicated there as to where this is being generated from?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Is there a date associated with this letter?
2 dates, yes. September 17th.
And what date is September 17th? Indicated up here. What is that intended to indicate?
The day that it was issued.
Okay. And who is it issued to?
Zahraa Ali.
All right, that's going to wrap up our coverage for tonight. Thanks to Noah Pines for joining us. I'm Michael Ayala. It's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much, as always, for being with me. Up next, it's Closing Arguments. Ted Rowland is in for Vinnie Politan. Ted is live from Boise, Idaho, where he's gearing up for Bryan Kohberger's court appearance tomorrow, where he's going to learn his fate. Stay tuned for what you can expect during the sentencing hearing for the admitted quadruple murderer. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.